Part 3, Challenges and Betrayals. Chapter 21, A Secret Alliance. The tension in the air was almost tangible as Seb and Alaric sat in the shadowy expanse of the underwater cavern. The space echoed with the quiet hum of the sea, broken only by the distant pulse of water moving through narrow stone channels. Glowing coral cast flickers of pale blue and violet light across their faces, illuminating the anxiety that neither of them could fully mask. It felt like the calm before a storm, but Seb wasn't sure whether the storm would come from outside or from within. His hands flexed against his knees, muscles tight, as he stared into the bioluminescent shimmer dancing across the cavern walls. Seb leaned forward, the movement slight but filled with unspoken tension. "You're certain they'll show?" he asked, voice low and wary. The question lingered in the air longer than it should have, like a challenge thrown into still water. His eyes narrowed as they flicked to Alaric, searching his face not just for answers, but for truth, something real to hold onto in this mess of loyalty and prophecy, and the ever-present threat of betrayal. Alaric didn't flinch under the scrutiny, but his reply came with less conviction than usual. "They'll come," he said, though the faint hitch in his breath betrayed him. He kept his gaze forward, watching the water ripple beyond the mouth of the cavern, as if willing the figures to emerge from the deep. "Not everyone in the council wants blood. Some believe in the prophecy. Some want peace." His jaw tightened. "But belief isn't the same as action. They've hidden behind silence for too long." The words struck Seb with a cold kind of clarity. He had seen this before. People too scared to stand up, too afraid to lose their place in a world that punished difference. He ran a hand over his jaw, feeling the rough stubble beneath his fingertips. "Fear," he muttered. "It always comes down to fear. They're afraid of change, of losing control, even if that change could save lives." He turned back to Alaric, eyes hard. "What makes you think they'll find courage now?" Alaric finally met his gaze, and in his eyes there was fire, banked but smoldering. "Because they don't have a choice anymore," he said, voice low and firm. "The tides are shifting. The humans are no longer just a distant threat. You're here. We're here. The prophecy is already in motion. And some of them know that standing still will only bring ruin." He paused, his expression tightening. "They'll come because the old ways are crumbling. And deep down, they know it." Seb didn't reply immediately. He studied Alaric, the quiet defiance in his posture, the way his voice carried both fear and hope. It was a rare thing, seeing him like this, caught between who he was raised to be and who he was becoming. Seb reached out, his hand brushing lightly against Alaric's. It was a small gesture, but in the stillness of the cavern, it felt like a vow. "Then let them come," he murmured. "Let them see us together. Let them see the truth they're trying so hard to deny." A silence settled between them, not heavy, but thoughtful. The soft glow of the coral reflected in Alaric's eyes as he nodded once, a slow and solemn motion. "We have to be ready for anything," he said. "Some may come to talk, but others might come to silence us." His hand turned to grasp Seb's in return, firm and warm. "No matter what happens, we stand our ground." Seb's jaw tightened, but he gave a sharp nod. He had faced danger before, knives at his throat, storms at his back, but this was different. This wasn't a fight of survival. It was a battle for meaning, for identity, for the right to stand beside someone the world said he should never have loved. "Then we stand," he said simply. "Together." Beyond the cavern's entrance, the water stirred, just a ripple at first, then a shift in pressure that made the coral pulse brighter for a breath. Seb's eyes sharpened. Alaric stood, silent and watchful, every line of his body tense. The meeting was about to begin, but the war for their future had already started. Seb exhaled sharply, dragging a hand through his damp hair as the tension in his chest twisted tighter. The flickering coral light cast shadows over his face, deepening the hard lines carved by frustration. "Afraid?" he said, voice sharp as the edge of a blade. "Or just unwilling to risk their comfortable little world for a chance at something different?" He wasn't trying to provoke, not entirely, but the silence and fear cloaking the council's inaction made his blood boil. How could they claim to protect their people while refusing to see beyond their ancient walls? Alaric turned his head sharply, silver eyes flashing with quiet fire. "You don't understand what it's like, Seb," he said, the words clipped but heavy. "To grow up hearing stories of slaughter, of nets woven from steel and magic, of brothers dragged from the sea never to return. Those rules you scoff at? They were written in blood. Centuries of survival don't vanish just because one pirate sees a better way." His voice cracked slightly at the end, though he quickly covered it with a breath, a shift of his jaw. Seb didn't flinch, didn't break eye contact. "And yet here you are," he said calmly, but with weight behind each word. "Trusting me." His gaze held steady, daring Alaric to deny it. "Despite everything you were taught. Despite what it could cost you. So don't tell me it's impossible. You already proved it isn't." He didn't mean it as a taunt. It was a reminder, a tether back to the connection they'd built through storms, silence, and sacrifice. Alaric's expression faltered for a heartbeat, something soft flickering beneath his carefully constructed mask. But it passed quickly, smoothed into something guarded. "I trust you because I've seen your heart," he admitted, his voice quieter now, more measured. "But that doesn't mean others will. And trust alone won't save us. The Council needs more than words. They need proof, of peace, of purpose. Of a future that won't drown them in ruin." Seb rose slowly to his feet, the motion deliberate, a challenge in his stance as he looked down at Alaric. "Then show them," he said. "Let them see that peace is worth fighting for. That this bond we have isn't weakness, it's strength. You and I, we've faced worse than disapproving stares and stubborn traditions." His voice didn't rise, but it held a conviction that echoed through the cavern. Alaric's eyes followed him, shadows playing across the sharp planes of his face. "You make it sound simple," he said, almost bitterly. "Like centuries of fear can be undone with a single act of defiance." He stood as well, the closeness between them now crackling with something unspoken. "But what if they don't listen, Seb? What if they see our bond and call it treason?" Seb's voice dropped to a murmur, low and fierce. "Then let them." He stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the hum of Alaric's magic, the tension coiled in his body. "If they want to see treason in love, in trust, in something real, then they're the ones betraying their people, not you." He wasn't just fighting for their future anymore. He was fighting to remind Alaric that he didn't have to carry this burden alone. Alaric stared at him for a long moment, the silence heavy with everything they hadn't yet said. Then, finally, he exhaled, the sound like the hush of waves against stone. "You make it so hard to walk away," he whispered. There was no bitterness in his tone now, only weariness and something far more dangerous: hope. Seb reached for his hand, their fingers brushing, linking. "That's the point," he said softly. "We're not meant to walk away." In that brief moment of contact, under the glow of the sea's quiet light, they stood not as pirate and siren, not as enemies or outcasts, but as something stronger. Something the Council, the prophecy, the world itself would have to reckon with. Alaric's expression softened, his usually guarded face revealing a glimpse of vulnerability. The words he spoke, quiet, but full of meaning, hung between them like a fragile thread. "I'm trusting us," he said. "There's a difference." It wasn't just about trusting Seb, or even the prophecy. It was about believing in the possibility that the two of them, together, could be something more than the chaos that had defined their lives. It was a confession, and a promise wrapped in restraint. Seb felt the weight of those words settle over him, heavier than any blade he had ever carried. He opened his mouth to respond, to tell Alaric that the trust wasn't misplaced, that he would stand by him through whatever storm came next, but the moment was shattered by a soft, unmistakable sound. A shift of water, the gentle scrape of movement against stone. Both men froze. Alaric's head snapped toward the entrance of the cavern, eyes narrowing. The flicker of warmth he'd just shown vanished, replaced in an instant by the cold alertness of a leader preparing for confrontation. "They're here," he said, voice low and tense. Without hesitation, he stepped toward the edge of the shadows, each motion fluid and controlled, like a ripple in still water. Seb's instincts kicked in. His hand moved to the knife strapped to his belt, a relic from his days on the deck of a pirate ship, before fate had dragged him into Alaric's world. It was strange, how natural it felt to reach for the weapon, even now. Even here. He gripped it, not out of fear, but readiness. Whatever conversation was about to happen, it might not end in words. The silence in the cavern stretched, thick and alive. The glow from the bioluminescent corals danced across the walls, making the space feel both sacred and perilous. Seb shifted his weight subtly, keeping his body loose, prepared for whatever would emerge from the shadows. He didn't trust these council members, not yet. But he trusted Alaric, and for now, that would have to be enough. Figures began to materialize from the darker edges of the cavern, their forms ghostly at first, like whispers from the deep. They moved with purpose, with the regal wariness of creatures who had lived their lives in secret, in power, in fear. Seb counted 5 sirens in total, each one wearing the same look of cautious appraisal. None of them spoke at first. Alaric straightened as they approached, every inch the Prince Seb had come to know, composed, commanding, dangerous. "You came," he said, his voice echoing faintly off the stone walls. It was not a greeting, but a statement. A challenge, perhaps? He didn't bow, didn't offer false pleasantries. There was too much at stake for ceremony. One of the sirens, a tall woman with sea-glass eyes and kelp woven into her hair, stepped forward. "Only because you called," she said, her tone cool but curious. "And because we heard rumors." Her gaze slid to Seb, sharp and unreadable. "The human who walks in sacred currents. The pirate who carries the mark." Seb met her eyes without flinching, knife still in hand, though lowered now. "I'm not here to threaten your world," he said clearly. "But I won't apologize for being part of his." He nodded toward Alaric, his voice calm but firm. "Whatever you believe about humans, about the prophecy, I'm here because I believe in him." The truth hung between them like a gauntlet thrown at their feet. And now, it was the council's move. From the shadows of the cavern, 3 figures emerged, their movements graceful and alien, gliding silently through the water like ghosts summoned from the deep. The faint glow of the bioluminescent coral caught on their scales, outlining their forms with an ethereal shimmer. The first figure, tall and imposing, had dark blue scales that seemed to swallow the light, giving them a regal, almost ominous presence. Their face was stern, carved with the kind of authority that came from years of command, but their eyes, sharp and calculating, were fixed not on Alaric, but on Seb. The second figure hovered just behind the tall one, noticeably smaller and more delicate in build. Their scales were a soft, pearlescent green, shimmering with a nervous flicker as they glanced around the cavern. There was something hesitant in their posture, as if they were unsure whether they should have come at all. Their hands fluttered slightly at their sides, betraying an anxious energy that contrasted sharply with the stillness of the others. The third siren stood slightly apart, broader and more muscular, with a long scar carved down one side of their face. Their expression was guarded, lips pressed into a firm line as they scanned the cavern's interior. Though their stance was tense, their body language wasn't overtly aggressive, more like someone prepared for trouble, but not looking to start it. Their eyes moved briefly to Seb's blade, but they made no move to react. "Alaric," the tall siren spoke first, their voice smooth as velvet but edged with steel. The echo carried through the cavern, underscoring the weight of their authority. "You've taken quite the risk calling us here. You've broken the protocols of secrecy for the sake of a human." There was no hostility in their words, only a kind of cold scrutiny. Alaric didn't flinch. He stepped forward, his posture unyielding, the leader within him rising to meet the tension head-on. "And yet you came," he said, each word deliberate. "Because you feel it too. The shift in the currents. The prophecy is no longer myth. It's moving, alive. We can't pretend otherwise." The smaller siren fidgeted at those words, their gaze darting towards Seb, then back to Alaric. "We've heard the whispers," they said, voice softer, barely more than a ripple in the silence. "But that doesn't mean we should act. We don't even know if he's the one the prophecy speaks of." We don't know if any of this is real. It's real, Seb said, stepping forward, his voice calm but firm. I've seen what's coming. I've lived through it. I didn't ask to be part of your world, but I'm in it now. And I'm not here to tear it apart. I'm here to help stop what's coming, whatever it is. He didn't reach for his knife this time. His hands were open, steady. I'm here because I believe in Alaric. And if that's not enough for you, then maybe this prophecy doesn't mean what you think it does. The scarred siren let out a low breath, something between a scoff and a sigh. Belief, they muttered. That's not something we've had the luxury of for a long time. Their gaze lingered on Alaric for a moment, something flickering behind their guarded expression. But we're listening. For now. Alaric inclined his head slightly, a gesture of respect that didn't undermine his authority. That's all I ask, he said. Listen. Look past your fear, past the old laws. We stand at the edge of something greater than ourselves. If we turn away now, we may not get another chance. The silence that followed was thick with possibility, the tension curling through the cavern like a current beneath still waters. The council members didn't speak again, but something had shifted, an unspoken acknowledgement that the tide was changing. And in that quiet moment, Seb realized that maybe, just maybe, the fight wasn't already lost. The tall siren's gaze flicked sharply to Seb, the glow of the cavern casting deep shadows across their face. There was no warmth in their expression, only cool judgment and tightly restrained skepticism. And this is the human? They asked, their tone heavy with disdain, each word carefully measured. The pirate you've bound yourself to? The title dripped with condescension, a word laced with history and distrust, and the air around them seemed to grow colder. Seb felt his muscles tighten, a natural response honed from years of surviving confrontations far more brutal than this one. But this wasn't just another enemy sizing him up. This was a gatekeeper, a voice of power in a world he barely understood. He wanted to lash out, to challenge the insult buried in the siren's words, but something in Alaric's stillness beside him urged restraint. So Seb bit back his retort, swallowing the fire that burned in his throat. Alaric stepped forward, not aggressively, but with purpose. He placed himself just a fraction in front of Seb, an instinctive, protective shift that did not go unnoticed. "This is Captain Sebastian Kane," he said, his voice even, but unwavering. "He's not just a pirate. He's stood with me against what's coming. He's faced danger most of our kind wouldn't survive. And more importantly, he has been chosen. The prophecy speaks through him, whether you believe it or not." The words echoed, reverberating through the silent cavern like a current cutting through still water. There was defiance in Alaric's voice, but also conviction, the kind that came from more than belief. From experience. From the bond they shared, however fragile it had become under the weight of so many expectations. The burly siren with the scar narrowed their eyes, letting out a low, guttural growl that reverberated from their chests like distant thunder. "A human," they said flatly. "Chosen or not, he is still what he is. Flesh and greed. A creature of war. We've buried too many because of his kind." The accusation lingered, heavy and unyielding, and Seb could feel the tension in the cavern rise like the pressure of a storm gathering in the deep. "I'm not asking for your forgiveness," Seb finally said, his voice rough but steady. He stepped forward, ignoring the way the council watched him as if he were something fragile, dangerous, or both. "I know what I've done. I've sailed under bloodied flags, stolen from your waters, fought your kind without understanding what I was fighting. But I'm not that man anymore. I didn't come here to justify my past, I came to change the future." The smaller, green-scaled siren looked up at him then, their nervous fidgeting stilling slightly. "And you believe this future includes us?" they asked, their voice barely audible. "Even after everything?" Seb turned toward them, meeting their eyes without hesitation. "It has to," he said. "Because if it doesn't, there won't be anything left for any of us. This prophecy, it's not about choosing sides. It's about survival. And I'm not here to tear your world apart. I'm here to stand with it. With him." He nodded toward Alaric, his voice softening slightly. With all of you, if you'll let me. A long silence followed. The tall siren's expression remained unreadable, but their gaze lingered on Alaric, then on Seb. No final verdict was passed, not yet, but the edge in their stance softened, just barely. The tide had not turned fully in Seb's favor, but something had shifted in the depths. And for now, that was enough. No, Alaric snapped, his voice slicing through the cavern like a blade through water. You think I'm risking everything for love, for something foolish or selfish, but I'm not. I'm risking everything for the chance at peace. For a future where we don't have to hide in the shadows, where our people don't have to see every ship on the horizon as a threat. The prophecy speaks of a union between our worlds, a bond that can shift the tide of fate itself. Seb and I, we are part of that bond. His voice wavered slightly at the end, but not from doubt, only from the weight of truth. For a moment, silence stretched between them, as tense and taut as a bowstring. Then the smaller siren, the one with seafoam-colored scales and wide, uncertain eyes, stepped forward hesitantly. Their voice was soft, almost hesitant, but it carried a fragile hope that clung to every syllable. If the prophecy is true, they said, their gaze flicking between Alaric and Seb, then perhaps this human isn't our enemy. Perhaps he's something more. A bridge. A beginning. Seb didn't move. He stood as still as the stone beneath his feet, but inside, everything was racing. The vulnerability in Alaric's words, the shift in the smaller siren's tone, it all struck him like a wave that he hadn't braced for. He hadn't come here to be anyone's savior, or even their symbol. But now, faced with this moment, he realized how deeply entangled he had become in a world far greater than himself. The tall siren's gaze, cold and unreadable, turned fully to Seb. Their stare was penetrating, a silent interrogation that seemed to pull apart every layer of him in search of something solid beneath the surface. Do you even understand what's at stake, human? They asked, the words sharp with accusation. This isn't just about you and Alaric. It's not about sentiment or prophecy as a romantic idea. It's about centuries of war, of blood spilled in salt and silence. The Council won't see your presence here as hopeful, they'll see it as a threat. Seb straightened, jaw tight, shoulders squared against the weight of their scrutiny. I don't pretend to understand all your history, he said, his voice steady. But I understand war. I understand loss. And I understand what it means to want something more. I'm not here to replace your traditions or demand you change. I'm here because I believe we can build something better, because Alaric believes it, and that's enough for me to fight for it. You speak like someone who's never faced the wrath of our council. The burly siren rumbled, his arms crossed over his chest. Words don't sway them. They fear change more than they fear death. And yet you're here, Alaric interjected quietly, his gaze locking with the burly siren's. All of you came. You could have refused. You could have condemned me without even listening. But you didn't. You showed up. That means you're not as afraid of change as you think. The smaller siren shifted, glancing toward the tall one as if seeking reassurance or permission to hope. If the Council sees that the bond is real, they whispered, if they witness it with their own eyes, would that not be proof enough? The tall siren didn't answer immediately. Their gaze returned to Seb once more, lingering longer this time. When they finally spoke, their tone was quiet, but heavy with meaning. Proof is not always enough to silence fear. But sometimes, it's enough to plant doubt. And that may be all the prophecy needs to take root. Seb met the tall siren's gaze head-on, refusing to yield even a fraction of ground. His voice, when it came, was low and steady, forged in the fire of everything he'd already endured. I understand what's at stake, he said, each word deliberate. But I also know that nothing changes without risk. You think I don't know the cost? I've already lost my ship, my crew, everything that defined who I was. But if there's even a chance that Alaric and I can make a difference, I'll take that risk. For him. For us. The last words rang out like a vow, not just to the sirens, but to Alaric himself. The cavern grew quiet in the wake of his declaration. The bioluminescent light flickered softly along the cavern walls, reflecting in eyes that now watched him with something more complex than distrust, something approaching consideration. The silence pressed in on them all, heavy and charged, until it was no longer awkward but reverent, like a moment of shared breath before a storm. Alaric turned slightly, his gaze finding Seb's face with a look that was no longer guarded or uncertain. There was pride there, yes, but something deeper shimmered beneath it: gratitude, affection, and a profound ache born of years spent hiding his heart behind duty. "He means what he says," Alaric murmured, his voice quiet but resolute. "He's already proven that to me in more ways than one. I wouldn't have brought him here if I wasn't certain." The tall siren, who had carried the weight of authority like armor, finally allowed their shoulders to lower slightly. Their expression didn't soften, not entirely, but there was a shift in their presence, a lessening of the rigid distance they'd maintained. "You're bold, human," they said at last. "Foolish, perhaps, but bold. And sometimes boldness is what breaks a cycle that has gone unchallenged for too long." They stepped closer, their form cutting a stark silhouette against the glowing cavern wall. "If Alaric believes in you, then perhaps there's merit in this alliance. Perhaps." Their eyes swept over Seb again, colder now. "But make no mistake, this will not be easy. There are those who will stop at nothing to see you fail. And if you falter, it won't just be your life at risk. It will be his as well." Seb didn't flinch at the warning. He felt it settle into his bones like a second skin, a new weight added to the ones he already carried. "Then I won't falter," he said simply. He didn't offer promises he couldn't keep. He didn't speak of destiny or fate. He just let the quiet steel in his voice carry the truth of his resolve. The smaller siren, still lingering just behind the others, looked between Seb and Alaric, their expression somewhere between awe and fear. "If you two can convince the council," they said softly, "you might change everything. But they'll test you first. You'll have to stand before them, not just as allies, but as proof." Alaric nodded slowly, as if he had already expected this. "Then we'll stand before them together," he said, turning to Seb with a slight incline of his head. "No matter what it takes." For the first time since entering the cavern, Seb felt a flicker of hope take root in the center of his chest, not just for survival, but for a future he'd never thought possible. It wouldn't be easy, but maybe, just maybe, it would be worth it. "We're aware of the risks," Alaric said, his voice unwavering despite the tension surrounding them. The light from the bioluminescent coral painted him in ghostly hues, but his stance radiated strength. His silver eyes scanned the gathered sirens, pausing on each of them as if daring anyone to contradict him. "But we're not backing down. Not now. Not when we've come this far." The burly siren, still standing with arms crossed, let out a low huff, his expression unreadable. "And what exactly do you propose we do?" he asked, tone tinged with both cynicism and a begrudging curiosity. "The council is fractured. The factions against you are growing stronger by the day. They've already labeled you a traitor in some circles. You think a few hopefuls and a human are enough to shift that tide?" Alaric stepped forward, his voice gaining power as he spoke, as if the gravity of the moment anchored his every word. "We need to unite those who believe in the prophecy. Quietly, for now. We build a coalition, those who are willing to see beyond the past, who are tired of living in fear. If we can present a united front, show them that peace is more than a dream, that it's possible, then we stand a chance." Seb watched Alaric as he spoke, feeling the conviction in his voice echo through the cavern. This wasn't just about them anymore. It was about something larger, an entire world caught between ancient fears and the possibility of change. And Alaric, despite everything he'd endured, was standing at the center of it, willing to risk it all. The smaller siren shifted uneasily, glancing toward the tall one. "And if the traditionalists strike first?" they asked hesitantly. "If they find out what we're planning, they won't hesitate to act. We'll all be labeled traitors. We could be executed. Then we make sure they don't find out until it's too late," Alaric replied. "We use their arrogance against them. They think they've won already, that no one would dare stand against centuries of rule. That's our advantage." The tall siren narrowed their eyes, watching Alaric closely. You speak with certainty, but what you ask is dangerous. It isn't just your life on the line anymore. It's ours too. If we agree to this, if we move forward, there's no turning back. I know, Alaric said softly, but with no hesitation. And I'm not asking you to follow blindly. I'm asking you to believe in a better future. One where we're not always looking over our shoulders, not always preparing for the next war. We deserve that. Our people deserve that. Seb stepped up beside him then, his voice calm but firm. And you're not alone in this. I'm with him. Whatever comes, we face it together. He met each of their gazes in turn, letting them see the fire that had kept him alive through storms, mutinies, and exile. This isn't just Alaric's fight. It's mine, too. A silence settled over the group, thick and thoughtful. The glow around them pulsed like a heartbeat, as if the cavern itself held its breath. And slowly, one by one, the sirens nodded, tentative, but real. The tide was turning. The smaller siren nodded slowly, the bioluminescent light casting soft ripples across their pale features. It won't be easy, they murmured, more to themselves than anyone else. But it's not impossible. There was a tremor in their voice, a delicate balance of fear and hope, like the edge of a wave unsure if it would crash or roll gently to shore. They looked at Alaric with a new kind of respect, as though seeing him not just as a warrior, but as a catalyst for something greater. The tall siren turned sharply, their focus locking onto Seb with renewed intensity. Their gaze was sharp, unwavering, like the tip of a harpoon before the strike. And you, Captain Kane? They asked, their voice steady and cool. Are you prepared to fight for this? To prove that you're worthy of standing beside Alaric? There was no malice in their tone, only the weight of centuries behind the question. This wasn't about pride, it was about survival. Seb didn't flinch beneath the scrutiny. Instead, he straightened his spine, his shoulders squaring as if instinctively preparing for a coming storm. His hand found the hilt of the knife at his side, not as a threat, but a silent symbol of everything he'd endured. The blade was a remnant of his old life, a relic of ship decks, treachery, and endless seas. It was a reminder that he was a survivor. I've faced storms, Seb began, his voice calm but laced with steel. Battles. Betrayal. I've seen friends turn on me, and I've walked away from fires that should have swallowed me whole. His eyes flicked to Alaric, and something softened in his expression. But I've never faced anything that mattered as much as this. The cavern was quiet as his words echoed softly against the stone, sinking into the water like dropped anchors. The gathered sirens watched him, some with curiosity, others with disbelief. But Seb held their gaze, unwavering, his voice unwavering. If you're asking if I'm ready to fight for Alaric, he said, his hand still on his blade, then hear me clearly, I already am. Alaric's eyes shimmered faintly in the blue light, silver reflecting silver. Pride flickered across his face, but more than that, there was something deeper. A quiet, aching gratitude. He had spent a lifetime under the pressure of duty, the weight of legacy. Now, for the first time, he didn't have to carry it alone. The burly siren grunted, the sound half approval, half reluctant respect. Brave words, human, he said, arms still crossed over his chest. Let's hope your actions live up to them. We've lost too much already to gamble on promises. I'm not asking you to gamble, Seb replied, his voice like steady wind in taut sails. I'm offering a partnership. A chance to change everything we thought we knew. Alaric and I, we don't want to rule or destroy. We want to build. Together. The tall siren tilted their head, considering. Very well, they said at last. You've spoken your truth. Now comes the hard part. If you truly mean to stand beside Alaric, then you must prove it, not with words, but with deeds. They turned toward the depths beyond the cavern's mouth, where shadow and sea stretched endlessly. The tides will test you. Let's see if you're ready. The tall siren's gaze lingered on Seb, measuring him, perhaps weighing the sincerity in his words. The flicker of judgment that had been there before seemed to soften, replaced by a hard-earned understanding. After a long pause, The siren gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Very well, they said, their voice carrying the finality of a decision made. We'll help you. But tread carefully, human. The ocean is vast, and its secrets are dangerous. The warning hung in the air, heavy with the weight of unspoken history, a reminder of the treacherous depths that lay ahead. Seb could sense the layers of caution in their words, layers built from years of survival in a world that demanded both strength and secrecy. Seb nodded in return, a silent acknowledgement of the trust they were placing in him. There was no grand promise, no sweeping declaration. Only the quiet, intense understanding that the stakes had just been raised. This wasn't a simple alliance. It was a pact born of necessity, of survival. They all stood on the edge of a precipice, and there was no turning back. The ocean was an unforgiving mistress, and it would test every one of them. As the tall siren's words echoed in his mind, the group shifted, moving to the far side of the cavern where shadows gathered, and the flickering light of bioluminescence cast eerie glows across their faces. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices a low murmur blending with the sounds of the ocean beyond. Seb felt his pulse quicken, the tension thickening the air around them. The sirens, once distant and wary, were now engaged in a quiet strategy session. The stakes were high, and the gravity of their alliance weighed heavily on everyone present. Seb stood a little apart from them, allowing the voices of the sirens to wash over him. His mind raced as he tried to process the enormity of what had just happened. For so long, he had felt like an outsider in this world, a human in a realm of creatures whose ways and politics were foreign to him. But now, after all the turmoil and uncertainty, he felt the stirrings of something new, a bond, not just with Alaric, but with this underwater world itself. They weren't alone in this fight. The sirens, though wary and cautious, had agreed to stand by them. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Seb allowed himself a brief moment of hope. It was fragile, like a flicker of light in the depths of a storm, but it was there. The possibility that, together, they might just be able to challenge the fate that had been thrust upon them. Seb wasn't sure how they would pull it off. He wasn't even sure they had a solid plan yet, but the chance was there, and that alone was worth fighting for. His eyes shifted to Alaric, who stood across the cavern, speaking quietly with the smaller siren. There was something in the way Alaric's posture had changed, a slight easing of the tension that had been so pervasive in his movements before. Seb could see the glint of determination in his eyes, the same resolve that had kept him going through countless trials. But now, there was something more, hope, perhaps, or the belief that this alliance, this fragile partnership between their worlds, might actually work. The sound of the waves outside seemed to grow louder as the sirens continued their hushed discussion. The ocean beyond was vast, unknowable, and filled with dangers that few could comprehend. But it also held the potential for change, for something greater than the endless cycle of fear and bloodshed. The alliance they were forging now was fragile, like the calm before the storm, but Seb knew they had to fight for it, every step of the way. They had to prove that peace was worth risking everything. The words of the tall siren echoed again in his mind, "Tread carefully, human." Seb understood the weight of that warning. He was stepping into a world that wasn't his own, a world governed by ancient laws and rules that had been in place for centuries. The sirens weren't simply agreeing to stand beside him. They were agreeing to challenge everything they had known. And that was a risk, a dangerous one that could cost them everything. But for the first time since he had set foot in this strange world, Seb felt a sense of purpose burning inside him. He wasn't just fighting for survival anymore. He was fighting for a future, one that wasn't defined by fear or the bitter hatred between their two worlds. The tides were changing. And together, with Alaric by his side, with the sirens backing them, they might just have a chance to shift the currents in their favor. Chapter 22. A Forbidden Kiss. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silver glow across the dense forest clearing. The night was still, save for the rustling of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. The air was thick with the scent of pine, mingling with the faint hum of nocturnal creatures hidden in the shadows. Seb's boots crunched on the frost-kissed grass as he paced in tight circles, the rhythmic sound grounding him as his thoughts spiraled. His mind raced, replaying the events of the evening over and over again, each moment a sharp pang of frustration and anger that refused to fade. It hadn't been supposed to happen like this. They were supposed to be a well-oiled machine, focused solely on the mission ahead. Precision, restraint, and calculated action were essential, qualities Seb had always prided himself on, traits that had kept him alive through countless dangers. Yet, with each passing day, with each tense conversation and heated exchange, the mission seemed to slip further out of his control. And every time Alaric entered the room, his commanding presence and sharp, biting words pushed Seb's carefully constructed walls closer to crumbling. Seb clenched his fists, his frustration a gnawing ache in his chest. He had never been one to let emotions interfere with his decisions, yet here he was, caught in the whirlwind of anger and resentment that always seemed to flare up when Alaric was near. It was as though the siren had a way of dismantling everything Seb had worked so hard to build, unraveling his control, exposing vulnerabilities he didn't want to acknowledge. This mission was everything to him, and yet it felt like it was slipping away, like their partnership was doomed from the start. "Going to wear a hole in the ground, are you?" A voice, familiar and laced with a hint of amusement, broke through Seb's thoughts. The drawl was unmistakable, the calm tone masking the undercurrent of challenge. Seb froze mid-step, his body tensing instinctively as the voice registered in his mind. He didn't need to look to know who it was, but he did anyway, his eyes snapping toward the figure emerging from the shadows. Alaric stepped into the clearing, his dark cloak flowing behind him like a ripple in the night, blending seamlessly with the shadows of the surrounding trees. His piercing blue eyes gleamed in the pale light of the moon, holding Seb's gaze with that unnerving intensity that always seemed to unsettle him. For a brief moment, Seb felt his breath hitch, his heart skipping a beat as the air between them thickened with unspoken tension. It wasn't the first time Alaric had this effect on him, but tonight, with everything that had happened, it felt heavier. "You're going to keep pacing like that, or are you going to speak your mind?" Alaric continued, his tone quieter now, almost measured. There was no immediate anger in his voice, no sharp edge like in their previous exchanges. Instead, it was laced with something that almost felt like curiosity, something Seb wasn't sure he wanted to entertain. He opened his mouth to retort but found the words stuck in his throat, his usual sharp responses fading in the face of the siren's unwavering gaze. Seb stood there for a moment, the silence between them stretching taut. It was as though the world around them had frozen, the air thick with the weight of the unspoken. He had been so sure of himself, so certain of the path he was on. And yet, in this moment, standing in the moonlit clearing with Alaric watching him with those penetrating eyes, he felt unsure, exposed in a way he had never allowed himself to feel. His fingers twitched at his sides, longing for something to grasp, but the only thing in reach was the air itself. Finally, Seb exhaled sharply, breaking the silence. "I don't know what you want from me, Alaric," he said, his voice quieter than he intended, betraying the frustration that had been building inside him for so long. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them. "Every time we clash like this, it feels like we're falling apart. This isn't what I signed up for." The words hung in the air between them, raw and unfiltered. Seb felt his chest tighten, but he didn't look away. "I thought you'd gone back to camp," Seb said, his voice strained, betraying the exhaustion that weighed heavily on him. He didn't look at Alaric, unable to bring himself to meet the siren's intense gaze just yet. Instead, Seb stared out at the dark expanse of the forest, his thoughts spiraling in tangled knots. He had been pacing the clearing, trying to calm the storm inside his chest, but Alaric's presence had a way of unraveling whatever tenuous control he'd managed to maintain. "And missed the chance to settle this?" Alaric's voice was smooth, but there was an undercurrent of something sharp beneath the surface, something that made Seb's skin prickle. The words weren't an accusation, but there was a weight to them, a challenge Seb couldn't ignore. The siren stepped closer, his silhouette cutting through the dim moonlight, eyes never leaving Seb as though he were studying every inch of the man before him. "You've been avoiding me all night," Alaric continued, his tone lighter than it had been earlier, but still carrying an undeniable bite. Seb turned away, rubbing a hand over his face in frustration. He could feel Alaric's gaze burning into the back of his neck, the silence between them stretching longer than he liked. "Maybe because every time we talk, it ends in a fight," he muttered, his voice quieter now, laced with resignation. He wasn't sure if he was speaking to Alaric or to himself, but the truth of it stung. The way their conversations always seemed to veer toward conflict, always on the edge of escalation, had become too familiar, too exhausting. It wasn't what he had wanted, but it was the only way things seemed to go. Alaric's chuckle, low and almost bitter, sliced through the tension, pulling Seb's attention back to him. "Maybe because you refuse to admit what's really bothering you," the siren said, his voice laced with an almost mocking amusement. There was no malice in his words, but there was something else, an edge, an understanding that made Seb bristle. As if Alaric could see right through him, could understand something Seb wasn't ready to face. Seb's jaw tightened at the remark, and he finally turned to meet Alaric's gaze, his own expression hardening. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked, his voice rising slightly despite his efforts to keep it calm. He was tired of these veiled insinuations, these subtle jabs that seemed to find their mark every time. He had always been able to control his emotions, to keep them buried beneath the surface. But Alaric, damn him, had a way of drawing out everything Seb tried so hard to hide. Alaric didn't flinch, his expression unreadable, but the flicker of something deep in his eyes made Seb hesitate. "You're not fooling anyone, Seb," Alaric said softly, almost too gently. "You think you can keep burying what you're feeling, but it's eating away at you. You can't just throw yourself into this mission and pretend it doesn't matter. You care about this more than you're willing to admit." Seb felt a pulse of anger flare within him, but it was quickly swallowed by something deeper, something that twisted in his chest. He didn't want to care, didn't want to be caught up in whatever it was that kept pulling him toward Alaric, but he couldn't deny it. The siren had a point. There were days, especially in moments like this, when Seb felt like everything he'd ever known was slipping through his fingers. And the more he fought it, the more he tried to bury the truth, the stronger the pull of that connection became. "Maybe I don't know what I'm feeling," Seb muttered, his voice thick with frustration, his shoulders stiff with the weight of everything he wasn't saying. He took a step back, running a hand through his hair again as if trying to ground himself, to shake off the overwhelming sense of vulnerability that Alaric's words had awakened. "But what I do know is that we're supposed to be a team. And right now, we're falling apart." Seb spun back to face Alaric, his temper flaring like a spark to dry tinder. "What's bothering me is your arrogance," he snapped, his words biting the cold night air. "Your need to be in control of everything, to have everything planned, measured, and predictable. I get it, you're the leader. You've always been the one holding the reins, but—" He took a sharp breath, his frustration rising with every word. "You don't leave room for anyone else, Alaric. Not for me. Not for anyone." The weight of his own feelings made his chest tight, but he couldn't stop himself. The words had been building for days, weeks, and now they spilled out in a flood. Alaric didn't flinch, but his silver eyes glinted with something dangerous, a flicker of something hidden behind the cool mask he wore. His lips curled into a slight smirk, but there was an unmistakable sharpness to his voice when he spoke. "And what about your need to push me away every time I get close?" he asked, his words cutting through the night like a blade. The accusation hung in the air, slicing into Seb with a precision that made his stomach tighten. It was a question Seb had been avoiding for so long, one he hadn't been ready to confront, let alone answer. The silence that followed was thick and suffocating, a weight that pressed down on both of them. It wasn't the comfortable quiet they had shared in the past, the space where they understood each other without speaking. No, this silence was sharp, filled with tension, as though the very air between them had become charged. Seb could feel the weight of Alaric's gaze on him, but he couldn't bring himself to meet it. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding as he fought the emotions swirling inside him: anger, frustration, and something deeper he dared not name. It was too raw, too vulnerable to let slip. His fingers dug into the palms of his hands, but it did little to quell the storm inside. Why had things become so complicated? Why couldn't they just work together without all the unnecessary conflict, the veiled emotions and unspoken truths. He wanted to scream, to lash out, but instead, he just stood there, frozen in place. The idea of letting those feelings surface terrified him. He wasn't supposed to be this person, caught up in feelings he couldn't control, tangled up with someone who made him question everything he thought he knew about himself. Finally, Seb exhaled sharply, his voice low and rough as it broke the stillness. "Why do you do this?" he asked, his words barely above a whisper, as if the question itself might be too much to bear. He could hear the vulnerability in his own tone, the crack of rawness that he hadn't meant to reveal. "Why do you make everything so complicated?" The question hung in the air like a challenge, an attempt to understand the one person who had become both his ally and his greatest source of frustration. Why couldn't Alaric just be simple? Why did everything have to come with such weight, such intensity? Alaric didn't answer immediately. For a long moment, there was nothing but the sound of the night around them, the rustle of the trees, the distant call of an owl. Seb could feel his heart hammering in his chest, each beat a reminder of the frustration, the confusion, and the desire for clarity. He had never been good with emotions, and Alaric's constant ability to stir them up was maddening. He didn't know what he wanted anymore, only that the constant push and pull between them was wearing him thin. When Alaric finally spoke, his voice was softer than Seb had expected, the sharpness gone. "I don't mean to make it complicated," Alaric said quietly, his eyes searching Seb's face as though he were trying to read him, understand him. "But I don't know how to be anything other than what I am. I've spent my life being responsible for everything and everyone around me. I can't afford to let go of control, Seb. Not when the stakes are this high." His gaze never wavered, the vulnerability in his words surprising Seb, even as it left him feeling exposed. Seb's heart stuttered, a fleeting moment of understanding flickering between them. Alaric's walls were just as high as his own, but where Seb had always chosen to withdraw, Alaric had chosen to protect. He had been forced into leadership, into decisions that affected everyone around him. It wasn't an excuse, but for the first time, Seb saw the depth of the burden Alaric carried, something more than just arrogance or pride. Alaric had always been the one who had to hold everything together, even if it meant keeping everyone at arm's length. For a long moment, Seb just stood there, his mind racing as the weight of Alaric's words settled over him. Was he really so different from the siren he had resented for so long? The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. They were both trapped by the same thing, fear. Fear of losing control, fear of what they might feel if they allowed themselves to truly connect. And yet, here they were, standing on the precipice of something neither of them fully understood. Something that could either tear them apart, or bind them together in a way neither had imagined. Seb looked at Alaric, really looked at him for the first time in what felt like forever. The distance between them hadn't been just physical, it had been emotional, a chasm neither had been willing to cross. But now, as they stood there, the walls between them felt thinner, and Seb felt the pull of something undeniable, a bond that neither of them could ignore anymore. Alaric's footsteps were measured, each one bringing him closer, until the space between them seemed to disappear completely. Seb could feel the heat of his presence, radiating even through the chill of the night. Every movement Alaric made was deliberate, controlled, as though he was trying to force Seb to acknowledge something that had been unspoken for far too long. The weight of his approach left Seb unable to breathe properly, his chest tightening, caught between his instincts to pull away and the pull of something deeper, something he hadn't dared acknowledge until now. Alaric stopped just short of Seb, his eyes locked onto his with an intensity that made Seb's breath catch. And then those words came, soft yet piercing, a confession that sliced through the tension between them. "Because you're worth the complication." The sentence seemed to hang in the air like a heavy fog, raw and unguarded. Seb could almost feel the impact of those words reverberating through him, stirring something inside him that he had buried, something he had tried so desperately to avoid acknowledging. His heart thudded painfully against his ribs, the weight of the admission settling over him like a storm gathering on the horizon. Seb swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry as he stared at Alaric, trying to process what he had just heard. Alaric's usual bravado, the hard edge to his demeanor, had softened. His expression was no longer that of a leader standing firm, but of a person who had allowed himself to be vulnerable. In that moment, Seb saw something in him that he hadn't seen before, an openness, a tenderness that cracked the veneer of control Alaric had always maintained. It was achingly vulnerable, and it struck a chord deep within Seb. But despite the sudden rush of emotions threatening to overwhelm him, Seb took an involuntary step back, his mind scrambling for something, anything to hold on to. "This, we can't," Seb said, his voice tight with both desperation and fear. His words came out sharper than he intended, a protective instinct kicking in as he tried to put distance between them. "You know what's at stake." It was the same excuse he'd used before, the same justification for why he had pushed Alaric away at every turn. Their mission was too important, the risks too high. There was no room for distraction, no room for feelings that could cloud their judgment. Not now. Not when everything was on the line. Alaric didn't flinch at Seb's words. Instead, he stood there, unwavering, his gaze never leaving Seb's face. "I know exactly what's at stake," Alaric replied, his voice steady, but the rawness beneath it was undeniable. There was no hiding the truth in his words, no deflecting the fact that, despite the danger, he was willing to face the consequences of their actions. "But I'm done pretending this doesn't matter." The intensity in Alaric's voice cut through Seb like a blade, each word digging deeper into the walls he had carefully built around himself. The simple, unadorned truth in Alaric's declaration forced Seb to confront something he had spent so long avoiding. Alaric had never been one to hide his feelings, but this was different. There was no bravado here, no carefully constructed walls. There was just Alaric, raw and open, his vulnerability laid bare for Seb to see. The walls Seb had built to protect himself began to crack, and with each passing second, it became harder to ignore the undeniable pull he felt toward him. Seb wanted to push him away, wanted to shut down before things went any further. But the words wouldn't come. His mind raced, struggling to reconcile the part of him that longed for connection with the part that screamed for caution. He had always been the one to keep things in check, to stay focused on the mission. But now, with Alaric standing in front of him, offering himself without hesitation, Seb couldn't ignore the way his heart skipped a beat. Alaric stepped closer still, his presence a steady weight against Seb's hesitance. He didn't say anything more, allowing Seb the space to come to his own decision. The silence between them stretched, thick with unspoken truths and emotions too raw to address. Seb's chest tightened, his breath coming in shallow bursts as he fought to keep himself grounded in the here and now. But the longer he stood there, the more the distance between them seemed to shrink, until it felt impossible to keep pretending that none of this mattered. In that moment, Seb realized something he had been too afraid to admit. Alaric was right, this did matter. More than the mission, more than the stakes they faced. There was a connection between them that couldn't be ignored, no matter how much Seb tried to rationalize it. He had spent so long keeping his distance, but the pull toward Alaric was undeniable. And for the first time, Seb allowed himself to feel it, to acknowledge the truth that had been lurking just beneath the surface. The tension between them, thick and palpable, remained, but it had shifted. Seb could feel it, the moment when things changed. And though the road ahead was uncertain, filled with danger and difficult choices, Seb knew one thing for sure: they weren't going to walk it alone. Alaric's movements were swift, calculated, and before Seb could even process his thoughts, Alaric was upon him. In 2 long strides, the space between them evaporated, and Seb found himself caught in the grip of Alaric's hand, which clasped his arm with an intensity that left his skin tingling. The touch was electric, sending an immediate jolt through Seb, igniting something deep within him that he had tried so hard to suppress. For a moment, the world around him seemed to freeze, his breath caught in his throat as he looked up into Alaric's eyes, meeting the fierce, conflicted gaze that mirrored his own emotions. The weight of everything they hadn't said hung heavy between them. In the brief silence that followed, Seb could feel his heart pounding in his chest, an overwhelming mix of anticipation and confusion clouding his mind. He hadn't expected this, hadn't expected the world to shift so drastically in an instant. Alaric's presence was undeniable, his proximity burning like a fire Seb couldn't ignore. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, Alaric's face was suddenly closer, and with a quiet, deliberate movement, he leaned in, his lips brushing gently against Seb's in a hesitant, yet undeniably electric kiss. The sensation was like a spark, igniting a rush of emotions that sent Seb reeling. The forest around them seemed to vanish, the sounds of the night fading into a distant hum as everything narrowed to that singular moment, that touch, that kiss. Seb's mind went blank, his thoughts scattered in a whirlwind of sensation. It was everything he hadn't expected, but everything he had secretly longed for. He surrendered to the kiss, his hands instinctively reaching for Alaric's cloak, clutching it tightly as though it were the only thing keeping him anchored to reality. The softness of Alaric's lips, the warmth that seeped into him from that single touch, overwhelmed him. There was no room for thoughts or doubts now, only the raw intensity of the connection between them. It wasn't just a kiss, it was a release, a breaking down of the walls they had so carefully constructed around their hearts. The kiss was born of something deeper than mere attraction. It was tangled in the tension that had built between them over countless days of shared glances, brief touches, and the quiet understanding that had blossomed in the silence of their most dangerous moments. It was frustration, the kind that came from being so close yet so far apart, constantly at odds with each other, and yet drawn together by something neither of them fully understood. It was also unspoken longing, the yearning that had been brewing beneath the surface, quietly growing until it could no longer be denied. The kiss spoke of all the battles they had fought side by side, of the moments when they had shared unspoken truths through nothing more than a look. It was a culmination of everything they couldn't say, everything that had been left unsaid for far too long. When their lips finally parted, the world seemed to rush back into focus. The cool night air kissed Seb's flushed skin, and he gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling rapidly. His heart raced, each beat louder than the last as the realization of what had just happened hit him with full force. He stood there, dazed, trying to process the whirlwind of emotions flooding through him. Exhilaration surged within him, a high that felt as if he were standing on the edge of something new, something thrilling and terrifying all at once. But beneath the exhilaration, there was also fear, the fear of what this meant, of where this moment would lead them, and of the consequences that might come from it. Seb's eyes fluttered open, his gaze meeting Alaric's with a depth of questions he hadn't known he needed to ask. He saw the storm swirling in Alaric's eyes, confusion, longing, and something else, something deeper that spoke of vulnerability. Alaric's usual composure had been cracked wide open in that moment, revealing a side of him Seb had never allowed himself to truly see. His breath came in sharp bursts, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Seb wasn't sure what to say. Words failed him, too overwhelmed by the rawness of what had just passed between them. The silence stretched on, heavy with the weight of what they had shared and the uncertainty of what would come next. Seb opened his mouth to speak, to ask the questions that had been plaguing him, but the words stuck in his throat. How could he put into words what he was feeling? How could he ask Alaric what this meant without risking everything? But Alaric beat him to it, his voice a low murmur in the cool air, barely audible above the quiet rustling of the trees. "I didn't expect that," Alaric admitted, his voice a little rough, as if the words had taken more out of him than he had anticipated. His gaze was steady, yet there was something in his eyes, an openness, a rawness, that made Seb's heart ache. "But I'm not sorry." The weight of Alaric's words, coupled with the intensity of the kiss, left Seb breathless, as though the air had been knocked out of him. He had no answer to that, no way to explain how he felt in that moment. But somehow, he didn't need to. There was an understanding between them now, one that neither of them had been able to articulate before. "This changes everything," Seb murmured, his voice rough with emotion, the weight of the words settling heavily in the air between them. His breath still came in shallow bursts as his pulse thrummed in his ears, a stark contrast to the quiet of the forest surrounding them. The kiss had stirred something deep within him, something he hadn't allowed himself to feel in years, something he wasn't sure he was ready to face. Yet the taste of Alaric's lips, the warmth that had flooded through him in that brief moment, lingered like an unspoken promise. It was a promise that carried both the thrill of possibility and the threat of danger. Nothing could ever be the same now. Alaric's gaze softened as he held Seb's eyes, his grip on Seb's arm unwavering. "Maybe it's time for things to change," he said, his voice steady but layered with an emotion Seb couldn't quite place. It was as if Alaric, too, was grappling with the enormity of what had just transpired, trying to reconcile the weight of the moment with the dangerous path they were both on. The forest around them, the distant sound of the waves crashing against the shore, felt miles away in that instant. All that mattered was the shared understanding between them, the unspoken bond that had solidified in the wake of their kiss. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The silence was thick, charged with all the unacknowledged emotions that had simmered beneath the surface for so long. Seb could feel the pull between them, a force stronger than any logic or reason, and yet it terrified him. This wasn't supposed to happen, not here, not now. But as he stood there, under the muted light of the moon, the air thick with the scent of pine and earth, he realized he couldn't deny it any longer. Whatever had just shifted between them couldn't be undone, no matter how much either of them tried. The weight of their situation hung over them like a looming storm, its pressure growing with every passing second. They were on the brink of something monumental, something that could alter the course of everything they had worked for. The prophecy, the alliance, the dangers that awaited them, it all seemed to pale in comparison to what had just happened. The future was uncertain, and their mission was fraught with peril. Yet, for that brief, fleeting moment, it felt as though none of it mattered. The outside world could wait. They could face whatever came next together, for just a little while longer. Alaric's hand remained on Seb's arm, a steadying presence that grounded him in the midst of the storm swirling inside his chest. It was a small touch, yet it was laden with meaning, a silent acknowledgement that they were in this together. Seb closed his eyes briefly, taking a slow, deliberate breath, trying to push down the swirling tide of emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. His thoughts were a jumble, uncertainty, desire, fear, all tangled together in a chaotic mess. But the one thing that cut through it all was the undeniable truth that had just been laid bare. Alaric was no longer just his ally. He was something far more complicated, far more essential. He opened his eyes to find Alaric still watching him, his expression unreadable but no less intense. There was a depth in Alaric's gaze that spoke of something more than just the physicality of their kiss. It was as though Alaric understood the gravity of the situation, the danger of what they had just allowed themselves to feel, yet was unwilling to look away. "We'll figure this out," Alaric said, his voice low, his thumb tracing a gentle line along Seb's arm, grounding them both in that moment. Together. The words settled between them like a quiet promise, a commitment that neither of them had made out loud until now. There were no illusions about what this meant, no denying the complexities, the risks. But in that moment, Seb couldn't help but believe him. He wanted to believe him. The future seemed uncertain, their path fraught with obstacles, yet the weight of Alaric's words, the sincerity behind them, offered a flicker of hope in the darkness. Seb swallowed hard, the knot in his throat tightening as he nodded slightly, unsure if he could fully find the words to express what he felt. "We'll figure it out," he echoed, his voice quieter this time, more uncertain. It wasn't an easy decision to make, and the consequences of their actions would ripple through everything they were working toward. But for the first time in a long while, Seb felt the faint stirrings of something he hadn't realized he had been searching for: trust. The kind of trust that wasn't just about survival, but about something deeper, something that could carry them through the storm. And that, in itself, was enough to keep him grounded, for now. Chapter 23: The Siren's Betrayal. The council's chamber was a vast, imposing space, its high vaulted ceilings casting shadows that seemed to stretch for miles. The amber light from flickering torches created an eerie, almost suffocating atmosphere, its warm glow contrasting with the cold, stark marble that lined the walls. The air was thick with murmurs, the whispers of those gathered within the chamber crawling like insects across the stone floors. The room buzzed with accusations and conspiracies, veiled threats drifting through the crowd, each voice rising in pitch as the tension escalated. It was a place of power and betrayal, where every word held weight, and every glance carried the potential for ruin. Yet, amid the clamor, one name rang out louder than the rest: Alaric. But Alaric was not in the chamber. Not yet, anyway. He was still far from the heart of the storm that raged within those walls, standing in the darkened halls of the council's keep. The cold stone underfoot felt like a reminder of his isolation, his connection to the events unfolding slipping further away with each passing second. His wrists were bound tightly with iron shackles, the metal biting into his skin, sending painful reminders of his captivity. The physical restraint was nothing compared to the invisible chains of betrayal that weighed heavily on his chest. The sting of it was fresh, sharper than any wound, more crippling than the knowledge that he was now at the mercy of the very council he had once been a part of. It wasn't just the betrayal of power, it was the betrayal of trust. Standing across from him was the figure responsible for his downfall, Esrin. The same person he had once trusted with everything, his secrets, his plans, and even his heart. There had been a time when Alaric would have placed his life in Esrin's hands without hesitation, when they had shared the same ideals and fought for the same cause. But now, as he looked at Esrin, those memories felt like lies, their foundation crumbling beneath the weight of the betrayal. The sight of Esrin, standing there as if nothing had changed, caused something cold and sharp to twist inside of him. Why? Alaric's voice was low, his words cutting through the tension like a blade. The question was simple, but the anger behind it was anything but. It wasn't just a question of motives. It was the culmination of years of trust and loyalty that had been shattered in an instant. Why had Esrin done this? Why had they chosen to betray him in the worst possible way, when they both knew what was at stake? His voice trembled with quiet fury, but his eyes never left Esrin, searching for answers, for some shred of the person he had once known. Esrin's gaze met his, but it was no longer the familiar warmth that Alaric had once relied on. Instead, there was something hard and calculating in their eyes, a look that spoke of desperation and self-preservation. The expression that flickered across Esrin's face teetered between regret and defiance, as if they were trying to reconcile the actions they had taken with the person they once had been. There was a hesitation in their posture, a shift in the air between them as Esrin opened their mouth to speak. "You left me no choice, Alaric," Esrin replied, their voice steady, though it lacked the conviction that it once might have held. "The council would have found out eventually. I couldn't take that risk." There was a bitter edge to their words, a justification that didn't sit right with Alaric. It wasn't just the betrayal itself that stung. It was the fact that Esrin had done it under the guise of protection, as though their actions had been necessary, even noble. But Alaric wasn't fooled. He saw through the facade, and the sting of that realization was enough to make his blood run cold. Alaric shook his head slowly, the bitter taste of disbelief on his tongue. "You think I would have let them expose the prophecy? Let them tear everything we've built apart," he said, his voice growing stronger, more forceful with each word. The idea that Esrin had acted out of concern for him, or for the greater good, felt like a betrayal in itself. He had trusted Esrin with the plan, with the knowledge of what was to come, and yet Esrin had chosen to undermine it all for their own survival. Esrin's face remained impassive, but Alaric could see the conflict simmering beneath the surface. "I didn't have a choice. You had already gone too far. The council was already questioning your loyalty. If I hadn't stepped in, you would have been exposed, and everything we've worked for would have been lost." The words were defensive, and Alaric could hear the fear in them, no matter how much Esrin tried to hide it. It wasn't just a matter of saving their own skin. It was about preserving their place in a system that had always been brutal, always been unforgiving. For a moment, the tension between them grew suffocating, the silence hanging heavily as Alaric processed what had just been said. His mind raced through the implications of Esrin's actions, trying to piece together what had gone wrong, how they had come to this point. He had trusted Esrin with everything, his life, his ambitions, his future, and now, in the dim light of the council's keep, that trust had been broken. Alaric wasn't sure if he could ever rebuild it, even if they both survived what was to come. "I never thought you'd betray me like this," Alaric finally whispered, the words carrying more weight than anything he had said before. It wasn't just a statement of disappointment, it was the last piece of the foundation crumbling beneath him. His voice cracked with the realization that the person he had once believed in was gone, replaced by someone who had chosen to protect their own survival at the cost of everything else. The question now was what they would do with the remnants of that broken trust. Would they fight together, or had this betrayal severed their bond beyond repair? You couldn't take the risk? Alaric's voice was low, but it was edged with an intensity that vibrated through the air. He took a step forward, though the two guards flanking him moved to tighten their grip on his shoulders. The cold steel of their hands was a stark contrast to the fire that surged through Alaric's veins, but he didn't let it stop him. His gaze never left Esrin. You were part of this. You helped build this alliance. You knew what we were fighting for. You knew what was at stake. Esrin flinched at the words, but the defensiveness in their stance was immediate. They looked away briefly, as if gathering their thoughts, before they shot back, their voice cracking with the force of their emotions. And I believed in it. They seemed almost desperate to justify their actions, but there was a painful tremor in their words. But this wasn't just rebellion, Alaric. It was treason. When I realized how far you'd go, how far we'd all go, I had to act. Their words echoed in the space between them, a declaration that stung deeper than any physical blow. Treason. The word hung in the air like a poisoned arrow. It cut through the tension like nothing else could, severing the fragile thread of trust that had once connected them. The weight of it settled heavily on Alaric's chest, dragging his breath in short, sharp pulls. His heart raced, and for a moment, he couldn't reconcile the person standing before him with the Esrin he had once known. The betrayal wasn't just political, it was personal. Treason, he whispered, as if the word itself had shattered him. The weight of it was more suffocating than the chains now holding him in place. He wanted to say something, to refute it, but the truth was, the damage had already been done. Esrin's hands were clenched into fists, their knuckles white with the effort. But there was something else in their eyes, a sheen of tears, a vulnerability that Alaric hadn't expected. It was as if, in that brief moment, the walls that Esrin had built up were faltering, and Alaric saw them for what they truly were, scared. Scared of the choices they had made. Scared of the consequences. You don't have to do this, Alaric said, his voice softer now, though his frustration was palpable. This isn't about the council. This is about you. About your fear. His words were slow, deliberate, as he tried to break through the layers of defense Esrin had built around themselves. You betrayed me because you couldn't bear the consequences of what we were doing. Don't you dare pretend this was about anything noble. Esrin's expression faltered for just a moment, the cracks in their facade beginning to show. For a brief instant, their resolve wavered, and Alaric saw something in their eyes, a flash of regret. But it was fleeting. In the next breath, Esrin straightened, the hardness returning to their features. The walls were back up. It doesn't matter what it was about, Esrin said, their voice regaining its steely edge. The council knows everything now. The alliances, the plans, even. Their words trailed off, as if the weight of the revelation was too much for them to fully voice. But Alaric knew what they were hinting at, and it made his blood run cold. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. The betrayal had gone deeper than he'd feared. It wasn't just that Esrin had acted on their own accord. It was that they had shared everything with the council. Everything. The alliances they had forged, the strategies they had painstakingly planned out in secret, all of it was now in the hands of the council. There would be no room for diplomacy, no room for negotiation. The council had the power to tear apart everything Alaric had worked for, everything they had built together. Alaric swallowed hard, a knot forming in his throat. You've doomed us, he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. His eyes burned with the intensity of his emotions, but he fought to hold back the flood of anger and sorrow that threatened to overwhelm him. His heart felt as though it had been wrenched from his chest, twisted, and left to bleed on the cold stone floor. Esrin had chosen to side with the very forces they had once fought against, and Alaric couldn't understand how they could have done it. How they could have thrown everything away so easily. Esrin stood there, unmoving, their face a mask of cold resolve, but Alaric could see the flicker of something in their eyes. A flash of uncertainty. A moment of doubt, perhaps, but it was gone before Alaric could grasp it. He took a step forward, closer to them, despite the guards holding him in place. "Did it ever matter to you, Esrin?" he asked, his voice raw with the weight of his emotions. "Did any of it ever matter? The cause? The fight? Or was it always about protecting yourself?" His voice broke at the end, the vulnerability he had been holding back spilling out. He wanted an answer, but a part of him knew it was already too late for that. Esrin's gaze shifted, and for a fleeting moment, Alaric thought he saw a flicker of regret in their eyes. But it was gone before it could settle. "You were too far gone, Alaric," they said quietly, almost as though speaking to themselves. "I couldn't follow you down that path." It was the final nail in the coffin, and the words reverberated through Alaric's mind like a death knell. There was no going back now. No chance for redemption. They had reached an impasse, and it was one that neither of them could escape. Esrin stopped short, the words dying on their lips, but the silence that followed said more than any explanation could. Alaric's breath hitched as the truth clicked into place, a sharp and sudden realization that pierced through the numbness settling over him. "Even Seb," he said, his voice low, almost disbelieving. The name hung in the air between them like a blade suspended mid-fall, sharp and waiting. The weight of it sank into Alaric's chest, heavy and unforgiving. Esrin's eyes darted away, shame twisting their expression. Guilt etched itself in the tense lines of their jaw, the downcast tilt of their head, and the way they refused to meet Alaric's gaze. That single, silent gesture shattered any remaining doubts. They didn't have to confirm it. The answer was already there, in their hesitation, in the way they shrank from his voice, in the flicker of remorse that couldn't quite mask their resolve. "You sold him out, too." Alaric's voice was just above a whisper, but each word landed like a curse, laced with betrayal and fury. The venom in his tone cut deeper than any accusation. The image of Seb, loyal, fierce, and unshakably by his side, flickered behind Alaric's eyes, and the pain of that imagined loss was almost too much to bear. If Seb had been dragged into this, if he was suffering now because of Esrin's betrayal, Alaric didn't know if he could ever forgive himself. Before he could say another word, the guards tightened their grip on his arms. Their silence was impersonal, their movements practiced. With a shove, they forced him forward, boots echoing against the cold stone floor as they approached the looming doors ahead. The carved wood split open with a heavy groan, revealing the council chamber beyond, a place of judgment, and now, a stage for his downfall. The room was packed with robed figures seated in rows along the curved table, their faces half lit by the flickering firelight from the torches on the walls. As Alaric was marched forward, the room buzzed to life, whispers sweeping through like a storm wind. He caught fragments of phrases: traitor, rebellion, alliance with the enemy, but none louder than the pounding of his own heart. They all stared at him as though he were already condemned. He was forced to his knees before the high table, the sharp stone biting into his legs. His iron shackles clinked dully as he settled into place, the final insult in a list of indignities. He kept his chin lifted, refusing to bow, refusing to break, not here, not in front of them. The firelight gleamed off the metal binding his wrists, casting twisted shadows across his face. In those flames, he could almost see the faces of everyone he had fought beside, faces now betrayed by the one who had claimed to protect them. At the center of the council table, High Chancellor Theron rose with deliberate slowness, his robes flowing like ink across parchment. His face was carved from stone, all sharp edges and cold judgment, and his eyes, clear and colorless, bore down on Alaric with a predator's focus. He said nothing for a long moment, letting the silence stretch until it wrapped around the chamber like a noose. Finally, Theron spoke, his voice a blade honed by years of authority. "Alaric Venn," he began, each word pronounced with chilling precision. "You stand accused of conspiracy against the realm, forging alliances with enemies of the crown, and endangering the fragile peace we have worked so hard to maintain. The accusations echoed through the chamber like a sentence already delivered, and a hush fell as the words settled over them like ash after a fire. Alaric didn't flinch. He didn't drop his gaze. The truth was heavier than his chains, but he wore it with the pride of a man who had chosen his path and refused to regret it. Let them call him traitor. Let them speak of peace as if it hadn't come at a terrible cost. He had fought for something greater, for those forgotten by the council, for those trampled under their so-called order. If this was to be the end, then he would face it with unbroken defiance, because the truth, no matter how deeply buried, would outlive them all. Alaric tilted his head upward, meeting the council's judgmental gaze with unwavering defiance. Though the shackles around his wrists remained cold and unforgiving, the fire in his eyes burned hotter still. "The peace you speak of is a lie," he said, his voice steady and sharp as a drawn blade. "It is peace bought with silence, upheld by oppression and fear. If standing against that makes me guilty in your eyes, then so be it. I'd rather fall for truth than kneel for a lie." A collective gasp swept through the chamber like a gust of wind, followed by a wave of murmurs and rustling robes. The gathered councilors shifted uneasily in their seats, some whispering to one another behind raised hands. But High Chancellor Theron remained unmoved, his expression carved from ice. He stepped forward with deliberate calm, folding his hands before him as though Alaric's words were little more than the buzzing of an insect. "Your bold words do you no favors," Theron said coolly. "Tell me, then, do you deny the evidence brought forth by your ally Esrin Cullis?" At the mention of the name, Alaric's gaze shifted to the edge of the chamber where Esrin stood under the heavy eyes of the court. Pale and rigid, Esrin looked every inch the reluctant witness. Their mouth was a grim line, and though they held their stance, something in their eyes betrayed them. Alaric saw it, a flicker of something buried beneath guilt and resolve. Regret, perhaps. But it was too late for regret to mean anything now. "I deny nothing," Alaric said, turning back to face the council, his voice resonating through the chamber like a vow. "Because the truth cannot be denied. Yes, I forged alliances. Yes, I took risks. But I did so in the name of justice, not treason. You may twist my actions to fit your narrative, but the cause remains just. You call it rebellion, I call it hope." A hush followed his declaration, broken only by the creak of Theron's chair as the Chancellor sat down again, his expression inscrutable. Then, slowly, a cold smile formed on his lips, one that carried neither humor nor mercy. "Justice?" he echoed, as if tasting the word on his tongue. "Is that what you call the reckless endangerment of countless lives? The destabilization of entire provinces? Your ideals may have once sounded noble, Alaric, but your methods have burned villages, sparked uprisings, and cost innocents their lives." Alaric clenched his jaw, feeling the tension ripple down his spine. He could still see those villages in his mind, some thriving in new freedom, others caught in the crossfire. Not all of their choices had been clean, but none had been made lightly. "War always brings suffering," he said quietly. "But it's not the resistance that struck first. It's this council's refusal to listen, to see. You speak of order, but you ignore the rot beneath it. My actions forced you to look." Theron leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. "Your actions forced the realm to the brink of collapse. There is no glory in that, only ruin." His voice grew sharper now, rising above the murmurs that followed. "And ruin is not a price we are willing to pay for your so-called truth. The laws are clear. Treason is punishable by death." The words hung heavy in the chamber, final and merciless. But Alaric didn't flinch. Instead, he held his head high, the defiance in his eyes unbroken. "Then let history remember me as a traitor," he said, his voice calm. "Because if standing for the voiceless means standing against you, then I will wear that title with pride." Theron didn't say another word. With a curt flick of his hand, he gestured to the guards. Without hesitation, they closed in, yanking Alaric roughly to his feet. His shackles clanked against the stone floor as they began to drag him toward the exit. The chamber's grand doors opened, and as he was pulled through them, the voices of the council swelled behind him, harsh, buzzing, and full of judgment. Their words blurred into a distant hum, echoing through the corridors like a swarm of bees stirred from their hive. The deeper they went, the colder it became. The torches lining the walls grew fewer, their light dim and flickering. Down they descended, past worn staircases and narrow tunnels, until they reached the lower levels of the keep. The river that ran beneath the stronghold made its presence known in the damp air, and the musty scent of mildew clung to every stone. When they reached the final cell, the guards shoved Alaric inside without ceremony. The iron bars groaned as they slammed shut behind him, the metallic clatter ringing in his ears long after they walked away. The cell was no more than a shadowed hole in the earth. Its walls were slick with condensation, the stone floor uneven and worn. A thin stream of water trickled somewhere in the distance, its sound eerily constant. There was no window, no light, only the oppressive weight of solitude pressing down like a second set of chains. Alaric leaned back against the wall, breathing slowly as his eyes adjusted to the dark. For a long while, he didn't move. He let the silence close in, let it surround him completely. His thoughts churned in an endless loop: Esrin's betrayal, Seb's name hanging in the air like a blade, the council's verdict echoing in his ears. The more he tried to make sense of it all, the more the storm within him raged. But amidst the chaos in his heart, one truth became painfully clear: Seb was in danger. And it was his fault. A wave of guilt crashed through him, nearly robbing him of breath. Seb had trusted him, believed in him. And now Seb's life, too, was caught in the council's web, dragged into the fire Alaric had lit. That thought stung worse than the betrayal, worse than the threat of death. It burned through his chest like ice, hollowing him out from within. But even in that hollow space, something else began to stir. It was anger, yes, but not the reckless, lashing kind. This was fire tempered by resolve, forged in grief and guilt and love. They had taken nearly everything from him: his freedom, his cause, his friends. But they hadn't taken the truth. They hadn't taken the memory of what he and Seb had shared. And they hadn't taken his will. Alaric straightened slowly, pushing away from the wall. His wrists throbbed where the shackles dug in, but he ignored the pain. Pain was a reminder that he was still alive, and where there was life, there was still a chance. They wanted him to break here. They wanted him to disappear into this forgotten hole in the ground, to vanish like all the others who had defied the crown. But he wasn't done. In that damp, lightless cell, Alaric made a vow. It wasn't loud or dramatic, just a whisper in the dark, a breath of defiance in a place meant to crush it. This wasn't the end. It couldn't be. Not while Seb was still out there. Not while the truth still needed to be heard. He would find a way. One way or another, this wasn't over. Chapter 24: The Captain's Desperation. The storm rolled in with unnatural speed, swallowing the sky in a tapestry of roiling black clouds that clawed hungrily at the horizon. Thunder cracked like the roar of some ancient beast as Seb steered his ship toward the jagged cliffs, the sea beneath them frothing in fury. Rain pelted the deck in sheets, soaking his coat and seeping through to his skin, but Seb didn't flinch. There was no room for hesitation, not when every minute counted. Alaric was locked away in the council's dungeons, and waiting for calm weather would only cost them more precious time. The ship groaned beneath his feet as it bucked against the relentless waves, each swell threatening to capsize them. Seb's hands gripped the wheel tightly, the knuckles straining white with tension. Salt spray stung his eyes, but he refused to blink. He could see the cliffs now, towering and sharp as teeth, daring him to draw closer. Every crash of water against the hull sounded like a countdown, every gust of wind a reminder of the man he was racing to save. Alaric's face burned in his thoughts, proud, defiant, vulnerable. Seb couldn't bear the idea of him locked in chains, surrounded by people who wanted him broken. A voice tore through the wind, raw and panicked. "Captain?" Seb turned sharply to Siren, his first mate, clinging to the railing, soaked through and pale from the cold. "We can't keep this up much longer." "The crew." His words were ripped away by the wind, but the fear in his eyes was clear. "Hold the course." Seb's voice was like iron, cutting cleanly through the chaos. He didn't care if the storm tore the sails from the masts, or if the sea tried to swallow them whole. They were going to reach the cove, or they were going down trying. Alaric had once told him he was reckless with his heart. Maybe he was right. But this time, it wasn't about recklessness. It was about loyalty. It was about love. Ren's jaw clenched with indecision, but after a heartbeat, he nodded and stumbled back into the storm. Seb didn't watch him go. He kept his eyes locked on the cliffs, guiding the ship with stubborn precision. He knew what lay beyond them, hidden by the crashing surf and the legends whispered by sailors in hushed tones. The Sirens' Refuge. A place cloaked in myth, where magic still held sway and the council's spies dared not tread. Most men avoided the place, claiming it cursed, unreachable. But Seb wasn't most men. He knew the risks, knew that sailing into that treacherous channel could mean death. But if there was even a sliver of hope, he'd take it. The refuge was one of the only places left where secrets could survive, and where allies might still remember Alaric's name with loyalty instead of scorn. The wind howled like a living thing as the ship closed the distance. Waves crashed against the cliffs with thunderous fury, but Seb saw the narrow pass opening like a mouth between two stone fangs. He steered them into it without hesitation, trusting the sea charts he'd memorized and the instincts that had kept him alive this long. This had to work. It would work. As the ship slipped into the shadow of the cliffs, the storm seemed to fall back slightly, muffled by the high stone walls of the hidden cove. Seb finally allowed himself a breath, ragged, wet, and cold. He had made it. Now came the harder part, finding those who still owed Alaric their loyalty, and preparing to tear down the walls of the council itself. The Siren community had always been the stuff of whispered stories, legends told in taverns after too many drinks, warnings exchanged by sailors staring out into dark waters. To most, they were nothing more than cautionary tales draped in seafoam and song. But Seb had seen them with his own eyes. He remembered their beauty, haunting and wild, like the sea itself. Their voices could coax the wind to stillness and bring ships to ruin. But it wasn't their magic that drew him back to them now. It was their loyalty, fierce and unwavering for those they claimed as kin. If anyone could help him save Alaric, it was the Sirens. Still, he knew that finding them was only the beginning. Convincing them to help a human, and one who carried the weight of rebellion and betrayal on his shoulders, would be something else entirely. Seb had once walked a fine line with them, respected perhaps, but never fully trusted. Now, he would have to risk everything to prove that Alaric's cause was one they could stand behind. As his ship creaked into the shelter of the cove, the storm seemed to hesitate, its fury lessening as if unsure of trespassing further. Jagged rocks stood like sentinels at the mouth of the inlet, and Seb called for the anchor to be dropped. With a final glance at his crew, he climbed into the skiff alone. The little boat pitched beneath him, protesting each stroke of the oars as he navigated toward the slim opening between the cliffs. The waves gentled as he passed through, swallowed by silence. Inside, the air felt charged, heavy with an unseen force. It was warmer than the sea outside, carrying a faint, sweet scent that reminded him of something he couldn't quite place. The lagoon ahead shimmered with unnatural light, the water glowing a soft blue-green from bioluminescent algae that clung to rocks and trailed like underwater fireflies. Seb's grip tightened on the oars as he scanned the crescent-shaped shoreline for movement. He knew they were watching. The Sirens always saw before they were seen. He drifted closer to the sandbank, half expecting an arrow to hiss from the trees or the water to rise and pull him under. But it wasn't an attack that greeted him. It was a voice, smooth and melodic, slipping into his mind like silk. "Captain Sebastian!" It purred, rising from the shadows between two silver-leaf trees. A figure stepped forward, her long hair glistening with droplets that caught the lagoon's glow, her eyes like shards of green glass. Seb straightened, his heart thudding in his chest as the siren approached. She was taller than he remembered, her presence commanding without needing to speak loudly. "Elandra," he said, recognizing the leader of the Sirens, the one who had spared him once when others had not. "I need your help." Her lips curled in something between amusement and curiosity. "You always return with need on your tongue." she said, circling him with the slow grace of a predator. But this time, it is not your life you wish to save. It is his. She didn't need to say Alaric's name. The knowledge shimmered in her gaze, the siren's awareness stretching further than most dared to imagine. Yes, Seb said, refusing to flinch under her scrutiny. He's in danger. The council means to destroy him, because he dared to build something better. Something free. His voice dropped, edged with desperation. I don't ask this as a sailor or a rebel. I ask it as someone who owes you everything. And as someone who loves him. Seb froze, his grip on the oars tightening as the water stilled beneath him. From the jagged rocks ahead, a figure stepped forward, her presence commanding the very air around her. Her skin shimmered like pearl, catching the faint glow of the lagoon's waters, and her hair flowed in waves of silver and blue, cascading over her shoulders like liquid moonlight. But it was her eyes that held him in place, sharp, ancient, and unyielding, the gaze of a predator evaluating a trespasser. You've come a long way to enter our waters uninvited, she said, her voice a haunting melody that wrapped around his thoughts, lovely and dangerous all at once. Though her tone was soft, there was no mistaking the warning beneath her words. Her fingers curled around a coral-carved staff, the air around her vibrating faintly with magic. Seb nodded, forcing himself to meet her gaze. I need your help, he said, steady despite the weight of her presence. Alaric Venn has been captured by the council. If they break him, if they force him to renounce what we built, it will all fall apart. Everything we've worked toward will be lost. The siren narrowed her eyes, tilting her head slightly as if trying to gauge the truth behind his plea. And why? She asked. Should that concern us? The affairs of men have brought little more than poison to our waters. We do not bleed for your wars. Her voice did not rise, yet each syllable hit with the force of a crashing tide. Seb took a breath and stepped out of the skiff, boots sinking slightly into the wet stone as he moved toward the shore. He kept his hands visible, his posture open but unwavering. Because this isn't just about men anymore, he said, his voice firm with conviction. The council's power grows unchecked. They silence any who defy them, human or otherwise. If they succeed in crushing this rebellion, it won't stop there. They'll look beyond the land, toward the sea. Toward you? The siren's expression remained unreadable, but the lagoon itself seemed to stir at his words, a ripple of energy passing through the bioluminescent waters. You speak boldly, she said after a long pause. But words are easy currency. You speak of Alaric Venn as if he is more than just another man clinging to an impossible dream. He is, Seb replied without hesitation. He's the only one who tried to change things, not for himself, but for everyone. He believes there's a future where your people and mine don't have to hide or fight for scraps of freedom. He risked everything to build that future. And I, his voice caught, emotion cracking the edge of his resolve. I can't let them destroy him for it. The silence that followed was thick with tension, broken only by the soft lapping of water against stone. The siren's gaze did not soften, but her eyes narrowed in thought. Then perhaps, she murmured, we should see whether your heart is as steadfast as your tongue. She turned and gestured for him to follow, her voice drifting over her shoulder. Come. The others will want to hear what you said for themselves. Another siren stepped out from the shadows, his presence no less striking than the first. His hair shimmered like strands of obsidian in moonlight, and his skin held the same luminous sheen as his companions, but his eyes were harder, glacial and unyielding. And yet, he said coolly, when have humans ever kept their promises? You speak of unity, but your kind only ever seeks to conquer. You come bearing words, but your hands are stained with the salt of old betrayals. Seb's jaw clenched at the accusation. He couldn't argue it, not fully. History had done enough to fuel the siren's distrust, and the stories of human greed and broken treaties weren't just myths whispered in fear. They were truths etched into centuries of blood and water. But that wasn't why he was here. He hadn't come to relitigate the past. He'd come to save the one man who had tried to reshape the future. I don't expect you to trust me, Seb said, forcing his voice to rise above the thundering in his chest. But trust Alaric. He's the one who believed this could work, who believed you deserved better than hiding in the depths while the surface world grew more dangerous by the day. He risked everything to protect that belief. And now I'm here, asking you to do the same for him." A heavy silence fell over the lagoon. The sirens regarded one another, their eyes flicking between Seb and the glowing waters beneath them. The stillness was unnerving, broken only by the occasional whisper of water against stone. Their silent language passed like ripples on the surface, too subtle for Seb to understand but heavy with intent. He stood motionless, letting them decide whether he would be ally or enemy. At last, the female siren, the first to speak, turned back to him, her expression unreadable. "There is a price for our help," she said, each word deliberate. "We do not offer aid freely, especially not to one who brings the shadow of the council to our shores." Seb straightened, his heart thudding in his chest. He had expected this. Nothing in their world came without cost, not trust, not loyalty, not salvation. Still, he met her gaze without flinching. "Name it," he said. "Whatever it is, I'll pay it." The male siren's lips curled into a faint, humorless smile. "Careful, human," he warned. "Some debts bind deeper than chains, and some bargains reshape the soul." But Seb didn't look away. He had made peace with the danger the moment he'd sailed into the storm. If it took surrendering a piece of himself to save Alaric, so be it. "Then let it reshape me," he said softly, "so long as it brings him back." Seb's heart twisted in his chest, but he didn't hesitate. "Name it," he repeated, his voice low and resolute. Whatever the cost, he had already decided he would bear it. The only thing that mattered was getting Alaric back before it was too late. Every moment wasted was another lash of suffering at the council's hand, another chance for Alaric to be broken beyond repair. The siren stepped closer, the glow of the lagoon casting strange shadows across her face. "You will owe us a debt," she said, her voice like silk over steel. "A life for a life. When the time comes, we will call upon you, and you will not refuse, no matter the cost." Her words hit Seb like a cold wind. He had expected a demand, yes, but not one so absolute. A life for a life. It could mean anything. A favor, a sacrifice, a death. His mind reeled with possibilities, each more grim than the last, but there was no room for hesitation. Not with Alaric's life hanging in the balance. The image of Alaric's face, pale and bruised, shackled in the council's dungeons, flared in Seb's mind. That memory anchored him. He couldn't afford to back away now, not when Alaric had stood firm in the face of betrayal and imprisonment. If this was the price, Seb would pay it. He had to. "I accept," he said, the words steady even as his stomach churned. For a moment, silence settled over the lagoon like a held breath. The siren studied him with ancient eyes, measuring the weight of his choice. Then the lead siren's lips curved into a faint smile, not kind, not cruel, simply knowing. "Very well, Captain," she said. "We will help you." The other siren stepped forward, his arms crossing over his chest as he spoke. "Do not forget this promise," he warned. "Even if the world burns around you, we will come to collect. And when we do, you will answer." Seb inclined his head, accepting the threat as part of the deal. Understood. There was no turning back now. Whatever storm he had walked into, he would see it through to the end, for Alaric's sake, and for the fragile hope they had both dared to believe in. The sirens turned then, slipping silently into the glowing waters of the lagoon. Seb stood alone on the rocky shore, the weight of his vow pressing down like a second storm, darker and more dangerous than the one he just sailed through. But deep beneath it all, one thing burned brighter than fear: resolve. As the sirens began their preparations, Seb remained still at the edge of the lagoon, his boots half submerged in the glowing water. He watched as the ethereal beings moved with purpose, weaving strands of magic through the air like threads of moonlight. Their voices rose in haunting harmony, a song older than any human language, resonating deep in the bones. Though he didn't understand the words, the weight of them pressed against his chest, a solemn promise of power and cost. The lagoon pulsed with energy, the bioluminescent glow intensifying until it shimmered like liquid starlight. Mist coiled over the surface, swirling in patterns that defied wind or tide. One by one, the sirens slipped into the water, their forms disappearing beneath the surface as they summoned the ancient spell. Seb could feel it working, feel the shift in the world around him. It was as if the very air grew heavier, filled with tension, with magic. Seb clenched his fists at his sides, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon beyond the cove. Somewhere out there, across seas and stone walls, Alaric waited. Whether he still held out hope or had surrendered to despair, Seb didn't know. But he could not allow himself to imagine failure. He had to believe Alaric was holding on, that he still believed in him. That belief was the only thing keeping Seb from unraveling under the weight of his choices. He had made a deal with creatures born of ocean and myth, sworn to a debt that might one day claim his life. But regret held no power over him now. Seb had lived a life of risk and fire, and he would not flinch from the flames this time. Alaric had once saved him from the edge of ruin, pulled him from the wreckage of his own destruction, and shown him something worth fighting for. It was his turn to return the favor. As the spell reached its peak, the waters began to part. A spiral of sea foam and light opened in the center of the lagoon, revealing a hidden path that plunged downward into the depths. The song of the sirens faded into a single, sustained note, vibrating through the air like a held breath. Seb stepped forward, his heart pounding with fear and determination in equal measure. The lead siren surfaced again, her silver hair streaming like kelp around her. "The path will not remain open long," she warned, her voice softer now, almost reverent. "At its end lies the old current, the river beneath the council's keep. Follow it, and you'll surface within their walls. But beware, Captain. Magic cannot protect you once you arrive." Seb gave a short nod, his expression grim. "I don't need protection. Just the way in." He stepped into the spiral, cold water rising around his legs as he moved deeper. Every step was a promise, to Alaric, to the cause, to the soul he had just bartered for a chance. With one last glance at the sky above, Seb inhaled and dove beneath the surface. The spiral closed behind him in a hush of silence, and the lagoon returned to stillness, save for the echo of a vow made in shadows and light, in love and desperation. Chapter 25. A Dangerous Escape. The council's stronghold loomed like a jagged wound against the night sky, its towers and battlements rising from the cliffside like the broken teeth of some ancient beast. Rain slicked the stone, and thunder rumbled in the distance, but Seb paid it no mind. He crouched in the shelter of a weathered buttress, his breath slow and deliberate. The shimmer of siren magic still clung to him like a second skin, but he could feel it weakening, thinning like morning mist. Every second he lingered brought him closer to discovery. He had to move. Clutched in his palm was the vial, no larger than a thumb and glowing faintly with aquamarine light. It pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, humming with restrained power. The sirens had been clear. The magic within was potent, but limited. One misstep, one careless use, and the gift would be spent. Seb cradled it with the care of someone holding fire, beautiful, dangerous, and essential. He breathed through the rising anxiety, focusing only on his goal. Alaric was here, somewhere in the stone belly of this monstrous place. He would not leave without him. He scanned the high wall ahead, its surface slick and uneven but climbable. Just beyond, a guard tower overlooked the outer courtyard. Seb waited in perfect stillness as a sentry paced the ramparts above, counting each step, each pause. Then, in a flash of movement, he darted across the exposed courtyard, his boots finding silent purchase on wet stone. He pressed himself into the curve of an arched doorway, hidden in shadow, listening for any signs of alarm. None came. So far, so good. Once inside, the atmosphere changed. The keep's interior was colder, darker, airless and stale like something long entombed. Water dripped from the ceiling in rhythmic plinks, echoing down narrow, winding halls carved from the same oppressive gray stone. Seb moved with purpose, recalling each turn of the map burned into his mind. The dungeon lay beneath the eastern wing, deep below the council chambers where judgments were made and fates decided. That's where they'd put him. That's where they'd put Alaric. A sudden flicker of light warned him. Torch fire, and with it, the soft clink of armor. A guard. Seb slipped into a crumbling alcove, one hand already on the vial. As the soldier drew near, Seb uncorked the container and whispered the phrase the sirens had etched into his mind. The glow erupted softly, bathing the hallway in blue light for the span of a breath. The guard faltered, blinked, and then slumped soundlessly to the floor, eyes glassy and unfocused. Seb caught him before he hit the ground and eased him down, careful not to disturb a single buckle or weapon. Hard hammering, he moved on, deeper into the fortress. The magic was already beginning to fade, the shimmer around him dulling, his movements feeling heavier with each step. He couldn't rely on it much longer. But the door he sought finally appeared, reinforced iron, banded with rusting steel, flanked by 2 torches whose flames barely flickered in the stagnant air. No guard stood outside, which was either a sign of arrogance or confidence. Either way, it made Seb's job easier. He slid a pick from his belt and knelt beside the heavy lock. Sweat dripped from his brow as he worked, the tumblers inside reluctant but not immune to coaxing. After a tense moment, there was a soft click. Seb exhaled slowly and pushed the door open just wide enough to slip inside. The room was pitch black, save for a single barred window high above that let in a sliver of moonlight. A shadow moved in the far corner, tall, slumped, chained. "Alaric," Seb whispered, stepping forward. The figure stirred, and a voice answered, rough but unmistakably his. "Took you long enough." Seb caught the guard's falling body with practiced precision, his arms strong but gentle as he eased the man to the cold stone floor. He paused, listening for any sign of disturbance, but the only sound was the distant rush of the storm outside and the faint drip of water from the ceiling. The vial in his hand pulsed weakly, its magic slowly fading. The shimmering aura around him dimmed, a cruel reminder that he couldn't rely on it much longer. He needed to act quickly, or risk being caught in the fortress's depths, trapped with no way out. The dungeon air grew colder as Seb moved deeper into the bowels of the stronghold, the dampness clinging to his skin and biting into his bones. Each step seemed to echo louder than the last, amplifying the silence around him. The walls, slick with moisture, seemed to press in on him, as if the very stone were trying to swallow him whole. Every drip of water that fell from the ceiling sounded like a countdown in his mind. He kept moving forward, his eyes darting between the shadows, heart thudding in his chest. His mission felt increasingly impossible, but the thought of Alaric kept him moving, kept him focused. After what seemed like an eternity, Seb finally arrived at the heavy iron door marking the entrance to the high-security cells. The door loomed in front of him like an unyielding barrier, its surface pocked with rust and the scars of time. A thick, rusted lock secured it shut, the kind that could withstand any normal attempt to break in. Seb's pulse quickened as he approached. This was it, the final obstacle. He could feel the weight of every second slipping away. Without hesitation, Seb reached for the slender pick on his belt, the small tool cold in his hand. He knelt before the door, his mind narrowing to the task at hand. His hands, though slightly trembling from the adrenaline coursing through him, worked quickly and efficiently. He could hear his breath steady as he carefully maneuvered the pick, listening for the delicate click of the tumblers as they gave way. His concentration was absolute, his mind blocking out all but the lock. After several agonizing moments, the final tumbler fell into place, and the lock released with a quiet snap. Seb winced as the door creaked open, the hinges groaning in protest. The sound was like a thunderclap in the silence, but he forced himself to move. His body tensed as the door swung inward, revealing the dark, narrow hallway beyond. The faint glow of torchlight flickered from the far end, casting long, shifting shadows against the stone walls. Seb's eyes quickly scanned the row of cells, each one colder and more oppressive than the last. The scent of mildew and damp stone hung thick in the air. The prisoners within were mere silhouettes, their faces hidden in shadow, their forms slumped against the walls. He took a tentative step into the dim corridor, his breath slow and shallow, He didn't dare make a sound, though his heart was hammering in his chest, thumping with urgency. The cells stretched on either side, and for a moment Seb felt a flash of doubt. Had he come this far only to fail? But then, in the farthest corner, his eyes caught the familiar form of a slumped figure, half hidden in the shadows. His heart clenched in his chest. "Alaric!" Seb whispered, his voice barely a breath in the stillness of the dungeon. The name felt foreign in the space, weighted with all the fear and hope he'd been carrying for what seemed like an eternity. His eyes locked onto the figure in the corner, hoping, praying, that it was really him, that this wasn't some cruel illusion. The image of Alaric, bound and broken, was enough to steal his breath away. The figure stirred slightly at the sound of his name, a faint movement in the otherwise still air. Seb's heart leapt, but he didn't move forward just yet. He needed to be sure, needed to see those eyes that had once looked at him with fierce defiance, now possibly dulled by the weight of captivity. He couldn't bring himself to reach out, not yet. But in that fleeting moment, a flicker of recognition, of hope, seemed to pass through the shadows. The figure stirred, a faint shift of movement in the shadows, and then Alaric's face emerged, pale and drawn, the sharp contours of his features more pronounced in the dim light. His skin seemed almost translucent, the darkness beneath his eyes a stark contrast to the pallor of his face. The raw marks of the iron shackles around his wrists were visible, crimson and inflamed. But it was his eyes that caught Seb's attention, those eyes, once so full of fire and challenge, now flickering with something deeper. Despite everything, despite the pain, those eyes burned with defiance. "Seb?" Alaric's voice rasped from his dry throat, hoarse and cracking, as if he hadn't spoken in days. His words held disbelief, a sharp edge of astonishment threading through the single syllable. Seb felt his heart seize at the sound of his name, but he couldn't afford to dwell on the emotion, not now. The urgency of the moment was like a tightening noose around them both. Seb moved without hesitation, his boots scraping quietly on the cold stone floor as he crossed the distance between them. He kneeled before the cell door, his eyes never leaving Alaric's strained form. "Hold on. I'll get you out of here," he said, his voice steady but laced with urgency. The determination in his tone wasn't just for show. It was the only thing holding him together in the face of everything they'd been through. He reached into his belt and pulled out the slim lockpicks, his fingers trembling only slightly as he set to work on the stubborn lock. His mind raced even faster than his hands, calculating every potential obstacle, every risk they still faced. "The council won't be distracted for long," Seb muttered under his breath, his movements precise but quick. "We have to move fast." Time was slipping through his fingers like water, and every second felt like a heartbeat too many. Alaric's gaze softened as he looked at Seb, his eyes flickering with a mixture of relief and something darker, concern, maybe guilt, but it was fleeting. He shifted slightly in his position, though the chains around his wrists kept him mostly still. "You shouldn't be here," Alaric murmured, his voice a low rasp that sent a wave of discomfort through Seb. The words were more than just a warning, they were a plea, an attempt to push Seb away from the danger. And yet, there was no hiding the undercurrent of relief in Alaric's tone. He was glad to see him, even if it meant putting Seb at risk. Seb didn't hesitate, his focus entirely on the lock. His hands worked faster, the subtle click of the tumblers falling into place reverberating in his ears. The words didn't register right away, but when they did, Seb's jaw tightened. Alaric always had a way of downplaying the situation, of making it seem like there was still time to think, to prepare, to retreat. But this wasn't the time for caution. They had already crossed the line. There was no turning back now. "I'm here because I will get you out," Seb replied, his voice low but firm, tinged with a quiet anger. He didn't know how, didn't know if they'd make it out alive, but he would move hell and earth if that's what it took. The thought of Alaric, his friend, his comrade, someone he cared for more than he wanted to admit, left in that cold, dark cell was unbearable. He wasn't going to let the council win, not like this. As the final piece of the lock clicked open and the door creaked inward, Seb reached out, his hand hovering briefly over Alaric's shackled wrists. He didn't wait for an invitation. There was no time to waste. Seb gently gripped the cold metal of the shackles, using the leverage of his own strength to break them apart. The sudden release of pressure made Alaric's shoulders sag slightly, his body suddenly able to shift with more freedom, but the exhaustion in his face was evident. Even as the shackles fell to the floor with a dull clank, Seb could see the toll the imprisonment had taken on him. The weight of the last few days was written all over his pale face. "Like hell I wouldn't come for you," Seb shot back, his voice tight with the emotions he had been trying to keep in check. The words were more than just a response, they were a declaration. His heart pounded as he fought to keep his focus on the task at hand, but the rawness of the situation crept in. The thought of Alaric, locked away in that forsaken cell, left to wither under the council's control, ignited a fire in Seb's chest that only grew hotter the more he thought about it. "You think I'd let them keep you here to rot?" he continued, the words leaving his mouth with a fierce certainty. There was no way in hell he was going to let that happen, no matter what it cost him. The lock finally gave way with a sharp click that echoed in the silence of the dungeon. Seb wasted no time. He pulled the heavy iron door open with a grunt, the rusted hinges protesting as they creaked under the strain. Alaric staggered to his feet immediately, the motion jerky and uncoordinated as though his body had forgotten how to move freely. For a moment, he swayed on unsteady legs, his face contorting in discomfort as he tried to steady himself. Seb's breath caught in his throat for a second, his mind screaming at him to move faster, but Alaric's condition was a harsh reminder of how close they were to failure. "Easy there," Seb muttered under his breath, stepping forward to catch Alaric before he could lose his balance completely. His hand shot out instinctively, his grip firm around Alaric's arm as he braced him, feeling the weight of his friend leaning heavily on him. Alaric's body felt frail, almost fragile, like he had been broken down by days, or weeks, of suffering. Seb's stomach churned at the thought, but there was no time to dwell on it. They had to move. Now. "Can you walk?" Seb asked, his voice low but tinged with urgency. His gaze was locked on Alaric's face, watching for any sign of weakness that would make him hesitate. They didn't have the luxury of time. Every moment spent in the dungeons was a moment that brought them closer to being discovered. The council wasn't known for their tolerance of betrayal, and Seb was certain that their escape wouldn't go unnoticed for long. Alaric's response came in a hoarse murmur, the exhaustion in his voice unmistakable. "Barely," he admitted, his words trailing off with a wince. It was enough to make Seb's heart clench with frustration. He wanted to do more for Alaric, to ease the burden of his pain, but they had to keep moving. There was no room for delays or hesitation. "Good enough," Seb replied sharply, his voice steady despite the flood of emotions rushing through him. He had no time for pity, no time for weakness. They were in this together, and if Alaric couldn't stand on his own, then Seb would bear that weight for as long as it took to get them out. Seb looped Alaric's arm over his shoulder, using the added support to help steady him. The motion was practiced, a seamless transition into a new rhythm as they began to move toward the exit. The two of them moved slowly at first, Alaric's weight dragging them down, but with each step, Seb's resolve grew stronger. The narrow corridor felt like it stretched on endlessly, the walls closing in as they pushed forward. Seb's muscles burned with the strain of holding Alaric up, but he refused to stop. They couldn't stop. Not now, not when they were so close to getting out. As they moved deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the dungeon, the silence between them felt heavier, laden with unspoken words. Alaric's presence beside him was both a comfort and a reminder of the danger they were in. Seb could feel his breath ragged against his neck, could hear the faintest hitch in his friend's breathing, but he didn't dare look over. Alaric wasn't the same as he had been before. He was broken, a shadow of the man Seb had fought beside. But that was something Seb couldn't afford to think about right now. They had to get to safety, and then, only then, could they afford to deal with the consequences of their actions. The journey out of the dungeon felt like an eternity, each step heavy with the weight of their situation. Alaric's injuries were more than just physical. They were a reminder of how much they had risked to get this far. Every movement he made seemed to drain him further, his body visibly struggling to keep up with the pace Seb was setting. Seb's own muscles screamed in protest from the strain of supporting Alaric, but he couldn't afford to falter. The damp, cold air in the dungeon made everything feel more oppressive, and each creak of the floorboards under their feet sounded like a thunderclap to Seb's frazzled nerves. His senses were on high alert, the silence of their escape amplified by the pounding of his heart. The further they moved through the labyrinthine hallways, the more exposed they became. Seb's every step felt like it was echoing off the stone walls, amplifying their presence, but he kept pushing forward. Twice, they were forced to duck into the shadows, pressing themselves into alcoves and waiting in the suffocating silence as the sounds of the guards' footsteps grew louder. Seb's breath hitched every time, his grip tightening around Alaric as he held his position. It was impossible to ignore the way his own pulse quickened, each moment spent hidden in the dark raising the stakes higher. The vial in Seb's hand was growing lighter with each use of the magic. Its glow was dimming, its potency fading, and Seb could feel the effects waning with every passing minute. The siren's magic had granted them an edge, but it wasn't an unlimited resource. Every time he used it to incapacitate a guard or create a path forward, the magic seemed to burn through faster, leaving him with fewer options. He couldn't risk being caught before they reached the exit. The pressure of the dwindling magic weighed heavily on him, the knowledge that one wrong move could spell their capture and, worse, Alaric's life. Finally, they reached the outer corridor, the thick stone walls of the keep opening up to a larger passage that led toward the outer gates. Seb felt a flicker of hope surge through him. They were close now, so close he could almost taste the freedom beyond those gates. His hand tightened around Alaric's arm as he guided him forward, his eyes scanning the area ahead for any sign of danger. The air felt a little fresher here, less stale, but it didn't do much to alleviate the tension that gripped Seb's chest. Every step was a reminder of how precarious their escape was, and how easily it could all fall apart. But as they rounded a corner, the sound of a shout rang out behind them, sending Seb's heart into his throat. His blood ran cold as the word echoed through the halls like a death knell. "Escape!" the voice shouted. Seb's eyes widened in realization, and a curse slipped from his lips. The guards had discovered their absence. They had been too slow, too careless. The noise was enough to set the alarm off, and Seb could hear the sound of boots pounding against the stone floors as the chase began. The weight of that realization hit him like a tidal wave, and his body immediately went into overdrive. They weren't just running for freedom anymore, they were running for their lives. "Run!" Seb barked, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. There was no room for hesitation, no time to second-guess. He yanked Alaric forward with a surge of desperation, urging him to move faster. Alaric's limp body seemed to falter against him, but Seb refused to slow down. The sound of footsteps behind them grew louder, closer, and Seb's heart raced in sync with the pounding of the guard's pursuit. The adrenaline coursing through his veins drowned out all else, sharpening his focus on the only thing that mattered: getting out of there. Seb's mind was a blur of thoughts and commands as they rushed down the corridor. Every corner they rounded, every shadow they passed, was fraught with danger. He kept glancing over his shoulder, his instincts screaming at him to move faster, but his eyes always returned to Alaric's strained form. Seb's breath came in short, harsh bursts, his body slick with sweat despite the cold, but there was no time to stop. He couldn't afford to. The closer they got to the outer gates, the louder the shouts and footsteps behind them became. The council's forces were closing in, and the odds of escaping without a fight were rapidly diminishing. As they neared the entrance to the courtyard, Seb's pulse spiked, and he knew they were nearly out of time. The walls of the stronghold seemed to close in around them, pressing in with an urgency that made his chest tighten. But then, just as they neared the final stretch, a blast of cold air rushed in, and Seb knew they were almost there. With Alaric's weight still leaning heavily on him, Seb pushed forward, his mind focused on nothing but that final stretch of freedom. The sound of pursuit grew louder, but Seb didn't dare look back again. He could feel the weight of the world bearing down on him, but he refused to stop running. They weren't dying here, not today. They sprinted, or stumbled in Alaric's case, through the winding halls of the stronghold, the sound of boots pounding behind them like a relentless drum. The adrenaline coursing through Seb's veins was the only thing keeping him moving at full speed. He could feel the weight of Alaric leaning heavily against him, his injured body unable to keep up with the urgency of their flight. Every time Alaric's foot faltered, Seb's grip tightened, pulling him forward. Their breath came in ragged gasps, mingling with the deafening thud of their footsteps, and the further they ran, the more Seb felt the weight of time pressing down on him. The guards were getting closer. He could hear their shouts growing louder, and each second felt like it could be their last. When they finally burst into the courtyard, Seb wasted no time. His hands trembled, but he yanked the vial from his pocket and threw it down with all his strength. The impact of the vial shattering on the stone ground sent a burst of light into the air, and a thick mist erupted from it, swirling around them like a living thing. The guards who had been hot on their heels faltered, their cries of confusion rising in the fog. The mist cloaked their movements, hiding them from view as they bolted toward the outer gate, their steps quick and frantic. Seb didn't dare look back, focusing entirely on the path ahead. The mist would give them a few precious seconds, but he knew it wouldn't last long. As they reached the final stretch toward freedom, Seb felt the mist beginning to thin, the heavy air dissipating as the guards regrouped behind them. His heart pounded in his chest, urging him to push faster. But just as they neared the open gate, a figure appeared in front of them, blocking their path. A guard, his blade drawn, stepped forward with the intent to stop them. Seb's mind went into overdrive, and without thinking, he ducked low under the swing of the sword. The blade whistled through the air, narrowly missing his shoulder. In that split second, Seb's body acted on pure instinct, driving his shoulder into the guard's chest. The man grunted, and with a loud thud, he was knocked to the ground, his weapon skittering across the stones. "Keep going!" Seb shouted, his voice filled with urgency. He didn't wait to see if the guard would recover. There was no time for hesitation. Without breaking his stride, he dragged Alaric through the gate, forcing him forward with all the strength he could muster. They were so close now, but the danger was far from over. Seb's muscles burned with the effort, and his mind raced with the knowledge that the Council's forces would be right behind them. Every step took them further from the keep, but it also drew them closer to the perilous cliffs that lay ahead. The storm from earlier had returned in full force, the rain coming down in sheets, pelting them from all sides. The cold water soaked through their clothes in seconds, making their bodies slick and heavy. Seb could barely see through the deluge, but he didn't need to. He knew the way. The cliffs loomed in the distance, their jagged edges cutting through the darkness like silent sentinels. Seb's ship was anchored just beyond the rocks, but the distance between them seemed insurmountable, as if the sea itself was trying to keep them from their escape. The wind howled, tearing at their clothes, and Seb could feel the tension in the air, as though nature itself was conspiring against them. "Stay with me, Alaric," Seb murmured, his voice barely audible over the storm. He could feel Alaric's weight sagging against him more with each step, the injury and exhaustion clearly taking its toll. But Alaric's grip on him tightened, a silent affirmation that he was still with him, still fighting. The sound of pursuit faded behind them, but Seb knew it wouldn't be long before the guards regained ground. Every instinct told him to move faster, but with Alaric's injuries slowing them down, he had to balance the need for speed with the urgency of keeping his friend conscious and on his feet. As they neared the base of the cliffs, Seb's heart skipped a beat when he spotted the outline of his ship anchored in the distance, its sails flapping wildly in the wind. It was their only chance at escape, but the last leg of the journey felt like an eternity. The water surged beneath them, dark and foreboding, as if mocking their attempts to flee. Seb's mind raced with the terrifying realization that they might not make it. His ship was anchored, yes, but it was still a far stretch from the shore. The cliffs were treacherous, the rocks sharp and unforgiving. But there was no other option. He had to get to that ship. "Almost there," Seb whispered, more to himself than to Alaric. The sound of the rain was deafening, but Seb pushed forward, knowing that every second counted. His heart pounded in his chest, his breath coming in ragged bursts. There was no room for failure now. As they reached the narrow strip of beach at the foot of the cliffs, Seb knew they were running out of time. The storm made it difficult to see much beyond the shore, but he could make out the dim outline of his ship just beyond the rocks. It was their last hope, and he wasn't going to let anything stop them from reaching it. But as they stumbled closer to the water's edge, a shadow moved at the top of the cliffs, catching Seb's eye. A guard, silhouetted against the stormy sky, had appeared at the edge of the rocks, watching them with calculating eyes. Seb's pulse quickened. There was no way they could outrun him now. The storm, the exhaustion, and the near-complete depletion of his strength all weighed on him, but he couldn't stop. Not now. With a final burst of energy, Seb hoisted Alaric forward, determined to reach the ship before the guard had a chance to alert the others. The sound of pursuit was fading into the wind, but the fight was far from over. They were almost there, almost free. Behind them, the shouts of the guards grew louder, sharper, and more frantic, echoing through the night air. Seb's heart raced, each beat pounding with the urgency of the situation. His breath was ragged, his body screaming from the exertion, but he didn't dare slow down. Alaric, his injured body nearly limp in Seb's arms, had all but lost consciousness. His grip on Seb's shoulder was weak, but there was still a faint pulse of life, a flicker of awareness that Seb clung to. They had come so far, but the end was still so far away. Almost there, Seb muttered under his breath, though it felt like a lie, a cruel hope clinging to the edge of desperation. Every step felt heavier than the last, the rocky shore beneath their feet slippery from the relentless downpour, the air thick with the scent of salt water and rain. Seb's muscles burned, his arms aching as he struggled to keep Alaric upright, urging him forward. The darkness of the cliffs pressed in from all sides, and the crashing waves below seemed to mock them with their endless rhythm. The sound of the guards' pursuit was growing louder, more determined. Seb's mind raced, plotting out every possibility, but there were no other options. The cliff's edge was in sight now, their last barrier before freedom. But as Seb reached the precipice, the sight that met him made his stomach twist with dread. He turned to look over his shoulder, and the sight of the guards' torches flashing in the distance sent a chill down his spine. Their figures, silhouetted against the stormy sky, were closing in with alarming speed, their shouting voices carrying on the wind. The torchlight bobbed like erratic fireflies, growing steadily brighter. Seb's pulse quickened. The distance between them was closing too fast, and it was clear the guards wouldn't let them escape without a fight. His eyes flicked to the skiff below, the small boat bobbing in the tumultuous waters, its single mast swaying with the violent waves. The moment they were spotted, they would be trapped. Desperation clawed at Seb's chest, tightening like a vice around his heart. There was no time left. He couldn't risk being caught now, not after everything they had endured. His hands shook as he grabbed Alaric by the waist, hoisting him up the edge of the cliff with what little strength he had left. The wind whipped around them, cold and unforgiving, as the rain lashed down harder, blurring his vision. With a grunt, Seb finally managed to haul Alaric into the skiff. The boat rocked violently as he shoved Alaric down onto the seat, then scrambled in himself, barely managing to keep his balance as the waves threatened to capsize them. Without a second thought, Seb yanked the rope securing the skiff to the rocks, his hands slick with rainwater. The moment the rope came free, the small boat lurched violently in the waves, as if the sea itself were reluctant to let them go. Seb's heart hammered in his chest, his thoughts a whirlwind of panic. The skiff rocked wildly, threatening to spill them both into the churning sea, but Seb's grip on the oars was ironclad. With one powerful shove, he forced the boat away from the cliff's edge, his eyes on the distant horizon. The boat pitched again as the current grabbed hold of it, pulling them out into the open sea. The wind howled, slashing against their faces, but Seb didn't flinch. The storm had returned with a vengeance, the waves crashing against the skiff with relentless force, pushing them further out into the night. His muscles screamed from the strain of keeping the boat steady, but he didn't dare let up. Alaric, still barely conscious, slumped against the side of the boat, his chest rising and falling in slow, shallow breaths. Seb's eyes never left the shore behind them. The guard shouts were still faintly audible in the distance, but with every passing second, The current carried them farther from the cliff, from the fortress, from their enemies. The sight of the cliff edge, the last landmark of their desperate escape, was fading into the darkness. Seb's hands trembled, not from fear but from the sheer exhaustion coursing through his body. He had pushed himself beyond his limits, but they were not out of danger yet. He could feel the weight of the storm in the air, the sea surging beneath them as if it were a living entity, guiding them or threatening to swallow them whole. The skiff, though small and fragile, was their only lifeline now. It would carry them into the unknown, but the question of whether they would survive was one Seb wasn't ready to answer. Behind them, the sound of the guards' pursuit had faded, the once urgent shouts now mere echoes swallowed by the storm. Seb's breath came in shallow gasps, the weight of the journey pressing down on him like an anchor. They had made it past the greatest hurdle, but there was still the vast, unpredictable ocean between them and safety. He couldn't allow himself to relax, not yet. The storm was a threat in itself, a reminder that the sea, like everything else in their world, was just as dangerous as it was their salvation. Seb's eyes flicked to Alaric, his friend and ally, who lay pale and exhausted in the boat, and for the first time since their escape began, Seb allowed himself a breath of relief. As the current carried them farther out, Seb forced himself to focus on the horizon, where he knew the ship waited, his last hope of keeping them both alive. The boat creaked in protest as it rocked with the waves, but Seb knew it wouldn't hold for long. They had to reach the ship, and they had to do it quickly. With every passing moment, the distance between them and the land grew, but so did the distance between them and their pursuers. The storm's howling winds seemed to drown out everything else, and for the first time, Seb allowed himself to think about what they had accomplished. They had made it out of the Council's stronghold, they were alive, and they were still fighting. The rest, he would leave to fate. Seb collapsed onto the bench of the skiff, the damp wood pressing against his back as he took in a deep, ragged breath. His body felt like it was made of lead, every muscle protesting with exhaustion, but it didn't matter. He cradled Alaric's limp form in his arms, the weight of his friend's unconscious body grounding him, keeping him tethered to the reality of their narrow escape. Alaric's breathing was shallow, his face pale from the strain of the journey, his wounds still not fully tended. Seb's fingers trembled as they brushed over his friend's skin, the flicker of life still present but fragile. They had made it out, but the cost had been high, and Seb knew that the path ahead would be even more dangerous than the one they had just left behind. The weight of their escape settled heavily on his chest. The Council would not let this transgression go unanswered. They had made too many enemies during their fight for freedom, and the forces that sought to crush their rebellion were not ones to forgive easily. Seb's thoughts raced, every possibility of retribution flashing through his mind, each one darker than the last. The idea of the Council's wrath was enough to send a cold shiver down his spine, but there was no time to dwell on it. For now, he could only focus on the present, on the fact that they were still alive, still breathing, and that, for the moment, was enough. As the skiff rocked gently in the open sea, Seb's gaze shifted toward the horizon. The land they had just fled was now a distant silhouette, its shores slowly being swallowed by the darkness of the night. A thick fog had rolled in, masking the stars above, but the fading outline of the cliffs served as a reminder of how close they had come to being caught. A flicker of relief washed over him, fleeting as it was, and for a brief moment Seb allowed himself to exhale, to release the tightness in his chest. They had done it. They had escaped the Council's stronghold, and no matter what happened next, that was an accomplishment worth acknowledging. But it was only a moment. Seb knew better than to think they were safe. The storm that had followed them seemed to mirror the storm within him, a constant churn of unease, of uncertainty. The sea around them was vast, uncharted in many ways, and though they had eluded their pursuers for now, there were no guarantees they would remain free for long. The Council's reach was long, and Seb could feel the weight of their power pressing down on him even now. His thoughts turned to the future, to what came next, but the answers were elusive. For the moment, there was only survival. And survival meant keeping Alaric alive, getting them both to safety. Seb's gaze flicked to the unconscious form of Alaric, his breathing steady but slow. His mind raced with worry, What if the damage from the council's torture was too much? What if Alaric didn't recover? Seb's hand gently brushed the back of his friend's head, pushing the wet strands of hair away from his face. Alaric had been a symbol of defiance, of strength, and Seb could not afford to lose him now. The thought of continuing this fight alone, of bearing the weight of the rebellion on his shoulders without Alaric's strength beside him, was almost unbearable. But Seb knew he couldn't afford to falter. Not yet. The wind shifted, the waves growing more restless as the storm churned the sea beneath them. Seb's heart thudded in his chest, the rhythmic beat a stark contrast to the chaos of his thoughts. His eyes scanned the horizon again, searching for any sign of the ship, for any sign of safety. But all he saw was darkness, the unknown stretching out before them like an endless abyss. He could feel the storm in his bones, the weight of their escape settling over him, but the danger was far from over. They had eluded the council for now, but what about the next wave of threats? What about the dangers that awaited them once they reached their destination? There was no comfort in knowing they had made it this far. The battle was far from over, and Seb's instincts screamed at him to stay alert. He couldn't let his guard down, not with Alaric so vulnerable, not with so much on the line. The stakes had always been high, but now they felt higher than ever. Seb's mind churned with plans, with contingencies, but there was nothing concrete he could hold on to. He had made his deal with the Sirens, but the debt they had extracted loomed over him like a dark cloud, a constant reminder that no victory came without its price. The skiff continued to rock with the waves, and Seb found himself staring out into the endless sea, unsure of what awaited them next. The weight of their escape pressed on him, but it was the weight of what came after that truly gnawed at him. He had to keep fighting. He had to keep moving. For Alaric, for their cause, for everything they had sacrificed. He couldn't let this be the end. Not when they were so close to something greater, something worth fighting for. Seb's hand tightened on the side of the boat, his knuckles white. They had escaped, but the true battle was just beginning. Chapter 26. A Fateful Decision. The air inside the Siren Council's chamber felt thick, almost suffocating, as if the very walls were closing in on Alaric. The ethereal glow of the crystalline walls cast long, flickering shadows that danced across the floor, distorting the faces of those who watched him. Each council member sat in high-backed chairs, their forms imposing and otherworldly, radiating an ancient, unspoken power. Their eyes, glowing with the eerie light of the ocean's depths, fixed on him with a chilling intensity. Some seemed intrigued, while others displayed clear contempt, their disdain palpable. Alaric could feel their gaze like a physical weight pressing down on his shoulders, but he refused to let it break him. He had faced worse than this. He would face worse again, but for now, he stood tall, resolute in his defiance. His wrists, still raw from the shackles he had been forced to wear in their prison, ached with every movement. The iron was gone, but the invisible chains of expectation that the council had wrapped around him were even heavier. The exhaustion from his ordeal, both physical and emotional, gnawed at him, but he kept his back straight. He had come here for a reason, and he wasn't about to let their judgment break his resolve. He had made his choice, and now he would answer for it. The faintest tremor in his hands was the only sign of the inner turmoil he felt. He had fought for survival, for those he loved, and for the future of both their worlds. But here, in this chamber, in front of the council, it all seemed insignificant in the face of their judgment. At the center of the council sat Liara, their leader, as ancient as the sea itself. Her presence was commanding, a woman whose very voice seemed to carry the weight of centuries. Her eyes glowed with the deep, knowing blue of the ocean's depths, and when she spoke, her voice filled the room like the crash of waves against the shore. She was the embodiment of their power, their history, their unyielding will. Alaric's breath caught in his throat as she addressed him, her words sharp, cutting through the silence like a blade through water. Alaric, then, you have been brought before us not as a captive of the land, but as a son of the sea who has strayed too far into the world of men. The words hung in the air, their weight heavier than anything Alaric had imagined. He had always thought of himself as a bridge between their worlds, the sea and the land. He had fought to protect both, to ensure a future where neither side was left to suffer under the burden of fear or hatred. But now, standing here before the council, his thoughts seemed fragile, as if they were being pulled under by an overwhelming tide of doubt. He had never truly considered himself an outsider, not until now. Not until Liara's words cut through him with the truth he hadn't wanted to face. In their eyes, he had crossed a line, and no justification would be enough to erase the consequences of that decision. Liara's gaze never wavered from him, her eyes narrowing slightly as she spoke again, each word dripping with condemnation. You broke the council's decree. You allied yourself with a human, jeopardizing the secrecy and safety of our kind. Her words lashed at him, and he could feel the heat of shame rising on his cheeks. He had known the consequences of his actions. He had known the council would not take kindly to his defiance. But hearing it from Liara, hearing it laid bare in the silence of the chamber, made the reality of his choices far more painful. The repercussions of your choices have rippled far and wide, she continued, her voice gaining strength. You have drawn the attention of forces that could destroy us all. Her words sank into his chest like a weight, each one adding to the burden he already carried. Alaric had known the risks when he chose to fight alongside Seb, when he chose to trust the human who had once been his enemy. But he had never fully understood what those risks meant for his people. Now, standing before the council, he realized just how far his choices had sent ripples through the waters. The stakes had always been high, but now, with the council's gaze locked on him, the enormity of what he had done became impossible to ignore. He had put everything at risk, the safety of his people, the future of their kind, and for what? For a fleeting hope that a human might be different. A fleeting hope that the world could change. Alaric clenched his fists at his sides, feeling the pulse of defiance surge within him once again. Despite the weight of their judgment, despite the harsh truth of their words, he would not be broken. He had made a choice, and he would not regret it. His alliance with Seb, his fight for a better future, was not something he could simply undo, not even for the council. He had chosen this path, and he would see it through, no matter the cost. I stand by my actions, Alaric said, his voice steady, though the words were heavy in his throat. I did what I believed was right. For our future, for the future of both our peoples. Liara's eyes narrowed, her lips pressing into a thin line as she considered his words. The silence in the chamber stretched, thick and suffocating. The council's gaze flicked between one another, their expressions unreadable, their judgments forming in the shadows of their minds. Alaric could feel their eyes on him like an ocean pressing against a fragile shore, testing whether he would break, whether he would apologize, whether he would recant. But he wouldn't. He couldn't. He had made his choice, and he would face whatever came next with the strength of that conviction. There was no turning back now. Finally, Liara spoke again, her voice softer, though no less resolute. Your actions have consequences, Alaric Ven, and you will face them. But understand this, the Council's wrath is not the only threat you will face. The tides of history are shifting, and you, too, will be swept along with them. Whether you are ready or not. Her words were a warning, a promise, a curse, all wrapped into one. And as Alaric stood there, in the face of their judgment, he understood that the true battle had only just begun. Alaric's mouth hung open as if to speak, to argue, to plead, but Liara's raised hand stopped him cold. The room, vast and cold, seemed to close in around him, the weight of her authority pressing down on him like the deep, crushing waters of the ocean. The council's eyes remained fixed on him, their silent scrutiny like an invisible current, pulling him deeper into the unspoken verdict they had already decided. His pulse quickened, a storm of emotions rising within him, but he couldn't even formulate a single word in his defense. He had known it would come to this, but hearing it aloud made the reality of it even more unbearable. Liara's voice, calm yet filled with unyielding strength, sliced through the tension. You will not deny the truth of this, she said, her words resonating with the force of the ocean itself, unmoving and undeniable. But we are not without mercy. There was something chilling in her tone, as though she was granting him a small favor by not condemning him outright, as if she were offering him a thread to cling to. We understand the complexities of the world above the waves, and we are prepared to grant you a choice. Her words made his stomach twist, and a knot of fear lodged deep within him. His heart pounded faster, each beat louder than the last. He had feared this moment, though he hadn't dared to name it, not until now. The Council's mercy was nothing more than a shadow of hope, one that threatened to crush him just as much as their wrath would. The choice she spoke of was not a choice at all. It was a trap, a game of power that pitted his love for Seb against the very essence of who he was. He opened his mouth to speak, to demand something more, anything more, but no words came. His chest tightened as Liara's cold eyes bore into him, holding him in place with their unspoken power. "Sever your bond with the human, Captain Sebastian," Liara continued, her voice unflinching, "and you will be welcome back among your people." Each word landed with the heavy weight of a sentence, a promise that came with a cost far greater than anything Alaric had imagined. The flicker of hope he had clung to faded, replaced by a rush of guilt and uncertainty. He felt like a prisoner once more, shackled not by iron but by the very love that had led him to this moment. "Your mistakes will be forgiven, and your place here restored." It sounded like an offer, but it was a bargain wrapped in chains, freedom with a price too steep to bear. Alaric's mind reeled, but his body remained still, unwilling to betray the hurricane of emotions that roiled inside him. The words swirled around him, crashing over him like the waves that sought to drag him under. His heart, torn between two worlds, clenched painfully in his chest. To return to his people, to be accepted again, meant severing the bond he had formed with Seb. It meant choosing duty over love, loyalty to the Council over the human who had become so much more than a fleeting ally. And yet, the weight of his connection to the sea, to his people, tugged at him, begging him to choose them over everything else. But could he? Could he truly betray everything he had come to feel for Seb? Liara's gaze never wavered, her eyes like twin pools of dark water that saw too much, understood too much. Her voice, though calm, carried an undeniable edge of finality. "Refuse, and you will be cast out, exiled from the sea and all it holds." The words hit him with the force of a tidal wave, crashing through any last remnants of defiance he might have harbored. Exile. The very thought of it, the endless, cold expanse of the surface world, the betrayal of his people's ancient ways, sent a chill through him. The sea was all he had ever known, and to be cast away from it would mean losing himself entirely. The Council's decision was final, as unyielding as the tides that governed their world. Alaric could feel the weight of their judgment, a force that felt as certain and immutable as the ocean itself. There was no room for negotiation, no space for compassion. It was as if his very existence hinged on this choice, on which side he would fall. And yet, the choice itself seemed impossible. To choose Seb would mean turning his back on everything he had ever known, on his duty to his people, to the ocean. To choose the Council's decree would mean abandoning the one person who had shown him that there was more to life than duty and obligation, that there was love, even between two worlds that seemed destined to remain apart. He wanted to scream, to refuse them all, to demand something different, but the words stuck in his throat. This wasn't a negotiation, and he knew it. His body trembled slightly, the only outward sign of the turmoil inside. His thoughts flashed to Seb, his strength, his warmth, the way they had come together against impossible odds, and a sense of guilt washed over him. How could he choose the Council, choose his bloodline, when Seb was the one who had shown him what it meant to live beyond expectations? How could he turn away from the one person who had seen him, truly seen him, without the weight of his title, his lineage? The silence in the chamber stretched on, oppressive and unbearable. He could feel every pair of eyes on him, waiting for him to make his choice. To bend or break. To surrender or fight. His heart pounded painfully in his chest as the moments slipped by, each one heavier than the last. The Council would not wait forever. Liara's gaze remained fixed on him, unblinking, her expression a mask of unreadable judgment. And Alaric, torn between two worlds, between two loves, found that he was no closer to finding an answer than when he had first stepped into the chamber. For a moment, silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating, broken only by the faint hum of the glowing walls that surrounded the council's chamber. Alaric stood there, the weight of the decision pressing on his chest, feeling the tension in the air like an invisible current. His mind raced, flashes of memories colliding with the present, each one a wave crashing relentlessly against the rocky shore of his thoughts. He saw Seb's face, heard his laugh, rough and unpolished yet genuine. A sound that had once been a comfort, a promise of something more. The way Seb's eyes softened when they were alone, the vulnerability there, as though he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders but found solace in Alaric's presence. That memory of their first kiss, the warmth of Seb's lips against his, the tenderness that spoke louder than any words ever could, sealing their bond in a moment that felt eternal. It was impossible to forget. And now, it was all at stake. The council's gaze was unyielding, their presence like a looming shadow that made his thoughts feel small, insignificant in comparison. Alaric's heart thudded heavily in his chest as the silence stretched on. He knew what they wanted from him, what they had always wanted. Complete loyalty, unquestioning devotion to the sea and to his people, no matter the cost. But in the quiet of that chamber, as the weight of their expectations crushed him, Alaric knew that his heart had already made its choice, even if his mind struggled to reconcile it. He had come too far to ignore the truth that had settled within him. His connection to Seb was not just a passing moment, a fleeting attraction. It was something deeper, something that had become as essential to him as the very water that surrounded them. After what felt like an eternity, Alaric finally found his voice, steady despite the storm raging inside him. "I cannot sever what was never meant to be broken," he said, each word a declaration, a refusal. He met Liara's gaze, unwavering despite the conflict within him. To say the words aloud was to acknowledge the depth of his feelings, the irreversible truth of what had blossomed between him and Seb. There was no going back from this. He would not, could not, betray the bond they shared, not for the council, not for anything. The thought of severing it was unthinkable. It was not a choice, it was an impossibility. Liara's eyes narrowed, and the air grew colder, heavier with the force of her judgment. "You would choose exile over loyalty to your people?" Her voice was sharp, as if the very suggestion of such a betrayal had struck her like a physical blow. "You would betray your own kind for a fleeting connection to a mortal man?" Her words sliced through the air, each one a condemnation, a judgment that carried the weight of centuries of tradition and expectation. It was clear that she saw Alaric's defiance not as a matter of love or personal choice but as an affront to everything they had built, everything they had fought to protect. Alaric bristled at her words, anger rising within him, but he forced himself to remain calm. He could feel the heat of her disapproval, the sharp sting of her accusations, but he would not let them shake him. "It is not a betrayal to follow my heart," he said, his voice firm. He could feel his pulse quicken, but he didn't look away from Liara. "You see Seb as a threat, but he has risked his life to protect me. To protect us. He understands the value of this world, even if he was not born to it." There was a fire in Alaric's words, a conviction that burned brighter with every passing second. He had seen Seb's heart, his willingness to fight for something greater than himself, and Alaric would not allow anyone to dismiss that as weakness or folly. The council members remained silent, their eyes unreadable as they processed his words. The tension in the room was palpable, the weight of centuries of tradition and duty pressing down on Alaric's shoulders. He had always known the council would never understand, would never accept his choices, but that didn't matter anymore. The sea had always been his home, but the connection he had found with Seb, this man from the world above, was something beyond the council's reach, beyond their narrow understanding of loyalty and duty. It was real, and it was something worth fighting for, even if it meant standing alone against the very forces that had shaped his entire life. Liara's gaze shifted slightly, her expression shifting from anger to something colder, more calculating. "And you believe this human," she began slowly, her words deliberate, "can be trusted with the secrets of our kind? That he will protect our way of life?" Her tone was laced with doubt, as though the very idea of Seb understanding the true weight of their existence was laughable. To Liara, the human world was something foreign, something dangerous that could never comprehend the intricacies of the sea and its people. But Alaric knew better. He knew Seb's heart, and he knew that Seb would fight to protect it, just as Alaric would fight for Seb. Alaric's resolve hardened as he met Liara's gaze once more. "Yes," he said, his voice steady and certain. "I believe in him. And I believe in us." His words hung in the air, defiant and unyielding. In that moment, Alaric realized that he no longer feared the council's judgment, nor did he fear the consequences of his choices. The world above and below the waves were no longer separate in his mind. He had come to understand the fragility of both, and in that understanding, he had found the courage to stand firm. He would choose Seb, and he would choose the life they could build together, no matter the cost. The sea had given him life, but it was love that had given him purpose. And that was something he would never surrender. Another council member, a stern-faced siren named Kale, leaned forward. "You speak of understanding, but can a human truly grasp the depths of what we are? They are creatures of land and time, bound by their mortality. Their lives are fleeting, their promises brittle. How can you stake your future on such a being?" Alaric met Kale's gaze without flinching. "Because he has already proven his worth. His actions speak louder than any words ever could." The council erupted into murmurs, their disapproval crackling like distant thunder. Liara raised her hand, silencing them once more. "Your decision is clear, then," she said, her voice cold. "You choose the human over your own kind." Alaric's chest tightened, but he nodded. "I choose the bond we share. I choose the path that feels right, even if it costs me everything." Liara's expression hardened, and for a moment, Alaric thought he saw a flicker of sadness in her eyes. "So be it. From this day forward, you are no longer one of us. You will walk the land as an exile, your connection to the sea severed." Another council member, Kale, a stern-faced siren with piercing eyes that seemed to see straight through to Alaric's very soul, leaned forward in his seat. The expression on his face was unreadable, his sharp features like carved stone, unmoved by the weight of Alaric's words. "You speak of understanding," Kale began, his voice low and cutting. "But can a human truly grasp the depths of what we are? They are creatures of land and time, bound by their mortality. Their lives are fleeting, their promises brittle. How can you stake your future on such a being?" The words hung in the air like a challenge, daring Alaric to provide an answer that would justify his choice. Kale's gaze never wavered, the judgment in his eyes as unyielding as the sea itself. Alaric's heart pounded in his chest, but he met Kale's gaze without flinching. The council's doubts, their scorn, meant little to him now. What mattered was the truth he carried in his heart. "Because he has already proven his worth," Alaric said, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions swirling inside him. "His actions speak louder than any words ever could." The weight of those words was undeniable. Seb had proven time and again that his commitment to Alaric, to their bond, was unshakable. He had risked everything, sacrificed everything, just as Alaric had done. They understood each other in ways no one else could. In the face of danger, of betrayal, Seb had never wavered. That was what mattered to Alaric. That was what he would stake his future on. The council erupted into murmurs at his declaration, the sound crackling like distant thunder, low and ominous. The disapproval radiated from them, thick and suffocating. It was clear they saw only weakness in his words, a betrayal of the sea and all it represented. Their voices blended into a single, dissonant roar, each syllable a reminder of how far Alaric had strayed from the path they had set for him. Liara, who had been silent up until now, raised her hand, and the room fell into an uneasy quiet. Her authority was palpable, a heavy weight that pressed down on all who stood before her. When she spoke, her voice was cold, as if the air itself had grown colder with her words. "Your decision is clear, then," Liara said, her tone clipped and precise, as though she were speaking to a child who had disappointed her. "You choose the human over your own kind." The words were like a slap, sharp and painful. They stung Alaric, reverberating through him, each one a reminder of the rift he had created. But even as the council's judgment fell on him, Alaric did not falter. He had made his choice, and he would not be swayed by their condemnation. They would never understand, never see the truth that lay between him and Seb. That truth had nothing to do with the council's narrow view of loyalty. It was something deeper, something that transcended the boundaries of land and sea. Alaric's chest tightened at the weight of Liara's words, the finality in her tone, but he stood tall, his resolve hardening like stone. He could feel the gaze of the entire council upon him, heavy and suffocating, but he did not look away. He had walked this path alone for far too long to turn back now. "I choose the bond we share," he said, his voice unwavering. The words felt like a declaration of war, a stand against everything he had once believed in. But it was the truth. He had found something in Seb that the sea had never given him. The council would never understand, but that was not his concern anymore. "I choose the path that feels right, even if it costs me everything," Alaric continued, his words cutting through the silence like a blade. His heart raced with the weight of his decision, but there was no hesitation in his voice. He had made this choice not out of defiance, but out of love and conviction. It was a path that would lead him away from everything he had known, from everything the council had taught him to value. But it was a path that felt truer to him than any other. The sea had given him life, but Seb had given him a reason to live, a reason to fight. Liara's eyes narrowed, and her lips pressed into a thin line as she absorbed his words. There was no fury in her gaze, only an icy, implacable disappointment. "Then you have sealed your fate," she said, her voice low and dangerous, like the calm before a storm. The finality in her tone sent a chill through Alaric, but he stood firm, his shoulders squared as though ready to face the consequences of his actions. He had known this moment would come, had known the price he would have to pay. But the choice had been made, and there was no turning back. For a moment, no one spoke. The council seemed to regard Alaric as though he were a fool, a child who had wandered too far from the shore. Cale's expression was unreadable, his eyes still locked on Alaric with the cold detachment of a predator. The rest of the council remained silent, their judgment clear in the stiff lines of their faces. But Alaric did not look away. He had made his choice, and he would stand by it, no matter the cost. The air in the chamber felt thick, oppressive, as though the very walls were closing in on him. But as Alaric stood there, surrounded by the council's cold silence, he felt a sense of peace settle over him. The sea had always been a force of nature, unpredictable and powerful, but it was not the only force in his life anymore. Seb had taught him that love, trust, and loyalty could be just as powerful as any storm. And now, Alaric would face whatever came next with the knowledge that he had chosen the right path, the path that was true to his heart. Even if it cost him everything, he would not regret his decision. The words hit Alaric with the force of a physical blow, each one reverberating in his chest as though they had struck his very soul. Yet, despite the pain they caused, he refused to let it show. His expression remained composed, his posture unwavering. He had learned long ago how to mask his emotions, how to bury his vulnerability beneath a hardened exterior. But inside, a storm was brewing. The weight of the council's condemnation pressed heavily on him, the sting of their rejection lingering in the air. The sea, his life's constant companion, seemed distant now, as though it had turned its back on him. Liara, her presence commanding the room, stood slowly, her robes flowing around her like dark waves crashing against the shore. Her eyes were cold, unfeeling, but there was a finality in her gaze that sent a chill down Alaric's spine. "You are dismissed," she said, her voice carrying the full weight of authority, the force of a decision that could not be undone. Her words were sharp, like the edge of a blade, and they cut deep. "Leave this place and do not return." It was a sentence, a command, and Alaric knew there was no arguing with it. No second chances. No mercy. The path he had chosen had led him here, to this moment of irreversible loss. Alaric turned on his heel, his movements slow but deliberate. Each step he took away from the council felt heavier than the last, the finality of their judgment hanging over him like a cloud he could not escape. The echoes of his footsteps were the only sound in the chamber, as he walked toward the exit. The heavy doors loomed ahead, their dark wood a silent reminder of the place he was leaving behind. When they swung shut with a resounding thud, the sound seemed to seal his fate. The finality of it was suffocating, and for a moment, Alaric stopped just outside the doors, breathing in the stillness. He had been cast out, and nothing would ever be the same again. The corridor was empty, the silence oppressive. As Alaric walked further down the stone passageway, he felt the weight of the decision pressing on him, the echoes of Liara's voice still ringing in his ears. The walls seemed to close in around him, the once familiar halls now strange and distant, like a dream fading away. His mind was consumed with thoughts of what he had lost, the council, his people, his place in the world. But then, as he reached the outer door and stepped into the open air, the sea greeted him with a roar. The salty wind whipped at his face, sharp and invigorating. It felt like a reminder that, despite everything, he was still part of the world. The world that he had fought for, the world that had never truly turned its back on him. Outside, the sea stretched endlessly before him, an expanse of dark water and swirling waves. The horizon seemed to go on forever, as though it held no end. The sight of the ocean filled Alaric's chest with a bittersweet sense of longing. He had once been a part of this world, a son of the sea, but now that connection felt fractured, broken by the very people who had once been his family. His gaze wandered over the crashing waves, each one coming and going, a reminder that the world would continue to turn, with or without him. It was a thought that should have been comforting, but instead, it left him feeling empty. He walked slowly to the edge of the rocky outcrop, his boots scraping against the uneven stone beneath him. The wind tugged at his hair, pushing it back from his face as he stood there, staring out at the vast expanse of the ocean. The waves crashed against the cliffs below, a mournful symphony of sound that seemed to mirror the turmoil in his heart. Alaric's mind drifted to Seb, to the man who had been his anchor in a world that was now slipping through his fingers. Seb had never asked for any of this, but he had stood by Alaric through every trial, every hardship. And now, Alaric was determined to do the same for him, no matter the cost. The weight of the council's decision still pressed on Alaric's chest, but in the quiet of the sea air, he allowed himself a moment of reflection. He had lost so much, the trust of his people, the life he had known. The future he had once envisioned now seemed as distant and unreachable as the stars. But as his thoughts turned to Seb, to the love they shared, Alaric felt a flicker of warmth in his chest. It was a small thing, but it was enough to keep him going. Seb was out there, waiting for him, and that thought alone was enough to propel him forward. Alaric closed his eyes for a moment, letting the sound of the waves wash over him, the wind biting at his skin. He had been cast out, exiled from the only home he had ever known. But he was not truly alone. He had Seb, and with him, Alaric felt a sense of belonging that no council, no decree, could take away. Seb had shown him that love could transcend boundaries, that connections could be forged even in the face of overwhelming odds. And Alaric had no intention of letting that go, not now, not ever. The sea had always been his constant, but now, Alaric realized, it was no longer just the ocean that defined him. It was the bond he shared with Seb, the choices they made together. The future was uncertain, yes, but with Seb by his side, Alaric believed they could navigate whatever storm lay ahead. This wasn't the end. It was the beginning of something new, something that could not be measured in the same way as the past. And as Alaric stood on the edge of the cliff, the wind at his back, he allowed himself to feel that glimmer of hope. It was small, but it was enough to carry him forward into the unknown. Chapter 27 A Heartfelt Confession. The stars stretched like shards of silver across the darkened sky, their cold light shimmering over the endless expanse of the sea. Alaric trudged through the wet sand, his boots sinking with each step, leaving deep imprints in the soft earth that would soon be erased by the next wave. The tide was low, exposing the vast, barren shoreline, a landscape of desolation, where the world seemed stripped down to its rawest elements. The ocean stretched out before him, an expanse of nothingness that matched the emptiness he felt inside. In this moment, there was no one to witness his grief, no one to hear the silent plea for release that echoed in his chest. The salty wind whipped through his hair, stinging his skin. But it wasn't the coldness of the air that he felt most sharply. It was the weight of everything he had lost, all the things he could never reclaim. Each step Alaric took toward the fire seemed to stretch time, the distance between him and the man waiting there seeming insurmountable. The flames flickered and danced, their orange glow casting erratic shadows on the sand and illuminating the figure seated beside them. Seb was hunched forward, his forearms resting heavily on his knees, his gaze fixed on the fire with a sort of quiet intensity. The weariness of the last few days was written plainly on his face, the strain of their escape, of everything that had come before, etched in the lines around his eyes and mouth. Yet there was something in his posture, something about the way he sat, still and resolute, that reminded Alaric of the man who had stood by his side through it all. Even now, when everything seemed lost, Seb remained unmoved by the chaos that had torn their lives apart. Alaric hesitated at the edge of the firelight, his heart heavier than the chains that had once bound him in captivity. The weight of the council's judgment, the pain of being cast out from his people, pressed down on him like an anchor dragging him deeper into the depths. His mind churned with the thought of all that had been ripped away, the life he had known, the family he had lost, the future that now seemed an impossible dream. Yet, as he stood there, staring at Seb, something shifted within him. Seb was alive, waiting for him. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Alaric allowed himself to believe in something other than loss. A warmth blossomed in his chest, a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire burning before them, but everything to do with the presence of the man who had never once turned away from him. Seb, Alaric called softly, his voice barely above a whisper, as though speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile moment. His breath caught in his throat, the words feeling too heavy to say, too simple and yet too loaded with meaning. He didn't know what he expected, but the sound of Seb's name in the open air felt like the first step towards something he wasn't sure he was ready to face but couldn't ignore. It was a name that had become a lifeline for him, a tether to a reality he couldn't bring himself to leave behind. Seb's head snapped up at the sound of his name, his body instinctively shifting as his hand reached for the dagger at his hip. It was a movement born of habit, of caution, a reflex that had been ingrained in him after so many years of danger and uncertainty. But when his eyes met Alaric's, the tension in his body eased, and his posture shifted, as if a part of him recognized what Alaric could not yet bring himself to say. His eyes, always so perceptive, flickered with something deeper than surprise, something that mirrored the conflict Alaric carried within himself. Still, despite the guarded expression on his face, Seb didn't rise. He didn't turn away. He simply watched Alaric, waiting for him to step closer, to close the distance between them. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound between them was the crackling of the fire, the occasional hiss as a log shifted in the flames. The heat of the fire seemed to draw out the tension in the air, the uncertainty that had settled between them in the wake of their separation. Alaric could feel it, the weight of the choices they had made, the distance that had grown not just between their bodies but in their hearts. Seb's eyes never left his, and though Alaric wanted to say something, to bridge the gap that seemed insurmountable, his words caught in his throat. What could he say? How could he explain everything that had happened? The betrayal of his people, the weight of the council's decree, the crushing loneliness that had followed him like a shadow. He had never felt more lost, more unsure of who he was, yet standing here, in the flickering light of the fire, Seb was the only certainty he had left. The quiet between them stretched, thick with unspoken words, until Seb finally broke it, his voice rough from days of unshed emotion. "You're here," he said, his tone almost disbelieving. His words were simple, but there was a relief in them, a recognition that, despite everything, Alaric had returned. His hand, still resting on his knee, shifted slightly as if he were preparing to stand, to close the space between them. But instead, he stayed where he was, his gaze softening as it traveled over Alaric's form, taking in the bruises, the marks of their escape, the exhaustion that hung on him like a cloak. "I came back," Alaric replied quietly, his voice steady, though his heart pounded in his chest. The words felt like a promise, one he wasn't sure he could keep but needed to believe in. He took a step forward, the sand shifting beneath his boots, until he was close enough to feel the warmth of the fire against his skin. And as he stood there, just beyond the reach of Seb's outstretched arm, he realized that he had no idea what would come next. He didn't know what the future held, or if they could ever return to what they had been. But he did know one thing. He was no longer running. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Alaric knew he wasn't alone. Seb's eyes softened as he regarded Alaric. His gaze lingering on him was something that Alaric couldn't quite place. It wasn't just relief or surprise, it was something deeper, something that spoke to the bond they had formed despite the chaos of the world around them. And for the first time, Alaric allowed himself to truly feel it. The warmth, the pull between them, the unspoken understanding that had always existed, even when the world seemed intent on tearing them apart. Seb didn't need to say anything else. His presence was enough. It was the one thing Alaric could cling to, the one thing that made the future feel like it might be worth facing. Together, they had survived the storm, and though they didn't know what would come next, Alaric believed they could weather whatever lay ahead, if they faced it together. "You made it out," Seb said, his voice gruff, though there was a softness underneath it, a note of relief that he didn't try to hide. His gaze flickered over Alaric as he gestured to the fire, the flames dancing in the night air. "Figured you'd show up eventually," he added, the words a strange mix of expectation and weary resignation. It was the kind of statement that carried the weight of everything they'd been through together, the escapes, the near-death encounters, and the months of uncertainty. But now, here they were, at least for the moment, together once more. Seb didn't need to say it, but his posture spoke volumes. Alaric had returned. And that was enough. Alaric stepped closer, the soft crunch of his boots against the sand the only sound breaking the silence between them. The wind tugged at his cloak, but he barely noticed the chill as he approached the fire. He had been walking for what felt like hours, his thoughts a jumble of fragmented memories and a raw edge of his emotions. The sea, with its constant ebb and flow, had become a kind of refuge for him. But this moment right here, with Seb waiting by the fire, was a different kind of refuge. It was a reminder that, despite the world shifting beneath his feet, there was something stable, something worth fighting for. "I had to deal with the council first," Alaric said, his voice quiet, but heavy with everything that had transpired before this. Seb's frown deepened at the words, his brow furrowing as his eyes locked onto Alaric. It was an expression of concern, but also frustration, a mixture of feelings that had become all too familiar to Alaric over the last few days. "And?" Seb's voice was low, his tone edged with impatience. "What did those self-righteous bastards want?" The words hung in the air, sharp and full of contempt for the council that had once been his own. Seb had always been quick to distrust the political machinations of the Sirens, and the fact that they had treated Alaric like an outsider, a traitor even, only solidified Seb's disdain for them. He was waiting for the answer, but he wasn't sure he was ready to hear it. Alaric didn't respond immediately. Instead, he sat down across from Seb, the heat of the fire brushing against his skin. The flames crackled, their bright light dancing across his features, making the shadows seem deeper and more elongated. The air between them was charged, crackling with the tension of their shared history, and now, their uncertain future. He leaned forward slightly, his elbows resting on his knees, as if the weight of the decision he had just made was too much to bear in a more upright position. "They gave me an ultimatum," Alaric said, his voice soft but firm. The words hung heavily in the space between them. "Leave you, or leave my people." Seb's body stiffened at the mention of the ultimatum, the tension in his shoulders visible even in the flickering light of the fire. His jaw tightened, a muscle in his cheek twitching with restrained anger. Alaric had expected this reaction, knew it was coming. Seb's fierce loyalty was one of the things Alaric admired most about him. To be forced into a situation where he would have to choose between his people and the man he loved, Alaric knew that the weight of that choice was as heavy on Seb as it had been on him. "And?" Seb's voice was tight now, the edge of frustration slipping into his tone. "What did you decide?" The question was simple, but it cut deeper than any knife. It was more than just curiosity. It was a question born of everything they had been through, everything that hung in the balance. Alaric swallowed hard, his throat dry from the weight of the moment. He could feel the fire's heat against his skin, but it was nothing compared to the fire burning in his chest. He had spent hours, days even, wrestling with the decision, torn between loyalty to his people and loyalty to his heart. In the end, though, there was no real choice. Not when it came down to it. "I chose you," Alaric said, his voice steady despite the storm inside him. His gaze didn't waver from Seb's, and for a moment, the world around them seemed to fall away. It wasn't about the council, or the laws, or the judgments of their people. It was about what they had built together, and what they could still build, despite the odds stacked against them. Seb's eyes darkened at the words, and for a moment, Alaric thought he might see something else in his gaze. Relief, perhaps, or a softening of the hardness that had settled in his features over the past days. But instead, Seb's expression remained guarded, unreadable. His hands, which had been resting on his knees, clenched into fists at his sides, as if to keep the emotions he was feeling in check. There was no outburst, no immediate sign of approval or anger, just silence. And in that silence, Alaric could almost feel the weight of Seb's internal battle, the complexity of the emotions swirling beneath the surface. This was the moment they had both feared, the point of no return. "I'm not surprised," Seb finally said, his voice rough but laced with something close to gratitude. "You never did follow the rules." His lips twitched into the smallest of smiles, but it didn't reach his eyes. Alaric could see the tension there, the wariness of someone who had been let down too many times. But even still, there was a flicker of something more in Seb's gaze, something that wasn't quite forgiveness, but wasn't rejection either. "But you should have known," Seb continued, his voice lower now, "that whatever you chose, I'm with you." The words, simple as they were, carried a weight of their own, an understanding that no matter what came next, they would face it together. Alaric let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, a part of him expecting Seb to push him away, to express anger, or perhaps even fear. But that wasn't what came. What came was something else entirely. Something that didn't need to be said but was understood between them, in the very air that crackled with the heat of the fire. He nodded, his throat tight with emotion. "Thank you," he whispered, the words coming out almost as a prayer. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Alaric felt the weight of the world lighten, if only for a moment. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. Alaric's chest tightened at the bitter edge in Seb's voice, the way it shielded a deeper, raw vulnerability. It was a tone Alaric had come to know too well over the past few days, self-protection wrapped in harshness, a way of keeping the world at arm's length. Alaric's gaze softened, his heart aching at the thought that Seb might be pushing him away, even now. He knew Seb didn't want to be vulnerable, didn't want to admit how deeply this had affected him, but Alaric could feel it, pulsing just beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to steady the whirlwind of emotions within. The words he needed to say felt like a heavy burden in his chest, yet they clawed their way to the surface, desperate to be heard. "I chose you," Alaric said, his voice steady and unwavering, despite the tempest brewing inside him. The flickering light of the fire cast an almost ethereal glow over Seb's face, and Alaric watched as the surprise in his eyes became evident. Seb's eyebrows shot up, his mouth slightly parted as if he couldn't quite believe the words that had left Alaric's lips. The firelight reflected in his gaze, dancing like the crackling embers, revealing the turmoil that had been hidden behind his guarded expression. You gave up everything for me?" Seb asked, his voice betraying a mixture of awe and disbelief. His words hung in the air, heavy and uncertain, as if he couldn't fully grasp what Alaric was offering, what it truly meant to make such a choice. Alaric nodded, his expression resolute. He understood the weight of the decision, the enormity of what he was giving up. But the reality of it didn't faze him, not now, not in this moment. His gaze never faltered as he spoke again, the words coming from a place deep within him, as if he was sharing the very core of his soul. "I've lost my place among my people," My connection to the sea, and the life I thought I was destined to lead, Alaric admitted, each word carrying the echo of a life that had already slipped through his fingers. But none of that matters if I lose you. The finality of it settled in the space between them, a quiet confession that spoke louder than any declaration of loyalty ever could. It was the heart of the matter, the one thing Alaric couldn't live without, the one thing that had made the unbearable decision possible. For a moment Seb said nothing. The silence that stretched between them was heavy, laden with questions and emotions unspoken. Seb's gaze remained fixed on Alaric, his eyes scanning his face as if searching for any sign that Alaric might be lying, or perhaps even testing whether this was real. Alaric's heart began to sink with the weight of that silence, his mind spiraling into uncertainty. Had he made a mistake? Had Seb heard the words but not understood them? Had he just severed the final thread that bound them together? Each passing second felt like an eternity, stretching the silence thin until Alaric's chest tightened with the fear that his choice might have pushed Seb away forever. The air between them felt thick with tension, and Alaric found himself holding his breath, desperate for Seb's response. Every flicker of the fire seemed to burn away the edges of his resolve, until only vulnerability remained. His mind raced, replaying the decision over and over again, the irrevocable choice that had led him here. He had given everything for this, his people, his place in the world, his connection to the sea. And yet, in that moment, as Seb continued to stare at him with an unreadable expression, Alaric wondered if it had all been in vain. Was this the end of everything they had fought for? The thought felt like a weight settling in his chest, suffocating him with the possibility that this was where their paths diverged. Seb's eyes finally flickered, a flash of emotion passing through them, but his face remained unreadable, guarded. It wasn't the anger Alaric had feared, nor was it rejection. Instead, there was something else, something raw and untamed, hidden beneath the surface. Seb's jaw tightened, and for a fleeting moment, Alaric thought he might speak, might finally break the silence that had stretched so painfully between them. But Seb didn't speak. He just stared, his gaze intense and unyielding, as if he was still processing, still wrestling with the weight of Alaric's words. Alaric's stomach churned, the uncertainty gnawing at him like a relentless tide. He had laid himself bare before Seb, offered everything he had, and yet the silence continued, stretching further than Alaric had ever anticipated. He began to wonder if maybe Seb wasn't ready, if maybe the human part of him couldn't fully understand the gravity of what Alaric was offering. Had he pushed too hard, too fast? The thoughts swirled in his mind, clouding his vision, until the world around him seemed to blur into a haze of doubt and fear. And then, finally, Seb spoke, his voice quieter now, but steady, almost too steady. "You're crazy," he said, the words rough and worn, as if they had been building in him for a long time. He looked down at the ground, running a hand through his hair, clearly fighting with the turmoil inside him. Alaric waited, his heart still pounding in his chest, wondering if this was the beginning of something that would either pull them together or tear them apart. When Seb's eyes lifted again, they were softer, though the hardness in his expression hadn't completely faded. "But you're not wrong," Seb continued, his voice gentler now. "You're not wrong about choosing us. About choosing this." The weight of those words settled into the space between them, finally breaking the tension, as though Seb had accepted what Alaric had known all along. Alaric let out a slow, almost imperceptible breath, relief flooding through him in a rush, as if a dam had finally broken inside his chest. The words they hadn't spoken, the unspoken truths that had hung in the air for so long, seemed to settle in that moment, leaving a quiet understanding between them. The world didn't seem as dark, the future didn't seem so uncertain. Whatever lay ahead, Alaric knew one thing for certain: Seb hadn't rejected him. And for now, that was enough. Seb let out a shaky breath, the sound a mix of frustration and exhaustion. His shoulders slumped as he leaned back, running a hand through his hair, a motion that had become all too familiar over the past few days. "Damn it, Alaric," he muttered, his voice rough with emotion, the words laced with disbelief and something deeper, something he wasn't yet willing to face. "Why do you have to say things like that? The question hung in the air between them, almost accusatory, yet it carried with it a thread of vulnerability, as if Seb was asking for something he wasn't sure he was ready to receive. Alaric's heart clenched at the sight of Seb so visibly torn, as if the weight of his words had unsettled more than just the space between them. He shifted, his gaze never leaving Seb's face. "Because it's the truth," Alaric replied softly, his voice firm yet gentle. There was no hesitation in his words, no room for doubt. He had never been more certain of anything in his life. "You've risked everything for me, Seb. You fought for me when no one else would. How could I turn my back on you after everything we've been through?" His words were laced with raw honesty, the kind that only comes when a person has truly bared their soul. The weight of Alaric's confession seemed to settle over Seb like a heavy cloak, and for the first time in days, the tautness in his body loosened. His shoulders sagged, the burden of his own doubts and fears seeming to dissipate, if only for a moment. His eyes shifted from the fire to meet Alaric's, the hardness in them softening. There was something in Seb's gaze that Alaric couldn't quite place at first, but it wasn't the bitterness or anger that had marked their earlier conversations. No, it was something different, something that resembled the faintest glimmer of hope. And that was enough to make Alaric's chest tighten in response, a feeling that bordered on awe. Seb's voice, when it came, was quieter, more hesitant. "You really mean it, don't you?" His words were almost a whisper, as though he was testing the waters, unsure whether to believe what Alaric had just said. The doubt in his tone was subtle, but it was there, an echo of the walls Seb had built around himself in an attempt to protect his heart. "You're not just saying this because of some noble sense of duty or guilt?" Seb's eyes flickered to the fire, as if searching for an answer in the crackling flames. But Alaric could see the vulnerability there, the need for reassurance. Alaric didn't hesitate. He couldn't. This moment, this fragile, pivotal moment, demanded honesty, and he wasn't about to hold back now. Reaching across the fire, his hand found Seb's forearm, his touch light but firm, grounding them both in a way words alone couldn't. The warmth of Seb's skin under his fingers was a reminder of everything they had been through together, and the connection between them that had only deepened since the day they met. "This isn't about duty," Alaric said, his voice steady and sure. He let the words sink in, watching Seb's face, waiting for the understanding to settle. "It's about us. I care about you, Seb. More than I ever thought I could care about anyone." His heart beat faster as he spoke, each word infused with a truth that had been growing within him since the moment they first stood together on the shore. Seb's expression flickered, a mixture of disbelief and something else, something softer, more vulnerable, flashing across his features. He stared at Alaric for a long moment, as though searching for any sign of hesitation, any clue that might suggest this was all a lie, a half-truth to soften the blow of their shared struggles. But there was no lie in Alaric's eyes. No trace of anything but the honesty that he had been holding back for far too long. Seb's breath itched, and for a heartbeat, it felt like time stood still between them. Alaric could feel the shift in the air, the way Seb's walls were beginning to crumble, just a little at a time. Seb's voice trailed off, uncertainty creeping in again. He closed his eyes for a moment, running a hand over his face as if trying to process what Alaric had just revealed. When he opened them again, the rawness in his gaze was unmistakable. "I didn't think you'd ever feel this way about me," he admitted quietly, the words more to himself than to Alaric. "I thought it was just temporary. A moment, you know? Something that would pass when everything calmed down." There was a vulnerability in his confession that made Alaric's chest ache. The thought that Seb had doubted the depth of what they shared, that he had convinced himself it was just a fleeting connection, hit harder than Alaric had expected. Alaric's grip on Seb's arm tightened slightly, a silent promise, an anchor in the swirling uncertainty between them. He wanted to tell Seb that he had always known this connection was real, that it was more than just a momentary lapse in judgment. But words seemed inadequate now, so he simply leaned in, his voice low but steady. "It's not temporary, Seb. What we have, it's real. And it's not going anywhere." He let his words hang in the air, the fire crackling between them as a backdrop to the quiet truth he was offering. His heart was laid bare, and he hoped, with everything in him, that Seb would understand. Seb's gaze softened further, and for the first time since their difficult conversations began, a hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. It was small, fleeting, but it was there, a quiet acknowledgement of the bond that had grown between them despite the chaos of their lives. "I'm not good with this kind of thing," Seb muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know how to do this, how to be the person you need." There was a rawness in his words, an honesty that Alaric wasn't used to hearing from him. Seb was opening up in a way he never had before, and Alaric could feel the weight of his admission. Alaric smiled gently, the corners of his mouth pulling up in a way that spoke volumes about the depth of his understanding. "You don't have to be perfect, Seb," he said softly, his fingers brushing lightly over Seb's forearm. "I don't need you to be anyone else. I just need you to be you." There was no more doubt in his heart, no hesitation. He had made his choice, and he would stand by it, no matter the cost. For once, he felt certain of where his path was leading, and for the first time in a long while, he believed that Seb felt the same way. Seb stared at Alaric as though trying to convince himself this moment was real. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, the tension in his body trembling just beneath the surface. Then, slowly, almost reverently, he reached out and covered Alaric's hand with his own. His grip was warm and callous, grounding them both in the gravity of the moment. His thumb brushed over Alaric's knuckles with surprising gentleness, a silent admission of how deeply he felt the weight of Alaric's words. "I didn't think I'd ever hear you say that," Seb admitted, his voice rough with emotion. His tone carried the tremble of restrained disbelief, of a man who had prepared himself for disappointment, but still dared to hope. "I mean, I hoped, I wanted to believe you felt something. But you've always been so damn stubborn, Alaric. Like the sea, always shifting, always distant. I didn't think you'd ever let yourself want this." Alaric's lips curved into a soft, almost rueful smile, and a quiet chuckle escaped him. "It seems I've met my match in that regard," he replied, his voice full of affection. He looked at Seb, not with uncertainty or doubt, but with a sense of peace that had long eluded him. "You're just as stubborn. Maybe more. That's what kept us both standing, isn't it? Through everything?" His fingers tightened around Seb's for a moment, a silent affirmation of all they had survived. For a while, they said nothing more. The fire crackled between them, its glow dancing across their faces like sunlight through waves. Their joined hands rested between them like a lifeline, steady and sure. Around them, the world exhaled, soft waves crashing against the shore, wind brushing past in salty whispers. It was a fragile peace, but it was theirs, if only for a while. In that silence, they allowed themselves to breathe, to feel the rare quiet that came with choosing each other against the odds. Eventually, it was Seb who broke the silence, though his voice was low and thoughtful. "We can't keep running," he said, his gaze fixed on the fire. His hand didn't leave Alaric's, but there was tension again in the set of his jaw, the quiet certainty of a man who had lived too long in the shadows. "The Council won't stop hunting us. They've made that clear. And if the humans figure out what you are, they won't hesitate to turn on us either. We'll always be looking over our shoulders." Alaric sighed, the sound heavy with reluctant agreement. He knew Seb was right. As much as he wanted to believe they could carve out a quiet life, the reality of who they were, and what they represented, meant peace would never come easy. "I know," he said quietly. "I thought maybe if I left them, if I gave up everything, we'd be safe. But I see now that sacrifice doesn't buy safety. It just makes room for new battles." Seb turned his gaze back to Alaric, his eyes searching. "Then what do we do?" he asked. "What's left when every path leads to a fight?" There was no fear in his voice, only fatigue, and the flickering embers of resolve. He wasn't asking because he was afraid to face what lay ahead. He was asking because he needed to know Alaric would be facing it with him. "We don't hide," Alaric said, his voice firmer now. "Not anymore. We find a place where we can stand our ground. Together. And if they come for us, then we fight. Not because we have to, but because we choose to. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes meeting Seb's with a fire that matched the one between them. I gave up my old life for you, Seb. I'm not going to waste that by running. Seb was quiet again, but this time, it wasn't hesitation that kept him silent. It was the slow, dawning realization of what they were choosing. He glanced down at their joined hands, then back up at Alaric. Then we stand together, he said at last, his voice steady. And we make them regret ever thinking they could tear us apart. And with those words, the spark that had always burned between them ignited into something fiercer, something that would carry them through the darkness, no matter what came next. Then we fight, Alaric said without hesitation, his voice like the quiet before a storm, still, but charged with purpose. There was no fear in his tone, no wavering in his posture. He wasn't speaking in metaphors or exaggerations. He meant it. The weight of everything he had given up, the council, the sea, his own kin, rested on his shoulders. But instead of dragging him down, it seemed to fortify him. Seb raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical, though the spark in his eye hinted at something more. Fight? He echoed, leaning forward slightly. Against the council? Against the world? His words carried a familiar edge of sarcasm, but underneath that was a thread of worry, of disbelief that someone would truly choose such a dangerous path for him. If that's what it takes, Alaric replied. His voice was calm, but his eyes burned with unshakable resolve. I'm not afraid of them, Seb. Not anymore. I've spent too long letting others decide who I should be, what I should feel, who I should love. I'm done with that. I won't let them dictate my life, or ours. Not now. Not ever again. Seb stared at him for a long moment, eyes narrowing slightly as though trying to see through to the heart of Alaric's convictions. The fire between them crackled, casting flickering shadows over their faces, painting Alaric in shades of defiance and devotion. The silence stretched until Seb finally exhaled, low and slow, and shook his head with something like wonder. Then, slowly, a grin began to spread across Seb's face. It started small, uncertain, but soon it bloomed into something bigger, lopsided and full of mischief. The corners of his mouth curled upward, a gleam of excitement lighting his features. It was the kind of grin Alaric had seen in battle before, equal parts challenge and invitation. You're serious, Seb said, his tone filled with astonishment and reluctant admiration. You're really ready to take on the whole damn world with me? He leaned back slightly, the grin still lingering on his lips, as though tasting the thrill of rebellion already dancing on the horizon. Alaric tilted his head slightly and returned the smile, though his was softer, more intimate. I'm not just ready, Seb. I'm already doing it. He gestured between them, walking away from the council. Choosing you. That was the first battle. The rest, we'll face together. One fight at a time. Seb looked down at the fire for a moment, the flames reflecting in his eyes like distant stars. When he looked back up, there was no more hesitation, no trace of doubt. Well, damn, he said with a laugh, shaking his head. Guess I'm stuck with you now. His voice was teasing, but there was warmth beneath the words, the kind that hinted at a loyalty forged in fire. You were always stuck with me, Alaric replied, reaching out to squeeze Seb's hand again. You just didn't know it yet. And in that moment, between firelight and sea breeze, between past losses and future battles, they sealed a vow not with ceremony, but with shared defiance and a love too fierce to be broken. Alaric smiled, the expression slow and full of quiet certainty, his hand tightening around Seb's as if anchoring himself to this one unshakable truth. I've faced worse odds, he said, voice low but steady. The firelight danced across his face, casting flickers of gold in his silver-blue eyes, and for a moment, the world seemed to pause around them, just long enough for that spark between them to grow into something fierce and unbreakable. Seb laughed, and it was a real laugh, full and unguarded. It rumbled from his chest like something long buried finally breaking free. The tension that had wrapped around his shoulders seemed to melt away, and Alaric could feel the shift between them. For the first time in what felt like forever, there was hope, not just a fragile flicker, but a stubborn flame refusing to be extinguished. "All right then," Seb said, leaning forward, eyes gleaming with a mix of fire and mischief. "If we're doing this, we're doing it together. No running. No hiding. We stand our ground and make them see that we're not going anywhere." His voice carried the weight of determination, but beneath it was something gentler, something deeply, painfully human. "Together," Alaric echoed, his voice rich with conviction. The word wasn't just an agreement, it was a promise. A vow made not before gods or thrones or oceans, but before the person who had stood by him through every storm. Whatever trials lay ahead, they would not be faced alone. The fire between them crackled, sending tiny sparks into the night air, as if echoing their resolve. Around them, the beach stretched into shadow, and the sea sang its restless lullaby. But in that small circle of warmth and light, something had shifted. Their decision had solidified, etched into the sand and stars alike. They knew it wouldn't be easy. The council would not relent so easily, and the human world still bristled with its own suspicions and prejudices. Each step forward would come with resistance, and they would likely find themselves fighting on more fronts than one. But in choosing each other, they had already taken the hardest step of all. Seb glanced toward the dark horizon, then back at Alaric. "You know they'll come after us," he said, not in fear, but as a simple truth. "They'll try to break us apart. They'll use everything they've got." He didn't say it as a warning, he said it to make sure Alaric understood what they were truly up against. Alaric reached for the dagger at his belt and set it down beside him, the blade catching the firelight. "Let them come," he said. "I'm done living in fear. We've already made our choice. Now we make it mean something." His voice rang with quiet strength, and Seb nodded, the last of his uncertainty melting into resolve. Side by side, with the fire burning strong and the sea whispering behind them, they sat in silence. Not because there was nothing left to say, but because they had already said the only thing that mattered. They had chosen each other, and now, no force in this world or the next would tear them apart. For the first time, the weight of the world didn't feel so crushing, not with Seb at Alaric's side and Alaric at Seb's. Where once there had been isolation and fear, now there was shared strength. They were no longer outcasts wandering in the dark, but two souls who had found solace in each other, forming a bond the council could neither understand nor sever. Even the restless sea seemed to hush for them, as if acknowledging the quiet defiance burning between their joined hands. The fire flickered low, casting long shadows over their faces, but neither man moved to stoke it. The warmth they drew from each other was enough. Alaric could feel it in every steady breath Seb took, in the lingering brush of his thumb along Alaric's wrist. They didn't need to speak. Words would only dilute the truth already written in their actions. They had chosen this life, uncertain as it was, and that choice held more power than any decree or tradition. Around them, the world remained unchanged, cold sand beneath their boots, the hiss of waves on shore, the darkness stretching far beyond the reach of firelight. But something had shifted within. Alaric no longer saw the shadows as threats, and Seb no longer looked over his shoulder with suspicion. The fear hadn't vanished, but it had been eclipsed by something far stronger, love born not of comfort, but of hardship and sacrifice. Together they stared out toward the horizon, where night met sea and stars began to fade into morning. Whatever lay ahead, fury, fight, or freedom, they would face it as one. For the first time, they weren't bracing against the storm alone. They were standing in it, shoulder to shoulder, hearts aligned, and ready. Chapter 28. The Pirate's Sacrifice. The tides whispered against the cavern walls as the hidden grotto filled with the soft glow of bioluminescent algae, casting a pale blue light over the still pool at its center. The light shifted gently with the motion of the water, painting the stone ceiling with waves of luminescence. Seb sat on a smooth rock near the water's edge, his fingers trailing lazily through the glowing surface. The underwater realm, once a source of wonder, now seemed distant, unreachable in a way that made its beauty feel more like a memory than a miracle. Everything shimmered, yet felt just out of reach, as if the world around him no longer belonged to him. From the dark mouth of a narrow tunnel, Alaric emerged, his silhouette outlined by the faint light behind him. His eyes scanned the cavern until they landed on Seb, and a wave of relief swept through him. The sight of Seb, alive, real, and sitting with such quiet stillness, settled something inside him. But Alaric could also see the tension in Seb's shoulders, the weariness etched into every line of his body. He moved with careful steps across the stone floor, as though afraid to shatter the fragile piece clinging to the air. Seb looked up at the sound of Alaric's approach. His face softened into a tired, crooked smile, but the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "You're back," he murmured, voice raspy from disuse or weariness, maybe both. His hand paused in the water, glowing droplets clinging to his fingertips. Alaric offered a faint smile in return and lowered himself to sit beside Seb, their shoulders just barely touching. The silence between them lingered for a while, thick with unsaid things, the hush of the grotto amplifying the unspoken weight. Only the gentle trickle of water and the sigh of the ocean through the rock kept them company. "They're not going to relent, are they?" Seb asked finally, his voice low and resigned. He didn't need to specify who they were: the council, the guardians of tradition, the enemies of anything unfamiliar or threatening. Alaric knew exactly what he meant. "No," Alaric said quietly, his voice threaded with sorrow. "They won't stop. Not until I'm back in chains, or worse." He didn't want to say it aloud, didn't want to give power to the possibility that had haunted his thoughts. That they might hunt him to the ends of the sea. That they might try to destroy him just for choosing a different kind of love. Seb let out a long breath and drew his hand from the water, watching the glowing droplets run down his skin. "Then we'll have to keep running," he said, but even he didn't sound convinced. There was fatigue in his tone, a weariness that went beyond the body and buried itself deep in the soul. "I don't want to keep running," Alaric whispered. "I want to build something, Seb. I want to stop hiding. But I don't know if that's possible anymore, not for people like us." His gaze flicked to Seb's profile, illuminated in blue light. "Not when the world sees us as threats just for wanting to live." Seb turned to him then, and in his eyes was a mix of pain and something stronger, defiance. "Then maybe it's time we stop letting the world decide what we are." He reached for Alaric's hand, holding it tightly, the glow of the pool lighting the space between their joined palms. "Maybe we make our own place. Just us." "No," Alaric admitted, his voice barely louder than the gentle lapping of water in the glowing cavern. "The council won't change their minds. To them, we've already crossed the line. They see us as a threat to everything they stand for." His words hung in the air like smoke, bitter and heavy. He hated the finality of it, but there was no room for hope when it came to the council's judgment. Their decisions were carved in stone, unmoved by reason or plea. Seb exhaled sharply, dragging a hand down his face before raking it back through his hair. "Figures," he muttered, his tone laced with frustration. "People in power don't like being reminded that they're not invincible, that the world can change without their permission." There was fire behind his words, a spark of rebellion that always stirred just beneath the surface. It was one of the reasons Alaric had fallen for him. Alaric offered a faint smile at that, brief, wistful, but it vanished almost as soon as it appeared. "They won't stop hunting us, Seb. Not unless—" He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. The glow of the algae made the pain in his eyes all the more visible, like moonlight catching on scars. Seb's hand, which had been lazily stirring the glowing water, suddenly went still. Droplets clung to his fingertips, trembling in the dim light as if sensing the weight of what he was about to say. He turned to Alaric, his expression shifting into something cold and resolute. "Not unless I leave." The words hit Alaric like a blade between the ribs, sharp and immediate. His breath caught, and his chest tightened with a mixture of panic and disbelief. "Seb, no," he said, his voice hoarse with urgency. Seb didn't look away. "It makes sense, Alaric. I'm the reason they're after you. If I disappear, maybe they'll stop seeing you as a traitor. Maybe they'll let you live." He tried to keep his voice steady, but the cracks showed in the spaces between his words, a subtle tremor in his jaw. Alaric shook his head fiercely. his hand reaching out to grasp Seb's arm. Don't you dare say that like it's the only option. You think I could go back to them after everything we've been through? After everything I gave up for you? His fingers tightened. There's no life for me without you in it. Seb swallowed hard, the intensity in Alaric's voice forcing him to blink away the burn behind his eyes. I don't want you to suffer because of me, he whispered. I couldn't live with myself if they hurt you trying to get to me. You think I'd survive without you? Alaric asked, his voice raw. You're not the reason I'm suffering, Seb. You're the reason I'm still standing. His grip on Seb's arm softened, but his eyes didn't waver. We don't run. We don't hide. And we sure as hell don't say goodbye. Listen to me, Seb said, cutting through the tension like a blade through silk. His voice was steady, calm, but laced with an undercurrent of desperation. If I go back to the surface, the council will have no reason to keep coming after you. They'll see me as the problem, and without me around, maybe they'll let you stay. He stepped closer to Alaric, the glow of the algae lighting his features with a ghostly heat. You don't have to lose your home for this. Alaric stared at him, heart pounding like waves crashing against jagged cliffs. The idea of Seb leaving, of being gone from this world they had fought so hard to carve out together, felt unbearable. You can't mean that, he said, his voice trembling despite the tight rein he tried to keep on his emotions. Seb's jaw tensed, but he nodded. There was no hesitation in his eyes, just a quiet sadness that made it all the harder to look at him. I do. This world means everything to you, Alaric. Your people, your connection to the sea, it's who you are. I won't be the reason you lose it all. Alaric surged to his feet, emotion exploding in his chest like a storm-tossed current. He began to pace along the edge of the pool, his footsteps echoing off the smooth cavern walls. And you think I could just let you go? He snapped. After everything we've been through? After everything you've done for me? His fingers curled into fists at his sides. Seb stood as well, fire flaring in his eyes now. You don't have a choice, Alaric. If staying here means you're exiled, then what's the point? You'll lose everything, and it'll be because of me. His voice cracked, but he held firm, even as the pain threatened to overtake him. Alaric turned sharply, facing him. You are everything, he said fiercely, the words echoing through the cavern. You think I care about my title, my home, if I don't have you in it? None of that matters if I lose you. Seb opened his mouth to argue, but the look in Alaric's eyes stopped him cold. There was no anger there, just raw, unwavering devotion. He swallowed hard, his resolve faltering for the first time. I thought I was protecting you, he whispered. I thought maybe this would give you a chance to have a life that wasn't dictated by my presence. You were, Alaric said gently, stepping closer now. You've always been protecting me, but now it's my turn. I won't let you sacrifice yourself just to make things easier for me. That's not love, Seb. That's surrender. Seb looked away, blinking against the burn of tears. Then what do we do? He asked, his voice hoarse. Because it feels like we're running out of options. Alaric reached for him, pulling him in until their foreheads touched, breath mingling in the cool cavern air. Then we find another way, he whispered. Together. It's not just about you. Alaric snapped, his voice sharp as the crack of a whip against stone. The fire in his chest flared, frustration spilling out before he could rein it in. It's about us. Do you think I care about the council's rules or their judgment? I care about you. I'm not going to stand by and let them take you away from me. His hands trembled at his sides, clenched into fists, as if holding on to the last thread of control. Seb dragged a hand through his dark hair, his movements tense and erratic. His body was coiled tight, a man caught between fight and flight. And what happens when they come after us again? He asked, voice low and edged with fear. When they send their enforcers or worse? Do you really think we can outrun them forever? Alaric looked down, his shoulders slumping under the weight of the truth. I don't know, he admitted, voice cracking. I don't know how this ends. But I know I can't let you go. Not like this. Not because of them. For a moment Seb said nothing. His eyes studied Alaric's face, reading every unspoken word, every shadow of pain etched into the angles of his expression. Then he stepped closer, closing the space between them. "You're stubborn, you know that?" His tone had softened, warmth flickering beneath the worry. "So are you," Alaric countered, managing the ghost of a smile. It was faint, fleeting, but it carried all the weight of shared battles, of hard-won loyalty. He reached out slowly, cautiously, afraid that even now Seb might pull away. Seb didn't. He let Alaric's fingers brush against his arm, then covered them with his own, grounding them both in that single point of contact. I don't want you to regret choosing me," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "I don't want to be the reason you lose everything." Alaric shook his head. "You're not the reason I'm losing anything. You're the reason I found something worth fighting for." His grip tightened slightly, reassuring, steady. "If the cost of keeping you is exile, then so be it. I'll pay it." Emotion flickered in Seb's eyes, something raw and tender that made Alaric's chest ache. "You're risking too much," Seb said quietly, but there was no resistance in his voice anymore. Only fear, only love. "Maybe," Alaric said, pulling him closer. "But I'd rather risk everything than live a life without you in it." And for the first time since the argument began, the fire between them softened, not extinguished, but transformed into something warmer, something that could weather even the storm that waited beyond the cave. Seb reached out, his fingers brushing lightly against Alaric's arm, a silent plea hidden in the trembling touch. His voice was steady, but only just. "I'm serious, Alaric. If leaving is the only way to keep you safe, I'll do it. I'll go back to the surface, take my ship, and disappear." The words landed like stones in the quiet cavern. "You can stay here, rebuild your life, and forget about me." Alaric reacted instantly, his hand closing around Seb's as if trying to anchor him in place, to stop him from drifting away. "I could never forget you," he said, the words fierce, unwavering. "And I don't want to rebuild a life without you in it." There was no hesitation in his voice, only the ache of someone standing at the edge of losing everything they loved. Seb's defiance flickered, replaced by a vulnerability he rarely let surface. The fire in his gaze dimmed, revealing something tender beneath. "Then what do we do, Alaric?" he asked, the question fragile. "How do we make this work? How do we outrun a world that's always hunting us?" Alaric took a step forward, closing the space between them with the same certainty he'd shown since the moment they met. His free hand rose slowly, fingers brushing along Seb's cheek before settling against his jaw. "We fight," he said softly, "like we always have. Together." His thumb moved gently, a silent promise in every stroke. "If the council won't accept us, we'll find somewhere they can't reach. I don't care if it's on land or at sea, as long as I'm with you." Seb's breath caught, his chest rising sharply as emotion choked him. He stared at Alaric, all the walls he'd built around himself beginning to crumble under the weight of those words. Then, almost disbelieving, he let out a shaky laugh, pressing his hand over Alaric's. "You're impossible, you know that?" Alaric smiled, his eyes shining with a mix of affection and defiance. "So I've been told." His voice was quieter now, more intimate, as if they were the only two souls left in the world. "But I'd rather be impossible than alone." Seb shook his head, but the motion was slow, filled more with wonder than protest. "You're risking everything, your home, your people. For me, I'm not risking it," Alaric said, voice steady. "I'm choosing you. There's a difference." His fingers tightened slightly on Seb's hand, grounding them both in that truth. For a long moment, they stood there in the quiet glow of the grotto, neither moving nor speaking. The water lapped softly at the rocks around them, the only witness to a vow deeper than words. In that stillness, something shifted, no longer just survival, no longer just desperation. This was a choice, a declaration, and neither of them would turn back. "And yet here you are," Alaric said softly, his voice tinged with affection and a touch of disbelief. His thumb moved gently across Seb's cheek, a tender caress that said more than words could. There was something reverent in the way he looked at him. Like Seb was a miracle he still couldn't quite believe was real. Seb let out a breath that was half laugh, half sigh, his grin fading into something quieter, more vulnerable. "I don't deserve you, Alaric," he murmured, eyes falling for a moment, as if ashamed of his own doubts. "After everything that's happened, everything I've done." Alaric didn't hesitate. "Yes, you do," he said, his voice firm, unwavering. He reached up, cupping Seb's face in both hands now, forcing him to look him in the eye. "You deserve everything. Every bit of love, every ounce of peace, every second of happiness we can find." Seb blinked rapidly, his throat working as he swallowed emotion that threatened to spill over. The strength in Alaric's words grounded him, steadied him. It was like standing in the eye of the storm, danger swirling all around, but this one place, this one person, was safe. The world outside their hidden cove was still cruel and unforgiving. The council would not stop, the danger hadn't vanished, and tomorrow might be worse than today. But in this moment, with only the sound of water lapping softly at the stone and Alaric's hands cradling his face, everything else faded. Seb leaned forward slowly, his forehead resting against Alaric's. The touch was intimate, grounding, the kind that spoke of quiet promises and shared dreams. "If we're doing this," he whispered, "we're doing it right. No running, no hiding." Alaric nodded, his breath mingling with Seb's. "Just us," he echoed, his words steady. "No matter what comes." Their hands remained clasped, holding tight not just to each other, but to the fragile, burning hope that had survived all the trials and wounds. This bond, tempered in fire and forged through loss, wasn't something that could be broken easily. Outside the grotto, the tide began to rise again, the ocean breathing in steady rhythm. But here, in the stillness between heartbeats and shared breath, Seb and Alaric stood unshaken, two souls bound not by fate, but by choice. "Just us," Alaric echoed, his voice low but steady, filled with quiet determination that anchored them both. There was no grand gesture, no flare of magic or defiant roar, just the steady, unwavering certainty of two people who had made their choice. His fingers tightened slightly around Seb's, grounding them in the here and now. In that simple promise, there was more power than any oath spoken before a throne. Around them, the cavern glowed with the soft, pulsing light of bioluminescent algae. It painted their faces in hues of blue and silver, giving the moment an ethereal stillness. The gentle lap of water echoed through the grotto like a heartbeat, a rhythm that whispered of ancient tides and countless secrets. The hidden sanctuary had witnessed many things over the centuries, but perhaps none so raw, so deeply human, as this moment of resolve between two people clinging to each other amidst chaos. Seb's chest rose and fell slowly as he let the words settle deep into his bones. For so long, he had braced himself for loss, expecting betrayal, preparing for abandonment. But Alaric's steady presence, his refusal to walk away even when it would have been easier, shattered those fears. He wasn't just staying out of duty or desperation. He was choosing Seb over and over again, even with the weight of the world pressing down on them. They didn't need to speak further. The silence between them wasn't empty. It was full of understanding, full of all the things they didn't need to say aloud anymore. Every glance, every breath, every shared heartbeat was enough. Whatever came next, be it exile, war, or the unrelenting pursuit of the council, they would face it as one. Together, they had found strength not just in defiance, but in love. And so, beneath the shimmering veil of ocean light, two souls stood unmoving. Not as fugitives or rebels, not as prey cornered by a merciless world, but as a force forged in fire, tempered by loss, and sealed in the promise of unwavering loyalty. Whatever storms loomed on the horizon, they would not break. Because it was no longer just about survival. It was about each other. It was about them. Chapter 29. A New Betrayal. The cavern was eerily quiet, save for the faint hum of the ocean currents outside its entrance. Bioluminescent algae cast soft blue ripples of light across the slick walls, creating the illusion of movement where there was none. Seb stood at the edge of the water, his boots planted firmly on the damp, uneven rock. Beyond the barrier reef, dimly visible through the glow. His ship waited, a familiar silhouette against the shimmer of the distant moonlight filtering through the sea. It should have felt like an escape, a return to something known. But instead, a heavy, breathless tightness pressed against his chest, warning him that walking away from this place would tear something vital from him. Behind him, the steady rhythm of Alaric's pacing echoed off the cavern walls. Each step sounded like a question without an answer, heavy with frustration and fear. His usually composed features were drawn, mouth set in a grim line, eyes flashing with barely restrained emotion. "You don't have to do this," Alaric said suddenly, his voice slicing through the quiet like a blade. Though sharp, it was tinged with desperation, as if he feared every word might push Seb closer to the exit. Seb turned slowly to face him, his expression carefully neutral, though his heart was anything but calm. "I already told you, Alaric," he said, forcing steadiness into his tone. "If I leave, the council might let this go. They'll have no reason to keep hunting us. They might even let you stay, let you keep your life here." The words felt like stones falling from his mouth. Rational, calculated, but hollow. Alaric's eyes searched his face, looking for some crack in the mask, some sign that Seb didn't mean it. "You really think they'll forgive and forget just because you're gone?" he asked, voice rising. "This isn't about just you, Seb. They came after us both. They fear what we are together, what we represent. You leaving won't change that. But it might buy you time," Seb countered, his jaw clenched. "Time to convince them you were manipulated, that you were caught up in something beyond your control. You're their prince, Alaric. You were born to be a part of this world. I wasn't." His voice cracked at the end despite his best efforts, and he turned his face slightly away, unwilling to let Alaric see the pain in his eyes. Alaric crossed the space between them in 2 strides, his hand catching Seb's arm and turning him back. "You are part of this world," he said fiercely. "You made yourself part of it the moment you risked everything to stand with me. You don't just belong here, you belong with me." The words vibrated with conviction, but also fear. As if Alaric, for all his strength, was terrified of losing what they built together. Seb shook his head slowly, eyes brimming. "Don't make this harder than it already is." His voice was a whisper, barely more than the sound of the waves outside. "I'm doing this for you, Alaric. For us. If there's even a chance it keeps you safe, if it gives you a future, I have to take it." The more he spoke, the less convinced he sounded. And he hated that. Hated how much he wanted Alaric to stop him. Silence fell between them again, thick and aching. The water lapped at the shore like a quiet plea. Alaric stood still, his grip loosening slightly, gaze locked on Seb's face. "I don't want a future that doesn't have you in it," he said at last, his voice barely audible. There was no fire in the words now, no desperation, just truth. A quiet truth that hung heavy in the cavern air. Seb looked at him for a long, agonizing moment. Then he stepped forward, slowly closing the gap between them until they stood inches apart. His forehead pressed gently to Alaric's, and he closed his eyes. "Then tell me what to do," he whispered. "Because all I see are choices that hurt. And I already told you, I'm not letting you leave." Alaric snapped, his voice echoing sharply through the quiet cavern. The words rang with unyielding defiance, laced with emotion that trembled just beneath the surface. He stepped closer, fists clenched at his sides, every part of him radiating resistance to the idea of Seb walking away. His expression wasn't just angry, it was desperate, protective, terrified of what Seb's departure would mean for both of them. Seb opened his mouth, ready to argue again, but before the words could form, a strange sound cut through the tense silence. It started as a faint splash, subtle, barely noticeable over the rhythmic lapping of the water. But then came a series of soft clicks and strange, whisper-like murmurs, echoing against the smooth stone walls. The sound was unlike anything either of them had heard before, either natural nor entirely unfamiliar. Both men froze where they stood, instinct taking over. Seb's hand drifted to the hilt of the short blade at his belt, while Alaric's posture shifted into one of alert readiness. Their eyes scanned the shadows beyond the pool, where the glowing algae pulsed gently across the rocks. The cavern, once a sanctuary for their hardest decisions, now felt like a trap, alive with tension. "What was that?" Seb asked, his voice dropping to a whisper. He didn't move, didn't even blink, as if afraid any sound or motion might provoke whatever was lurking nearby. His eyes darted toward the darker crevices near the back of the cavern, where the light didn't reach. The hairs on his arms stood on end, his instincts flaring with unease. Alaric shifted slightly, his body angled protectively in front of Seb. "I don't know," he murmured, barely audible. "But it's not natural. Not the sea light we're used to." He slowly reached for the conch pendant at his chest, fingers brushing the smooth shell, a relic of his lineage, sometimes used to call for help or signal danger. But he hesitated. Whoever, or whatever, was in the cavern might already know they were here. The strange clicking grew louder, echoing more distinctly now, as if drawing closer. A ripple disturbed the surface of the pool, spreading out in a widening circle. Another splash followed, this one closer. Seb's fingers tightened around his blade. "It's coming from the water," he muttered, voice tense. Alaric stepped forward cautiously, squinting into the gloom. He had lived among the reef's strange creatures all his life, but this felt different, calculated. "Get ready," he said quietly. "This could be council enforcers, or worse." There was a hard edge to his voice, the tone of someone who had fought to survive too many ambushes to underestimate a threat. Seb moved to Alaric's side, back straight, jaw clenched. Whatever this was, he wasn't going to run, not now. Not with Alaric standing beside him. The idea that the council might have already found them clawed at his chest, but there was no time to spiral. "If they want to fight," Seb said under his breath, "they picked the wrong night." Then, from the shadowed water, a shape began to emerge, slow and silent, too smooth to be a natural creature. Light caught on slick armor, and the glint of sharpened coral blades. The whispers stopped. The clicks became the steady clatter of footsteps against stone. They weren't alone anymore. Alaric's eyes narrowed as he scanned the shifting shadows around the water's edge. His breath stilled, every muscle coiled tight with instinct. "We're not alone," he said quietly, his voice laced with warning. The soft glimmer of algae flickered across the walls, casting distorted shapes that danced in the corners of his vision. But this time, the shapes weren't tricks of the light. They were real, deliberate, watching. Before either of them could move, the pool exploded in a violent surge. Water sprayed into the air as sleek figures burst from the depths, their movements swift and seamless. Sirens, at least 6 of them, emerged from the pool, their bodies adorned with iridescent scales that reflected the faint glow around them. Their eyes glowed with a cold, focused light, and coral blades gleamed in their hands. Seb's hand flew to the hilt of his dagger out of instinct, his body twisting into a defensive stance. But before he could take a step, Alaric moved, positioning himself between Seb and the advancing sirens with a shielded presence. His posture was firm, commanding, as though he could block their path with willpower alone. His heart pounded, but his voice was calm and clear. "What are you doing here?" Alaric demanded, his tone sharp with authority. He addressed the lead siren, a tall figure with a crown of braided kelp and a jagged coral staff in hand. Though the tension in the room pulsed like a drawn bowstring, he stood his ground, refusing to flinch. He could feel Seb just behind him, ready to strike, but he hoped, prayed, it wouldn't come to that. The lead siren tilted her head, her expression unreadable. "We came to deliver a message," she said, her voice like the hiss of waves over sharp stone. "You have defied the council, Alaric. You've chosen an outsider over your duty. That choice carries consequences." Seb stiffened behind him, fighting back the urge to step forward and confront them himself. He knew this wasn't his world, it was Alaric's, and Alaric had earned the right to speak for them both. Still, his grip tightened around the dagger's handle, the weight of it suddenly heavier than ever. Alaric didn't falter. "I've made my choice," he said plainly, "and I won't apologize for it. Seb has done nothing to deserve your wrath." If your message is a threat, save your breath. We're not running. The siren's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze flicking to Seb. Your loyalty blinds you. This human has brought discord to our realm. The council believes his presence is a danger we cannot ignore. We were sent to ensure you understand that, and to deliver a warning. Seb stepped forward now, unwilling to stay silent. Then deliver it, he said evenly, his voice calm but edged like steel. Because if you came here expecting fear, you'll be disappointed. We're not going anywhere. And we're not backing down. There was a beat of silence. Then the lead siren raised her staff, and the others stepped back slightly, not retreating, but giving space. Then prepare yourselves, she said coldly. The next time we come, it will not be to speak. With that, the sirens slipped back into the pool, disappearing beneath the surface in a swirl of silver and shadow, leaving only ripples, and the unshakable promise of conflict, to linger in the cave. The leader of the group, a tall siren whose dark green scales shimmered like seaweed in moonlight, stepped forward with imperious confidence. Her eyes locked on Alaric with disdain, and her voice curled with venom. You've gone too far, Alaric. Consorting with a human, defying the council, you've brought shame to us all. The accusation echoed through the cavern, sharp and cutting, like a current meant to drag him under. Seb's grip tightened on his dagger, the tension in his muscles coiling like a drawn bow. He took a step forward, putting himself squarely between Alaric and the siren commander. His voice was steady, controlled, but each word rang with a challenge. If you've got a problem with me, let's settle it. Leave Alaric out of this. He met the siren's gaze without flinching, daring her to strike first. The siren leader's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing into slits of sea glass green. This isn't just about you, pirate. It's about the prophecy, the danger you bring to our kind. We can't allow it. Her voice dropped to a low growl, and the sirens behind her shifted slightly, bristling like predators ready to strike. The threat was unspoken but undeniable. Alaric stepped forward now, his voice sharp and fierce. You twist the prophecy to suit your fear. There's nothing in it that condemns Seb. You know that. His tone held no room for argument, only truth. But even as he spoke, he knew truth was rarely enough to sway those who'd already made up their minds. The lead siren's jaw clenched, her webbed fingers curling around her coral staff. We don't fear him. We fear what he brings. Death follows humans like the tide, and you've invited it into our sanctuary. She glanced at Seb with open hostility. It's not just the council who sees it. Many among our people do. Seb took another step forward, ignoring the coldness in her eyes. I didn't come here to destroy anything. I didn't even know your world existed until fate pulled me into it. But I won't apologize for caring about him. He nodded toward Alaric. And I sure as hell won't stand by while you threaten him because of your superstitions. There was a pause, the silence stretching taut like a line drawn in sand. The tension between the two groups was palpable, brittle, and on the verge of snapping. The siren leader studied Seb, perhaps searching for weakness, for hesitation. But there was none. Only resolve. Alaric's voice broke through the stillness, quieter now but no less firm. If you strike him, you strike me. And if the council exiles me for it, so be it. I won't abandon him. His words didn't tremble, and his stance beside Seb made his position clear, unmovable. The siren leader's lip curled, but she didn't advance. Instead, she gave a short, sharp gesture, and the others began to withdraw. You've made your choice, she said coolly. But know this, if the prophecy comes to pass, the blood spilled will be on your hands. Then, with a final glare, she turned and vanished into the depths, her followers melting into the water like ghosts. Alaric's jaw clenched tightly as the weight of the moment settled on his shoulders. The prophecy is misunderstood, he shouted, his voice echoing off the wet cavern walls. It doesn't mean what you think it does. It was never a warning against change. It was a call to rise, to adapt. You've twisted its meaning into fear. His words were impassioned, desperate to reach through the barrier of hatred standing before him. Enough! The leader snarled, her voice sharp and commanding. With a flick of her webbed hand, the other sirens began to move. They spread out across the cavern floor, forming a tightening semicircle of gleaming scales and coiled menace. Their motions were eerily synchronized, like a school of predators closing in for the kill. The flicker of bioluminescent algae cast ghostly light on their expressions, determined, ruthless, unyielding. Seb's instinct screamed before his mind had time to react. His hand shot to the hilt of his dagger, yanking it free as a siren broke from the formation and lunged. Her claws slashed through the air where he had just been standing. He twisted to the side, stumbling on the slick stone as her momentum carried her past. The air was heavy with tension, the scent of salt and blood sharp in his nose. Then all hell broke loose. Sirens surged forward from every side, their war cries echoing in the tight space, turning the cavern into a thunderous chamber of violence. Water erupted around them as bodies clashed and weapons flashed. The sound of claws meeting steel rang out again and again, each strike a pulse of danger in the already churning chaos. Seb moved with the precision of someone who had survived too many battles to count. He ducked a swipe aimed at his throat and drove his dagger into a siren's shoulder, twisting just enough to unbalance her before dancing back. Another came at him from the left, and he pivoted, deflecting her attack with the flat of his blade. His every move was calculated for speed and survival. Alaric fought with a different rhythm, fluid, fierce, and defensive. He didn't strike to maim, only to protect. He used the curve of the cavern to his advantage, pushing sirens back with the hilt of his weapon, sending bursts of water at their feet to make them slip. His eyes never left Seb for long. Every breath he took was steeped in fear, not for himself, but for the man he loved. One of the sirens lunged towards Seb from behind, her claws arcing down like twin blades. Alaric reacted on instinct, throwing himself between them. The claws raked across his side, but he didn't falter. He shoved the attacker away and turned back to Seb, panting. "Stay close to me." Seb's eyes widened at the sight of blood. "You're hurt," he yelled, parrying another strike as he stepped back to back with Alaric. "Damn it, Alaric, I told you." "I'm fine," Alaric growled through gritted teeth, wiping his blade against the slick rock. "We can't give them an inch. If we fall here, everything we fought for dies with us." And still, the battle raged on, each moment stretching like eternity. The sirens fought with zeal, but the bond between Seb and Alaric was like steel, unbreakable, forged in fire and held together by something stronger than fear. It wasn't prophecy or power that gave them strength. It was each other. Alaric moved like a force of nature, born from the sea's fury and grace. His trident swept through the water with deadly accuracy, catching one siren across the chest while twisting just in time to block another's assault. Every motion was precise, trained through years of defending his people, and now, for defending the man beside him. As another siren lunged towards Seb's unprotected side, Alaric stepped in, intercepting the blow with a sharp clash of steel. "Stay close to me," he shouted, eyes locked on the next threat. Seb let out a frustrated breath, sidestepping just as a siren's claws sliced through where he had been. "You're not the boss of me, Alaric," he shouted back, his dagger slashing across an attacker's arm before twisting to follow Alaric's path. His tone was snarky, but the fear and focus in his eyes betrayed the truth. He wasn't going anywhere without Alaric. He kept close, his movements sharp, unpredictable, and undeniably effective. The cavern rang with the sound of weapons clashing and the hissing fury of sirens enraged. The underwater currents, disturbed by the chaos, churned with silt and shadows. The sirens had the home advantage, darting in and out of the water with effortless speed. Their scales shimmered like quicksilver in the flickering bioluminescent light, making them difficult to track. But Seb and Alaric had something else, each other. They fought as if guided by the same instinct. When Alaric ducked low to sweep a siren off her feet, Seb was already moving in to drive his dagger downward before she could recover. When Seb was cornered near the cavern wall, Alaric's trident shot forward like a lightning strike, forcing the siren back. Every block, every attack, was in harmony, a dance honed not by years of training, but by trust and desperation. Alaric's chest heaved as he turned, eyes scanning the battlefield. "We have to break their formation," he called out. "Push them toward the shallow wall." He pointed toward a cluster of rocks near the cavern's edge, tight quarters where their numbers wouldn't help them. The Sirens were strongest in open water. It was time to flip the advantage. Seb nodded grimly, understanding the plan instantly. He surged forward with a shout, drawing 2 Sirens toward him with a feinting slash before diving toward the shallow side. They followed, predictably eager to strike him down, only to find Alaric waiting, his trident a blur of silver in the dim water. With nowhere to retreat, the Sirens were forced into close combat, their fluid movements restricted by the narrowing space. A sharp cry pierced the air as one Siren fell, blood clouding the water around her. Another tried to retreat but was met by Seb's blade, swift and merciless. The tide of the battle was beginning to shift. The once coordinated strikes of the Sirens became erratic as panic crept in. They hadn't expected resistance like this. They hadn't expected unity. "Don't let up!" Alaric shouted, his voice raw with effort. His arm burned from the weight of his weapon, from the relentless pace of the fight, but he didn't falter. He could feel Seb at his side, solid and fierce, and that gave him strength. They fought for more than just survival. They fought for each other, for their right to exist beyond the expectations of others. As the remaining Sirens faltered, their leader let out a sharp, guttural command, calling for retreat. The surviving warriors began to slip back into the deeper waters, their angry cries fading into the dark. Alaric and Seb stood at the center of the cavern, breathless and bloody, but still standing, still together. Seb's heart raced as he finally managed to throw one of the Sirens off balance, the force of his shove sending the attacker careening backward into the pool. He stood there for a brief, fleeting moment, his chest heaving as he watched the Siren sink beneath the surface with a gurgling hiss. The small victory should have been satisfying, but before Seb could even allow himself a breath, another Siren came at him with blistering speed, tackling him to the ground with crushing force. His breath whooshed out of his lungs, and the weight of his attacker pinned him down, leaving him gasping for air. The Siren's claws scraped across his chest as they struggled for control, their sharp talons leaving shallow but painful marks. Seb's mind raced, panic threatening to overtake him as he fought to free himself. His hands grappled for leverage, but his movements were sluggish, his body aching from the earlier blows. The Siren above him growled, their lips curling into a malicious grin as they pressed harder. But Seb wasn't done yet. Gritting his teeth, he gathered all the strength he could muster, driving his knee into the Siren's stomach with all the force he had left. The Siren's grip loosened for just a moment as they gasped in pain, and that was all Seb needed. With a primal roar, he shoved the attacker off him, scrambling to his feet in a blur of motion. His heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline surging through his veins. He was still unsteady, his body bruised and battered, but he couldn't afford to waste another second. He needed to help Alaric. Seb's eyes darted across the cavern, locking on Alaric immediately. His heart dropped into his stomach when he saw his lover surrounded, his back to the stone wall as he fended off 3 assailants. Alaric's trident spun with practiced precision, a deadly blur of silver in the dim light, but even he couldn't hold his ground forever. Seb could see the strain in his eyes, the way his movements had slowed from exhaustion and the relentless assault of the Sirens. The weight of the battle was clearly wearing him down. "Alaric!" Seb's voice rang out sharply, a mix of worry and desperation. He knew they couldn't afford to fight separately any longer. They had to work as one, or they wouldn't survive this. Seb's hands tightened around his dagger, a familiar surge of determination flooding him. He couldn't let his friend, or lover, fall, not like this. Not when they had come so far. With a burst of energy, Seb charged toward Alaric, dodging a group of Sirens who tried to intercept him. He knew that his best chance of getting through was to keep the momentum on his side, to strike quickly before they could regroup. His heart pounded in his ears, drowning out everything else, and his focus sharpened. He wouldn't let Alaric face this alone. Not now. Not ever. The Sirens noticed him coming, their eyes flashing with menace. One lunged toward him with claws bared, but Seb was quicker, ducking beneath the attack and slashing his dagger upward. The blade cut through the siren's arm with a satisfying hiss, and they shrieked in pain before retreating. Another attempted to circle around him, but Seb was already moving, sidestepping and stabbing with lethal precision. Each strike was a desperate attempt to even the odds, to push them back long enough for Alaric to regain his footing. Alaric's gaze met his across the battlefield, and for a brief moment, they shared a silent understanding. They didn't need words. The trust between them was unspoken but absolute. Alaric's movements became more fluid as Seb fought his way closer, their synergy returning. The trident twirled with deadly grace, knocking aside another siren strike as Seb dove in to help. They were a force, a united front, pushing back the attackers one by one. With Seb now at his side, Alaric's confidence surged. They cut through the sirens like a storm, their coordinated movements overwhelming the enemies who were still reeling from their earlier defeat. The tide had shifted. They could feel it. The sirens faltered, their attacks growing weaker as their leader's influence dwindled. It wasn't over yet, but victory was within reach. And for the first time in this battle, Seb allowed himself a breath, even as he moved to strike again. "Damn it!" Seb muttered under his breath, his frustration rising as he saw Alaric in danger. He couldn't stand by and watch any longer. The sirens were closing in on him, their movements swift and deadly. Without a second thought, he charged forward, his dagger gripped tightly in his hand. The blade flashed in the dim light of the cavern, cutting through the air with deadly precision as he drove the attackers back. The sound of metal meeting flesh was drowned by the splashing of water, the chaotic clash of combat echoing off the walls. Every swing of his blade was a desperate attempt to even the odds, to push the sirens back and give Alaric a chance to breathe. The leader of the sirens, the one who had been directing the attack with cruel efficiency, snarled as he locked eyes with Seb. There was a cold malice in his gaze, an intense hatred that sent a chill down Seb's spine. The siren's mouth curled into a sneer, revealing sharp teeth, and his voice dripped with venom. "You should have stayed out of this, human," he growled, his words laced with contempt. "You don't belong here." The leader's eyes flickered with disdain, as if the very idea of a human challenging them was laughable. He stepped forward, clearly prepared to eliminate this pesky threat once and for all. Seb's heart beat heavily in his chest, his breath coming in sharp, uneven gasps as he squared off against the siren. Despite the weight of the situation, he couldn't suppress the smirk that tugged at the corner of his lips. His grip on his dagger tightened, and with a fluid motion, he twirled it in his hand, the blade catching the light as he moved. "Funny, I was just about to say the same to you," he replied, his voice steady despite the danger. The playful defiance in his words was a stark contrast to the grim reality surrounding them. Seb knew that, even in this moment, he had to keep his wits sharp, his mind focused. One slip up, and it could be over. The siren leader hissed in frustration, his lips pulling back from his teeth in a cruel grin. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded his followers to close in around Seb, forcing him into a tight corner. The air seemed to grow heavier with each passing second, the weight of the siren's combined presence pressing down on Seb like a physical force. But despite the growing sense of danger, Seb remained undeterred. His heart raced, but his mind was clear, calculating each move, anticipating their attacks. He wouldn't back down. Not now. Not when Alaric's safety was on the line. Seb danced through the strikes with the agility of a seasoned fighter, his blade a blur as it cut through the water. The sirens were fast, but Seb had learned to move with a speed and fluidity that matched their own. He ducked under one attack, sidestepped another, and struck out with lethal precision, cutting through the air. The cavern around him seemed to disappear in the heat of the battle. All that mattered was the fight. With every movement, every strike, he could feel the balance of power shifting, the sirens faltering, just a little. Alaric fought alongside him, his trident flashing in the dim light, a fierce protector even in the chaos. Seb caught sight of him in the corner of his eye, his heart swelling with a mix of gratitude and something deeper, more primal. Together, they made a formidable team. They weren't just fighting for survival, they were fighting for each other. Seb's movements became more synchronized with Alaric's, as though they had become an extension of one another. Every time Seb dodged an attack, Alaric was there, his trident blocking the next blow, and vice versa. The bond they shared was clear in their every move, their silent communication making them nearly unstoppable. The Siren leader's frustration deepened as Seb continued to evade his attacks. With a snarl, the leader lunged forward, his claws aiming for Seb's throat, but Seb was faster. He spun, his dagger cutting through the water as he struck the Siren's arm, causing the leader to stagger back with a roar of pain. Seb's grin widened. The leader was starting to slip, and that was all the opening he needed. In that brief moment of hesitation, Seb launched himself at the leader, his dagger aimed straight for the Siren's heart. But the Siren leader was no novice. With a swift movement, he parried Seb's strike, his claws scraping against the metal of Seb's dagger. The two locked eyes for a split second, and in that moment Seb knew this wasn't over yet. The leader wasn't about to back down, and neither was Seb. The tension in the air was thick with the promise of a final, deadly confrontation. Both of them were determined to come out on top, to win this fight no matter the cost. The fight raged on, the sound of splashing water and the clash of weapons ringing in Seb's ears. His body was starting to feel the strain, his muscles burning from the exertion, but he refused to slow down. He couldn't. Not now, not when they were so close to victory. With one last, desperate push, Seb lunged forward again, his dagger aimed at the Siren leader's chest. This time, he wouldn't miss. He had to end it. He had to protect Alaric. The Siren leader's lunge was swift, a blur of motion that sent a shockwave of adrenaline coursing through Seb's veins. Their blades met with a resounding crash, the force of the impact sending sparks scattering into the dark, murky water around them. Seb's arm trembled under the pressure, his muscles straining as he fought to keep the leader's blade at bay. His heart raced, but his focus never wavered. He couldn't afford to let his guard down, not now, not with Alaric depending on him. With a grunt, Seb pushed back, the sheer force of the leader's attack causing his knees to bend. But he refused to give ground. His movements were quick, unpredictable, twisting, dodging, striking with the precision of a cornered animal. The Siren leader hissed, his eyes narrowing in frustration as Seb countered his every move. But the leader was relentless, his strikes coming faster and with greater force. Seb was beginning to feel the strain, his body aching with every swing of his blade. The dark water splashed around them, the echoes of battle growing louder with each passing second. His thoughts raced, trying to calculate his next move, to find a weakness in his opponent. But there was none. The leader was as skilled as Seb had feared, his attacks honed by centuries of practice in the deadly arts of the Sirens. Seb was at a disadvantage, but he wasn't about to back down. Not when Alaric's life was on the line. Meanwhile, Alaric was a whirlwind of fury, his trident flashing in the dim light as he fought with a ferocity Seb had never seen before. His strikes were precise and deadly, each movement designed to incapacitate or kill. But even with his skill, even with his grace, the overwhelming number of enemies pressing in on him was taking its toll. Seb watched as Alaric parried a blow, then twisted his trident to deliver a powerful thrust that sent one of their attackers flying. But for every Siren that fell, two more seemed to take its place. Alaric's movements were fluid, but the fatigue was starting to show. Seb could see the strain in his eyes, the quickened rise and fall of his chest. They couldn't keep this up forever. The cavern was alive with the clash of weapons, the shrill cries of the Sirens, and the constant splash of water as the battle raged on. The space was tight, the shadows deep, and the weight of their situation was starting to feel unbearable. Seb ducked another swipe aimed at his head, the sharp claws of the Siren grazing the side of his cheek as he rolled out of the way. He barely managed to keep his footing, his breath ragged in his chest as he came back up into a defensive stance. The fight was relentless, the Sirens unyielding in their pursuit of victory. Seb was beginning to realize that they couldn't keep this up forever. They needed something more than just brute strength. They needed a plan. "We need a plan," Seb panted, his voice strained as he sidestepped another attack. His blade cut through the air, knocking the siren's claws aside, but he knew he couldn't keep this up much longer. His muscles were burning, his vision starting to blur with exhaustion. The weight of the battle was starting to drag him down, and every second that passed felt like it was a step closer to losing. The sirens were relentless, their strength never wavering, and their numbers were overwhelming. Seb knew that without a clear plan, they wouldn't stand a chance. Alaric's voice rang out over the chaos, sharp and focused. "We need to push them back, break their formation," he said, his words steady despite the frantic energy of the fight. Seb glanced over at him, his heart swelling with pride. Alaric's calm in the midst of chaos was nothing short of remarkable. But even he was starting to show signs of wear, his trident no longer as quick in his hands, his steps less sure. They were running out of time. The sirens were pressing harder now, sensing the weakness in their opponents, and Seb knew they had to act fast before the tide turned completely against them. Seb's gaze flipped from Alaric to the sirens, searching for any opportunity, any advantage they could exploit. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the scene, looking for something, anything, that would give them an edge. His thoughts raced. The sirens had the advantage of numbers, but there had to be a way to turn that against them. Then it hit him. If they could break the line, separate the sirens from one another, they might have a chance to cut down their numbers quickly. But it would take timing, precision, and a hell of a lot of luck. "Alaric!" Seb shouted, catching his partner's attention as he dodged another strike. "On my mark, we break through the middle. You take the right, I'll take the left. We split them up." Seb's voice was firm, his mind already calculating the moves they would need to make. The plan was risky, dangerously so, but it was their best shot. If they didn't act soon, they would be overwhelmed. They had no choice but to trust each other completely and move with everything they had left. Alaric's eyes locked with Seb's, and for a brief moment, everything else faded away. The battle, the sirens, the cavern, none of it mattered. It was just them, together, facing the impossible. Seb could see the resolve in Alaric's eyes, the understanding that they had no other option. With a nod, Alaric signaled his readiness, and in that instant, they both knew what needed to be done. The next move would determine everything. "I'm open to suggestions," Alaric grunted, his voice laced with strain as he parried another vicious blow from a siren. His trident flicked through the air, deflecting the attack with precision, but the weight of the battle was beginning to wear on him. Sweat glistened on his brow, and his movements, though still fluid, had started to slow. Seb could see it, the exhaustion creeping into his partner's eyes, the strain in his muscles. The sirens weren't slowing down, though, and the constant barrage of claws and teeth was pushing them both to the limit. Seb's mind raced as he dodged another attack. The cavern was small, cramped, and the shallow water only slowed their movements, giving the sirens an advantage in close-quarters combat. But the water's shallowness also gave them a potential advantage. If they could lure the sirens into deeper water, somewhere they couldn't leverage their speed and agility, they might have a chance. Seb's eyes darted across the cavern, searching for any opportunity, any advantage they could use to turn the tide of the battle in their favor. His heart pounded in his chest as the plan formed in his mind. The sirens were relentless, their sleek bodies cutting through the water like predators, their sharp claws and teeth flashing with deadly intent. Seb knew they couldn't keep fighting like this. Their strength was fading, and the sirens were only getting more confident, more aggressive. Seb's grip tightened on his dagger as he swiped at the nearest attacker, forcing them back with a swift movement. He needed to act, and fast. His thoughts were already moving ahead, calculating their next move. Seb's gaze swept over the water again, and his mind locked on to the one option they had left. If they could get the sirens to follow them, out into the deeper waters beyond the cavern, they might have a chance to escape. The deeper ocean would give them more room to maneuver, and while the sirens might still have the advantage in the water, they would be less able to use the confines of the cavern to trap them. It was risky, very risky, but it was their best shot. They needed to act fast, before the sirens closed in for the kill. "Follow my lead," Seb said suddenly, grabbing Alaric's arm, his voice firm and decisive. Alaric's eyes met his, searching, but Seb didn't give him a chance to argue. There was no time for hesitation. Seb's plan was simple: draw the sirens out of the cavern, force them into the open water, and create the space they needed to escape. He could see the doubt in Alaric's eyes, but Seb had no time to explain. They had to move now. Alaric's brow furrowed, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he nodded, trusting Seb completely in that moment. "Lead the way," he said, his voice low but filled with determination. Seb's heart clenched at the trust in his words, and he knew that if they failed, it wouldn't be for lack of trying. They had no choice but to rely on each other now. There was no turning back. Seb jerked his head toward the narrow opening at the far side of the cavern. "We need to get them moving. Draw them to the entrance," he instructed, his voice steady despite the chaos. He pulled Alaric with him, moving toward the shallow water near the exit. The sirens, sensing the shift, began to close in, but Seb didn't let up. He and Alaric had one shot at this, and they couldn't afford to waste it. He slashed at one of the attackers, pushing them back with a grunt, his heart pounding in his chest. The sirens were faster than Seb had expected, but he and Alaric moved in perfect synchrony, their movements sharp and coordinated. Seb darted ahead, leading the charge, with Alaric close behind, using his trident to keep the sirens at bay. The sound of water splashing and the clash of weapons filled the air as they made their way toward the exit, the sirens growling with frustration behind them. Seb's mind was focused on one thing: the open ocean, just beyond the cavern's mouth. As they reached the entrance, Seb didn't hesitate. With one final push, he dashed forward, using the momentum to propel himself out of the cavern and into the deeper water beyond. The cold salt water rushed over him, but he barely registered the sensation as he turned, motioning for Alaric to follow. The sirens were closing in, but now they were in the open water, and that meant they could fight with more room to breathe. Seb's pulse raced as he faced the unknown, but one thing was clear: they had to make this work. "What are you?" Alaric began, his voice tight with confusion, but before he could finish his sentence, Seb cut him off with a sharp urgency. "No time to argue," Seb snapped, his grip firm on Alaric's arm as he yanked him toward the narrow exit of the cavern. There was no room for hesitation. The urgency of the moment left no space for second thoughts. Seb's pulse thrummed in his ears as the weight of the situation crashed down on him. The sirens were closing in, their gleaming eyes flashing with deadly intent. Every instinct screamed at him to move faster, to get them both out of the cavern and into the open water. He couldn't afford to let the sirens corner them now. This was their chance to escape. Alaric stumbled slightly, thrown off balance by Seb's forceful pull, but quickly found his footing. His trident was still in his hand, but he knew better than to use it in the tight confines of the cavern. The fight had shifted now. Survival was their only focus. As they neared the opening, Seb glanced back to see the first siren launching itself out of the water, its claws extended, ready to strike. There was no time left for strategy, only raw instinct. The moment they broke through the cavern's mouth, the water seemed to expand around them, wide and vast, a stark contrast to the claustrophobic space they had just escaped. The currents were stronger here, pulling at their limbs, trying to drag them down into the depths. Seb fought against the water's force, his movements powerful but measured. He could feel Alaric beside him, swimming with the same urgency, but the weight of the water and the relentless pull of the current made every stroke feel like a battle. Behind them, the sirens emerged from the cavern, their sleek, iridescent bodies cutting through the water with terrifying speed. Seb's heart pounded in his chest as he looked back, his breath coming in quick bursts. The sirens were relentless, their shrieks rising in a chorus of fury, a sound that echoed like a hunting cry carried by the ocean. Seb could feel the vibrations of their calls deep in his bones, as if the water itself was alive with their rage. There was no doubt in his mind that they would stop at nothing to catch them. "Faster!" Seb shouted to Alaric, his voice barely rising above the roar of the water. The sirens were gaining on them, their movements fluid and predatory, closing the gap with every passing second. The reef was just ahead, the jagged coral rising from the ocean floor like a wall of protection. But would they make it in time? Seb's muscles burned with the effort, his body fighting the current as he pushed himself harder, knowing they were running out of time. Alaric's breathing was ragged beside him, but he kept pace, his powerful strokes cutting through the water with ease. Seb glanced over and saw the determination in Alaric's eyes. He was in this fight, too, just as committed, just as determined to survive. They had fought side by side through too much for Alaric to give up now. Seb could feel the weight of that bond, their connection driving him forward, lending him strength when he thought he might not be able to push any further. The siren shrieks echoed louder now, the sound vibrating through the water like an undercurrent of malice. Seb's heart raced in his chest, his thoughts a blur of urgency and adrenaline. He didn't dare look back again. All his focus was on the reef, on the sanctuary that would give them a fighting chance. If they could just make it to the shelter of the coral, they might be able to turn the tables. But the sirens were relentless, their hunger for vengeance never faltering. Seb could feel them drawing closer. As they neared the reef, the water around them became more turbulent, the current shifting with the approach of the jagged coral formations. Seb could feel the change in the water, the slight alteration in its flow as the sirens closed the distance. There was no time to waste. They had to make it to the reef now, or all would be lost. With one final burst of energy, Seb surged ahead, his body slicing through the water like a blade. He reached out, grabbing hold of the closest coral, and pulled himself toward the rocky sanctuary, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he fought to climb onto the reef. He didn't look back. He couldn't afford to. Seb's pulse hammered in his chest as he stole a quick glance over his shoulder, the sound of rushing water deafening in his ears. The sirens were closer now, their sleek bodies cutting through the ocean like shadows, their eyes burning with vengeance. "They're gaining on us!" Seb shouted, the panic rising in his throat. His lungs burned with each stroke, the pressure of the chase weighing on him, but there was no time to stop. If they didn't find a way to lose their pursuers, they would be trapped. "Keep going!" Alaric's voice was sharp, filled with the urgency that mirrored Seb's own. His determination was a solid anchor amidst the rising tide of fear. Seb glanced at him, seeing the same resolve in his eyes. There was no turning back now. They had to make it, whatever the cost. The weight of that thought settled over Seb, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the immediate goal, survival. Just as Seb felt the sirens closing in, felt their presence like a shadow over his every movement, his eyes locked onto something ahead. A cluster of coral outcroppings jutted from the ocean floor, their jagged edges rising like natural barricades. It was their only chance. "There!" Seb called, his voice a breathless shout. He veered toward the coral, his muscles screaming in protest, but the instinct for escape drove him forward. Alaric was right behind him, pushing himself through the water with the same fierce determination. Without slowing, Seb motioned for Alaric to follow, his heart racing as they neared the reef. The coral formations loomed ahead like a maze, narrow gaps and winding tunnels between the rocks. The sirens were too fast, too relentless to be shaken easily, but if they could just make it to the safety of the coral, they might stand a chance. Seb dove headfirst into the thickest part of the reef, twisting and turning through the narrow passages with practiced ease, the rough coral scraping against his skin as he navigated the labyrinth. Alaric was close behind, his trident held firmly in hand, ready for anything. Seb could hear the sound of Alaric's breathing, the rhythmic cadence of his strokes matching Seb's pace. The sirens, however, were still hot on their tail, their shrieks echoing in the water, filling the space with a menacing urgency. The sound vibrated through Seb's bones, but he didn't look back. He couldn't afford to waste time. The maze of coral was their only hope. As they weaved through the passages, the space grew tighter, forcing them to slow their pace and be more deliberate in their movements. Seb's body ached, his muscles fatigued from the exertion, but the thought of the sirens closing in kept him moving forward. The water around them was becoming more turbulent, the current shifting in strange patterns as the sirens struggled to follow. Seb could hear them thrashing in the water, their claws scraping against the rocks as they tried to squeeze through the narrow gaps. but the reef was not kind to their sleek bodies. The coral was a maze of sharp turns and tight spaces, but Seb knew these waters well. He had spent years navigating this reef, learning its twists and turns, using it to his advantage when he needed to escape. He led the way through the increasingly tangled maze, his instincts guiding him. Alaric followed closely, trusting Seb completely, but Seb couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. They had to make it farther, deeper into the reef, before the sirens found another way to catch them. The sirens were relentless, their shrieks growing more frustrated as they were forced to abandon the faster, open water chase for the slow, deliberate passage through the reef. Seb could hear their splashing, the sound of claws scraping against coral and rock, but it was no longer as close as it had been. They were losing ground. But Seb knew they couldn't afford to let up, not yet. He pushed through another narrow passage, feeling the scrape of the coral against his side, but not slowing down. Finally, they reached a small, sheltered pocket of the reef. The water here was calm, shielded from the turbulence outside, the coral creating a natural barrier between them and their pursuers. Seb hesitated for a moment, panting with exertion, and then motioned for Alaric to follow him into the sheltered space. They slipped inside, out of view of the main passage, and Seb sank to his knees, gasping for air, the adrenaline of the chase still coursing through his veins. Alaric collapsed beside him, breathing just as heavily, but their eyes met with a shared understanding. They had made it, at least for now. The gamble paid off. As Seb and Alaric maneuvered through the dense coral, they could hear the siren's shrieks growing fainter, the frantic splashing becoming more distant. The reef had slowed their pursuers just enough, the jagged edges and tight passages creating an obstacle the sirens couldn't navigate as quickly. Seb's heart still raced in his chest, but the immediate threat had been momentarily thwarted. He stole a quick glance at Alaric, who was right beside him, their movements synchronized as they pushed forward through the narrow gaps. Every inch felt like a victory, but Seb knew they weren't out of danger yet. The water around them had become less turbulent, the current settling as they neared the surface. The weight of their exhaustion settled over Seb, but there was no time to rest. They had to get to the open sea, away from the reef, away from the chaos of the sirens' pursuit. Seb could feel the burn in his muscles, the ache of fatigue creeping through his limbs, but he kept swimming, pushing himself forward with everything he had left. He didn't dare glance back, focusing only on the surface that was rapidly approaching. It felt like an eternity before the water lightened, the dark shadows of the underwater world giving way to the shimmering light of the surface. Seb broke through the waves first, the cool night air rushing into his lungs as he gasped for breath. The sting of salt water in his mouth was a reminder of how close they had come to disaster, but the relief of breathing again, of being free from the confines of the reef, was almost overwhelming. He dragged in another deep breath, trying to steady his racing heartbeat as he treaded water, his body heavy and drained from the chase. Alaric surfaced beside him, breaking through the water with a smooth, practiced motion, his eyes scanning the horizon before he turned toward Seb. His face was drawn, the exhaustion of the battle and the escape etched into his features, but there was also relief in his gaze. For a moment, the two of them just floated there, the weight of the last few minutes sinking in. The ocean stretched out before them, vast and endless, but the immediate danger had passed. They had escaped for now. That, Seb panted, his voice still ragged from the exertion, was way too close. His words were rough, the exhaustion in them palpable, but there was a small, tired smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The adrenaline was starting to fade, leaving behind a wave of weariness that felt all-encompassing. He glanced at Alaric, who was still floating beside him, his face tense but steady. Seb felt a strange mix of emotions welling up inside him, relief, gratitude, and something deeper that he couldn't quite put into words. Alaric let out a heavy breath, the tension in his shoulders slowly easing as he relaxed into the rhythm of the waves. He didn't immediately respond to Seb's words, his focus fixed on the horizon, as if he were making sure that the sirens weren't still lurking just beneath the surface, ready to pounce. But when he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, his tone laced with an exhaustion that mirrored Seb's own. Yeah, I don't plan on going through that again anytime soon. Seb nodded, his eyes scanning the water, as if he expected the sirens to appear at any moment. The sea had always been his domain, but tonight, it had felt like an alien, dangerous place, like a trap set to catch them both. Yet, despite the terror of the chase, despite the danger, Seb felt a flicker of something more. They had made it out together. Alaric had fought at his side, just as fiercely as Seb had fought for him. There was something unspoken between them now, a bond forged through the heat of battle and the desperation of survival. Can't say I'm thrilled about our chances with the council after this, Seb said, the words slipping out before he could stop them. He felt a small pang of frustration. Everything had been for nothing if the council found them again. But he wasn't going to let that ruin the moment. Not when they were still alive, still fighting. But for now, we've got a bit of breathing room. Alaric gave him a half smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. His expression was distant, the weight of their situation pressing on him more heavily than Seb had realized. But when he spoke, his voice was firm, steady despite the exhaustion. We'll figure it out. We always do. There was a promise in his words, one that Seb held on to, a glimmer of hope in the face of uncertainty. For a long moment, neither of them said anything. They just floated in the quiet sea, the distant stars shining above them, the vast expanse of water stretching out in every direction. It was easy to forget, for just a second, about the chase, the danger, the prophecy, and everything else. In that stillness, it was just Seb and Alaric together. And for that brief moment, it was enough. Alaric's gaze drifted back toward the underwater realm, his eyes narrowing as he stared into the vast stretch of water below them. There was a heaviness in his expression, a weariness that spoke of battles fought and lost, of a struggle that seemed endless. They won't stop, Seb, he muttered, his voice low and tinged with a bitterness that Seb had never heard before. Not until one of us is gone. The words hung in the air, heavy with the truth of the situation. The council, the sirens, they wouldn't relent. There was no room for mercy in their world, no space for anyone who dared defy their authority. Alaric's gaze lingered on the water, as if he could still see the silhouettes of the sirens beneath the waves, their dark forms waiting to strike again. Seb felt the weight of those words settle into his chest, a tight knot of frustration and anger tightening around his heart. He understood the gravity of the situation, knew that every move they made would be watched, every decision scrutinized. But he wasn't about to let Alaric's words break him. He wasn't going to let the sirens win. Not like this. Not when they had fought so hard to be free. His jaw tightened, the muscles in his neck working as he pushed the fear and doubt aside. He met Alaric's gaze, his eyes sharp with determination. Then we make sure it's not us, he said, his voice firm, unwavering. It wasn't a promise. Seb didn't make promises he couldn't keep. But it was a vow to fight, to do whatever it took to protect both of them. The silence between them stretched, filled only by the soft lapping of waves against their bodies. The open sky above was a sharp contrast to the dark, oppressive depths of the underwater world they had just fled. It was a strange kind of freedom, the air feeling thick with both relief and impending danger. They were no longer underwater, no longer trapped by the walls of the cavern or the weight of the prophecy hanging over them. But even in the wide expanse of the open ocean, they were still very much in danger. The sirens wouldn't stop hunting them, and they knew it. They had defied the council, challenged a system that had held power for centuries. There was no going back now. Alaric shifted beside him, his posture stiff as if the tension in his body hadn't yet dissipated. He didn't speak, but Seb could see the storm of thoughts raging in his eyes. Alaric was calculating, always thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead, trying to figure out their next move. But in that moment, Seb knew there was no immediate solution, no grand plan they could fall back on. They were on their own. And despite the grim situation, Seb found a strange sense of clarity in that. They were together. They were both alive. And that was enough to keep going for now. Seb's eyes flicked to Alaric, taking in the way his chest rose and fell with every breath, the subtle tension in his shoulders, the way his hands flexed at his sides. It was clear that Alaric was exhausted, both physically and mentally, but there was no resignation in him, no surrender. He was a warrior, a protector, and even in the face of everything they had just escaped, he wasn't ready to give up. Seb couldn't help but admire that about him. There was a fire in Alaric that matched his own, a fierce determination to never let the world break him, to never let the world break them. "We can't keep running forever," Seb said, his voice quieter now, the edge of urgency fading into a steady resolve. He didn't want to admit it, didn't want to acknowledge how dire their situation truly was, but the reality was there. Every moment they spent in the open ocean was a moment they were vulnerable. The sirens could find them again. The council could track them down. And when they did, would they be ready? Seb didn't have the answer, but he knew they couldn't afford to sit idly by. Alaric nodded once, his face hardening into a mask of resolve. "No. But for now, we take this one step at a time. We find a place to regroup, gather our strength. We'll figure out our next move." His voice was steadier now, the tension in it giving way to the familiar rhythm of someone who had seen countless battles. "We've survived worse." Seb couldn't help but smile, a fleeting thing that barely lifted the weight from his chest. He wasn't sure if it was the exhaustion, the danger, or the sheer absurdity of their situation that made him feel lighter for just a moment. Alaric was right. They had survived worse. Together, they had fought through challenges that would have broken anyone else. And maybe, just maybe, they could find a way to do it again. But this time, it wouldn't be about surviving, it would be about winning. It would be about finally taking control of their fate, instead of running from it. As the last of the tension eased from Seb's body, he looked out over the open sea, the endless horizon stretching before them. They were free for now. But the question that lingered in the back of his mind was how long they could stay that way. Still, with Alaric beside him, Seb felt a flicker of hope. They were in this together. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Seb knew that they had a chance, against all odds. They weren't alone. And that was enough to keep fighting for. Chapter 30. A Siren's Last Stand. The storm had been building for hours, its dark clouds swelling in the sky like an ominous tide, blocking out the moon and turning the night into an oppressive void. The air itself seemed charged, thick with the promise of rain, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation. Seb stood at the edge of the cliff, his boots digging into the rocky ground as the wind tore at him, pulling at his hair and his clothes. His eyes remained locked on the turbulent waters below, watching the ripples of the sea churn and crash against the rocks. But it wasn't the storm that kept him there. It wasn't the raw power of the wind or the growing thunder above that had him tense. No, it was what waited beneath the surface, what had been trailing them for days, silent and relentless. He could feel the weight of it in his bones, a sensation that made his pulse quicken. They were being hunted, and the inevitability of it all was beginning to set in. Alaric stood beside him, his posture stiff, his usually calm demeanor cracked, frayed by the pressure of the situation. The siren's dark eyes scanned the horizon, never resting, as if he expected an attack at any moment. Seb could see the tension in his body, the way his shoulders were tight, his movements sharp and deliberate. Alaric had always been in tune with the ocean, his senses attuned to it in a way that Seb couldn't even begin to understand. While Seb might feel the rush of the wind or the sting of the salt water on his skin, Alaric felt the currents beneath, the shifting tides, the subtle changes in the water that spoke to him in a language that was foreign to Seb. And right now, that language was telling him something was coming. Seb wasn't sure how Alaric knew, but the tension in the air was so thick it was suffocating. They were not alone, and the knowledge that something was stalking them in the deep made Seb's stomach churn. The wind picked up again, howling through the cliffs, as if echoing Seb's unease. Alaric remained silent, his gaze never wavering from the water, as though the ocean was speaking to him, whispering of danger and impending doom. Seb's mind raced, his fingers twitching toward the dagger at his side. He knew that even if they fought with everything they had, there was no guarantee they could win. The sirens were relentless, and the council that controlled them wouldn't let them go without a price. Seb's hand clenched into a fist, nails digging into his palm, but his eyes never left Alaric. They had been fighting for days, dodging, hiding, running. Every corner of the sea felt like it was closing in on them. "They're coming." Alaric's voice cut through the heavy silence, low but steady, his words heavy with the certainty of someone who knew the ocean as intimately as he knew himself. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, as if he could see through the darkness, through the storm, to the heart of the danger approaching. Seb didn't need to ask who they were. The Sirens. The Council. The ones who had been tracking them, intent on their capture, on making an example of them. They had defied the Council's orders, defied the ancient laws of the sea, and now they were paying the price. The Council didn't let traitors go, didn't forgive defiance. And no matter how many times they evaded capture, it was only a matter of time before the storm would close in. Seb turned his head slightly, glancing at Alaric from the corner of his eye. "How do you know?" he asked, his voice rough, trying to mask the growing fear that gnawed at his insides. He wanted to trust Alaric, wanted to believe that there was still a way out of this, a plan that would save them. But with every passing moment, that hope grew thinner. They had been chased across the sea, across the edges of the world itself, and it felt like there was no escape. The Sirens would find them. They always did. Alaric didn't look at him, his gaze still fixed on the waves, his body coiled tight as if preparing for the inevitable. "I can feel the currents shifting," he explained, his voice distant, as though he were speaking to himself rather than to Seb. His words were slow, measured, but there was an edge to them that Seb hadn't heard before. "The water tells me things." Seb wanted to ask more, to press Alaric for details, for answers, but the Siren was already lost in his thoughts, as if he was listening to something Seb could not. The tides, the waves, the very ocean was alive to Alaric, and right now, it was warning them. "They're gathering," he continued, his voice growing quieter, darker. "The Council isn't going to let us go. Not after everything." Seb could hear the unspoken weight of those words. The Council wouldn't let them go. They had made too many enemies. They had crossed too many lines. Seb swallowed, the truth of Alaric's words sinking in. He wasn't sure what he had expected, maybe some miracle, maybe some last-minute escape, but he had known, deep down, that this was always going to be the end. There was no way to outrun them forever. The Council's reach was far too vast, its power too great. The Sirens were relentless, and no matter how many times Seb and Alaric managed to slip away, there was always the lurking sense that they were running out of time, running out of places to hide. Seb's hands trembled slightly as he gripped the edge of the cliff, feeling the cold stone beneath his fingers. It was like standing on the edge of the world, knowing there was no way back. "We've done everything we can," Seb muttered under his breath, though he wasn't sure if he was speaking to Alaric or to himself. "We've run, we've hidden, we've fought. What else is left?" The words tasted bitter on his tongue, a mix of resignation and frustration. They had done everything they could, but it hadn't been enough. And now, the storm was closing in. The Sirens would soon be upon them, and there was nowhere left to go. Alaric turned to him then, his expression unreadable, a quiet storm of emotion swirling behind his dark eyes. His jaw tightened, his lips pressed into a thin line. "We fight," he said, his voice unwavering. "We fight until we can't anymore." Seb's breath caught in his throat at the sheer intensity in Alaric's gaze. There was no giving up in the Siren, not even now, when the odds seemed so hopeless. He would stand, and he would fight, because that's what Alaric did. That's what they both had to do. They weren't going to surrender. Not now. Not ever. Together, they would face whatever came next. Seb nodded, a sense of resolve settling over him despite the storm clouds gathering above and the darkness creeping below. The Sirens were coming. The Council was coming. But so long as they had each other, Seb knew one thing: they would keep fighting. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough. Seb swallowed hard, the taste of salt and fear thick on his tongue. The howling wind buffeted him from all sides, but he barely noticed. His hands clenched into tight fists at his sides, the knuckles white with tension. Every muscle in his body was taut, ready to spring into action if need be. The ache of exhaustion pressed at his limbs, But he pushed it down, focused only on Alaric and the storm brewing between them and the sea. "We can still fight," Seb said, his voice hoarse but steady, forged in defiance. "We fought our way out before." Alaric stood motionless beside him, his eyes fixed on the endless black water. The flicker of lightning illuminated the sharp angles of his face, casting long shadows that made him seem almost otherworldly. Slowly, he shook his head, his dark hair whipping around his face in the wind. "This time is different," he murmured, the words quiet but laden with finality. His voice had the weight of experience and deep, personal loss. "They won't stop until one of us is dead. They won't allow us to live, Seb. Not after what we've done." Seb stepped forward, closing the space between them with deliberate purpose. The air crackled around them, charged with magic, memory, and the glowing storm. "Not if we make them," he said, voice firm and unwavering. "We've faced worse. We've survived things that should have killed us both." His eyes locked onto Alaric's, fierce and full of fire. "I won't go down without a fight, Alaric. Not now. Not ever." For a moment, silence hung between them, broken only by the wind and distant crash of waves against rock. Alaric turned at last, and his features softened just enough to let something more vulnerable through. The hardened warrior faded, if only briefly, leaving the man behind. He reached out, his fingers cool and gentle as they brushed against Seb's cheek. The contact sent a ripple of emotion through Seb's chest, pain, fear, and something deeper still. "I've already lost so much," Alaric whispered, his voice breaking with emotion. "My people. My future. Everything I was supposed to protect." His fingers trembled slightly. "I won't lose you too." Seb leaned into the touch, his breath hitching as the storm's fury swirled around them. He reached up, placing his hand over Alaric's, anchoring them both to the present. "You won't," he said, low and intense. "I'm not leaving." The words were simple, but they carried the full weight of his promise. His heart pounded in his chest, not from fear but from conviction. No matter what came next, he would not abandon Alaric, not to fate, not to the sea, not to the damned council. Alaric's eyes searched his face, as though looking for cracks in that resolve, for any sign that Seb might run. But Seb stood firm, his jaw set, his gaze unwavering. There had been too many nights filled with running, too many days spent looking over their shoulders. That ended here. Together they would make their stand, come hell or high tide. The siren's shoulders dropped just a fraction, a tiny release of tension that told Seb his words had sunk in. Still, the weight of fear lingered in Alaric's expression, coiling tight behind his eyes. "If they find us, they won't show mercy," he said softly. "Not to you. Not to me. They'll rip us apart piece by piece, and they'll make us watch." Seb stepped closer until they were almost touching, the wind forcing their bodies to sway slightly in tandem. "Then let them try," he growled. "Let them come for us. I don't care if it's 10 or 100, I'll fight them all." His voice cracked on the edge of fury and desperation. "I'm not afraid to die, Alaric. But I won't die without you beside me. If this is our last stand, then we face it together." For a long, suspended moment, neither of them moved. Then Alaric finally nodded, his hand sliding down to grip Seb's shoulder. There was something like peace in his eyes now, fragile but real. "Together," he said. And in that one word, they both found strength. The storm still raged above them, the sea still whispered threats below, but as long as they stood side by side, Seb knew they had a chance. Maybe not at victory, but at choosing their end on their own terms. But even as the words left Seb's mouth, something shifted beneath the water, something vast and ominous. A dark shape moved just below the surface, too large to be a simple wave or a drifting shadow. Seb's breath caught in his throat. The ripple grew rapidly, spreading outward like a warning. "They're here," he whispered, eyes wide with dread as his heart pounded in his chest. There was no time for hesitation, no moment for another exchange. Alaric didn't wait. His instincts kicked in instantly as he seized Seb's arm in a tight, urgent grip. "Move!" he barked, yanking him away from the cliff's edge and toward the jagged rocks that jutted out from the shoreline. Seb stumbled for a half step before regaining his footing, letting Alaric pull him along. Beneath them, the ground trembled with the hum of the ocean's fury, the siren's call resonating through the stone and air alike. Then it broke. The water exploded upward in a violent burst, as if the sea itself were vomiting forth its anger. The first wave of sirens rose from the depths like a living tide of darkness. Their forms twisted with power, obsidian scales glinting like shards of polished stone in the stormlight. Eyes blazed like pale fire, fixed with singular hatred on their prey. Each one was a predator in motion, their elegant bodies moving with terrible beauty and bone-deep lethality. Seb's breath hitched as he turned, catching the full sight of them cresting the water like living nightmares. He reached instinctively for his dagger, but his fingers fumbled on the hilt. Alaric's grip on his arm grounded him, kept him from faltering. Around them, the air grew sharp with salt and tension, and the cries of the sirens filled the sky, unearthly, furious, and cold. It was the sound of vengeance made flesh. Alaric's expression darkened, but there was no fear in his eyes, only the quiet, burning intensity of someone who had faced this hell before. He released Seb's arm only to take his hand instead, his calloused fingers twining with Seb's for a single heartbeat. In that simple gesture, a flood of meaning passed between them. No grand speeches, no last-minute doubts. Just trust. Just resolve. Just love, deep and unspoken. Stay close to me, he said, voice low and steady. Don't let them take you. Seb tightened his grip, nodding. There was no bravado now, no biting retorts or reckless smirks. Only a shared understanding. They had survived together this long, and they would keep doing it, for as long as it took. The tide could rise. The council could rage. But they would face it together, hands locked in defiance. The sirens didn't wait for an invitation. With a chilling hiss, the first of them launched forward, water cascading from its sleek body as it closed the distance in seconds. Alaric was already moving, his trident spinning into his hands in a blur of motion. He met the charge head-on, steel clashing against claws, the shockwave sending droplets spraying into the air like blood. Seb ducked low as another siren surged toward him, his blade flashing in the murky light. He met the creature's attack with a grunt, steel biting against scale, the force of the impact driving him back a step. But he didn't falter. He pushed forward, matching the siren's ferocity with his own stubborn fire. Alaric had told him to stay close, and he would, not because he was afraid, but because this was how they fought best, side by side. And around them, the sea roared in fury, the storm howling overhead like the gods themselves had turned their eyes to this final stand. But Seb and Alaric didn't look up. They looked only at each other, at the monsters ahead, and at the path they would carve through this darkness, together. Seb's heart pounded like a war drum in his chest, but he gave a single, firm nod. His grip on Alaric's hand tightened, fingers digging in as if to say, I'm with you, no matter what comes. Together, they stepped forward into the fray, shoulders brushing as they moved in unison. The sea swirled angrily around them, and the looming confrontation felt like the eye of a storm, calm for only a breath before the chaos swallowed them whole. The sirens circled, a tightening ring of muscle and scale. Their sleek bodies shimmered like wet stone under the fractured moonlight, their gazes sharp and hungry. Then, with no signal but a shriek that curdled the blood, the council's enforcers struck. Alaric was a blur, his trident spinning and slicing with lethal grace. Every movement was practiced, honed through years of survival. But these weren't ordinary sirens, they were elite, handpicked to kill. And they were many. Seb was forced back almost immediately, his daggers meeting claw and fin in a flurry of sparks and blood. His muscles screamed with effort, his instincts sharpened to a razor's edge. He fought like a cornered animal, vicious and desperate, every slash and stab fueled by the knowledge that if he faltered, Alaric would fall too. Still, the numbers were crushing. Every attacker he knocked back was replaced by two more. Alaric! He cried out, barely avoiding a blow that would have gutted him. His voice was ragged, nearly lost beneath the crashing waves and howls of fury. He spun, his blade catching the side of the siren's face. But he could feel the tide turning against them. They were being herded, overwhelmed by precision and sheer force. Alaric looked to him then, just for a heartbeat, and their eyes met. That single glance said everything: we won't last. Not like this. Seb saw it in his face, in the flicker of resignation beneath the warrior's fire. The sirens were too many, too well trained. Even Alaric's ferocity, born of fury and grief, couldn't match the methodical ruthlessness of the council's chosen. A siren lunged toward Seb's side, and Alaric reacted instinctively, hurling his trident with brutal accuracy. It struck home, impaling the creature midair, but the weapon was wrenched from Alaric's hand, leaving him unarmed. Seb scrambled to cover him, slashing wildly, buying precious seconds. His lungs burned, his arms ached, and still they came. "We have to fall back," Seb shouted, staggering from a blow that grazed his ribs. Blood smeared his shirt, but he kept moving, kept fighting. Retreat wasn't cowardice, it was survival. And right now, it was the only chance they had of seeing another dawn. Alaric retrieved a fallen blade from the rocks, spinning it in his hand before knotting tightly. "Toward the outcrop," he said, eyes flashing with resolve. "There's a rift in the reef. We can lose them there." It wasn't a promise, but a sliver of hope in a night filled with teeth and blood. Without another word, they turned as one, carving a path through the chaos. The sirens shrieked behind them, enraged by their refusal to fall. But Seb and Alaric moved together, every step a silent vow: we survive, or we fall together. Alaric's grip around his trident tightened with purpose, his knuckles widening as he turned to face the sirens surging toward them like a black tide. His shoulders squared, and there was a quiet finality in the way he moved, like a man ready to give everything. "I'll hold them off," he said, his voice low, steady, and resolute. "You need to get to safety, Seb. Now." Seb's heart clenched at the words, and without thinking, he lunged forward and grabbed Alaric's arm. "No!" he shouted, the word raw with desperation. "We leave together. We fight together!" His voice cracked, not from fear, but from the sheer weight of what Alaric was trying to do, what he was about to sacrifice. But Alaric only shook his head slowly, his jaw set with a grim determination that made Seb's chest ache. "I can't lose you," Alaric said, eyes locked on Seb's. "Not like this. Not when I've just found something worth holding on to." His voice broke on the last word, barely audible over the rising crash of the waves, but the meaning in it was louder than any storm. Then, before Seb could say anything else, Alaric stepped forward. His silhouette stood tall against the rolling sea, the trident loose in one hand, the other raised toward the oncoming enemy. His lips parted, and a strange sound escaped him, an ancient, resonant hum that pulsed through the air like a heartbeat from the deep. The words were foreign, unintelligible, but they stirred something primal in the earth and sea alike. Seb staggered back as the vibration built around them. The ground trembled beneath his feet. The very air seemed to ripple with power. The hum deepened into a chant, and Alaric's voice rang with authority, like the ocean itself had lent him its voice. His dark hair whipped around his face as energy surged outward in invisible waves. And the sea responded. Waves rose in unnatural rhythm, swirling in impossible shapes around the rocky shore. The sirens, for all their fury and confidence, faltered. Their momentum slowed as the water itself turned against them, rising up like a living wall. The ocean no longer welcomed them, it answered only to Alaric. Seb stood frozen, eyes wide with awe and terror as the realization dawned. This wasn't just a defense. This was a command. Alaric wasn't fighting them. He was invoking something older, deeper, a force born of salt and storm, the magic of his bloodline awakened in full. And the sirens, no matter their strength, were no match for the wrath of the sea. Some of the attackers tried to press forward, shrieking defiantly, but the waves crashed down with deafening force, scattering them like leaves in the wind. The sea turned violent, a living tempest between Alaric and their enemies, and in that moment, he wasn't just a siren. He was the ocean made flesh. Seb's throat tightened as he stared at the man he loved, wielding the ocean's fury like a god. Fear and awe clashed in his chest, but one truth remained crystal clear through the storm. Alaric had done this to protect him, and Seb would not let that sacrifice be in vain. A thunderous pulse of energy burst from Alaric like a shockwave, rippling through the air and sea with the fury of a tempest unleashed. It exploded outward in a blinding arc, knocking the nearest sirens clean off their course and hurling them backward into the churning water. The cliff shook beneath Seb's feet as the sheer force of the blast tore through the atmosphere, and the sky responded in kind, lightning forking above, thunder crashing like a war drum. The air buzzed, charged with raw power that prickled against Seb's skin. He stumbled backward, eyes wide, breath caught in his throat. Alaric stood at the center of it all, the eye of the storm, his body rigid and glowing faintly with ethereal light. His eyes gleamed like molten silver, and his face was carved with unwavering focus. But even through the sheer awe of the moment, Seb saw the way Alaric trembled beneath the weight of the magic he held. "You're pushing yourself too hard," Seb called out, the words torn from him by the wind, his voice sharp with panic. He took a step toward Alaric, reaching out instinctively, as if he could somehow pull him back from the brink. "I have to," Alaric rasped, barely audible through the gale. His voice was a ghost of its usual strength, and his hands, once raised in defiance, were now shaking violently as he lowered them to his sides. Yet even without his hands, the energy continued to pulse from him, wild and unrelenting. The sea obeyed, but Seb could feel it. This was not control. This was desperation. The waves surged higher, crashing around the rocks and rising like sentient creatures. The sirens, though battered by the blast, were not defeated. They regrouped with eerie coordination, their black eyes gleaming with renewed hatred. They circled just beyond the storm's heart, waiting for their moment, their patience that of predators sensing the blood of a weakened foe. Seb watched in horror as Alaric's legs gave out beneath him. He dropped to his knees, bracing himself against the earth, but even that didn't steady him. His breath came in shallow, ragged gasps, and his skin had gone pale beneath its usual glow. The magic was devouring him from the inside out, feeding on everything he had left. "Alaric!" Seb rushed to his side, dropping beside him, his hand going to Alaric's shoulder. The power that radiated from him was almost painful to touch, but Seb didn't flinch. He knelt in the storm, the rain and wind lashing around them, and locked eyes with the man he loved. "You can't keep this up. You'll die." Alaric blinked slowly, sweat beading on his brow despite the cold. His lips parted as if to speak, but the words faltered. All that came was a whisper, a look of sorrow, of finality. "They'll kill you, if I stop. Then we find another way," Seb said fiercely, his grip tightening. "But not like this. I'm not losing you, not to them, and not to this magic." The storm still raged around them, but in that moment, the world narrowed to the two of them, the soldier and the siren, bound not by war or blood, but by something deeper. Seb turned his body toward the approaching sirens, planting himself between them and Alaric. His blades were already in hand, slick with rain and trembling with tension. If Alaric could no longer stand, then Seb would. Alone if he had to. But he refused to let the man who had fought so hard to protect him fall without a fight. Not here. Not now. "Alaric!" Seb shouted, his voice breaking through the roar of the storm as he dropped to his knees beside the fallen siren prince. Rain lashed down in sheets, soaking them both, but Seb didn't feel the cold. All he could see was Alaric, trembling, pale, and drained of the radiant power that had surged through him only moments ago. Alaric's hand lifted weakly, trembling as he reached for Seb. His fingers barely brushed against Seb's arm, the touch featherlight but filled with meaning. "It's the only way," he murmured, each word laced with pain. "I can protect you, protect us." His voice faded with the wind, fragile and broken. Seb's throat clenched, a cry caught behind his teeth. He gripped Alaric's hand tightly, trying to will strength back into him, trying to deny what he knew deep down. "No, Alaric, you can't! Don't you dare give up on me!" His words came in a desperate rush, but he could already feel the heat fading from Alaric's skin, the vibrant energy that had once surrounded him now slipping away like a dying ember. The glow in Alaric's eyes dimmed, flickering like the last light of a lantern before it goes out. His body sagged forward, barely held upright by Seb's arms. The storm still raged around them, thunder cracking overhead, but to Seb, the world had gone eerily still. Alaric wasn't dead, not yet, but he was close. Too close. A chorus of shrieks pierced the wind, and Seb's head snapped up. The sirens were advancing again, drawn like sharks to the scent of weakness. Their eyes glowed with malevolent fire, their movements sleek and purposeful as they began to circle. They had waited for this, waited for Alaric to fall, and now they would strike. Seb's jaw clenched as he carefully lowered Alaric to the ground, shielding him with his own body. His mind raced, heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. Alaric had given everything to protect him, to protect the fragile dream of a future they barely had time to imagine. Seb would not let that sacrifice be in vain. Not now. Not ever. He rose slowly, blades gleaming in the rain, his back to Alaric. His muscles trembled, not from fear, but from sheer fury. His gaze locked onto the sirens with a fire that matched their own. "You'll have to go through me," he growled, his voice low and deadly. Lightning cracked above him, illuminating his defiant stance. The sirens hissed, their movements sharper now, sensing the shift. They had underestimated Seb before, seen only the mortal tethered to a prince. But now, he stood alone, every inch a warrior. The storm howled around him, wind and sea crying out as if echoing his fury. And as the first of the sirens lunged, Seb met them head-on, blades flashing, heart burning. He didn't know how the fight would end, but he knew one thing with unshakable certainty. He would not let Alaric fall alone. With a fierce cry that ripped from the very core of his soul, Seb seized his dagger, his fingers wrapping around the hilt with white-knuckled determination. The weight of what he was about to do pressed down on him, but beneath that weight was fire. Alaric's motionless form behind him was all the reason he needed. He spun toward the oncoming sirens, teeth gritted, eyes wild with fury. They would not have him. They would not take Alaric. Not while he still drew breath. The sirens, sensing their prey weakened, began to encircle them with hungry anticipation. But they faltered, just for a heartbeat, as they registered the shift in Seb's stance. He was no longer the outmatched outsider at Alaric's side. He had become something more. In that pause, that flicker of doubt, Seb charged. He moved like a wave breaking upon the shore, swift and unrelenting, his dagger flashing silver in the stormlight as it met the sleek scales of his enemies. He didn't think, only moved. Each step was instinct, each strike fueled by the fury and desperation of a man protecting not just the one he loved, but the life they had promised each other. He drove back the nearest siren with a slashing arc, twisting to evade another's clawed lunge. Pain lanced down his side, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. The rain mixed with blood, slicking the rocks beneath him, but his footing never wavered. Every cry he loosed was a defiance of fate, every movement a vow that he would not let Alaric's sacrifice be meaningless. His heart thundered with grief and love, with the memory of Alaric's glowing eyes, of his touch, his whispered promises in the quiet between battles. That love bolstered him now, wrapping around him like armor. The magic they had kindled in each other burned in his veins. As he battled, he became aware of it, faint but pulsing. The bond. The tether between him and Alaric, still alive, still humming like a heartbeat just out of reach. It surged through him with every breath, every strike, strengthening his limbs and sharpening his senses. Alaric was still there, weak, fading, but present. That truth filled Seb with a renewed purpose. The sirens regrouped, their formation uncertain. They had come expecting weakness, an easy kill, a fallen prince and his mortal companion. What they found instead was something they couldn't comprehend, a bond stronger than blood, deeper than magic. Seb's defiance became their undoing. Each time they advanced, he met them with unshakable resolve, until even their hunger began to wither beneath his fury. And then, a shift. The remaining sirens hesitated again, their sleek forms quivering, eyes darting between Seb's unyielding stance and Alaric's still body. The tide of their certainty broke. Seb didn't hesitate. He lunged forward with one final, furious cry, blades slicing through the air with perfect precision. His blow connected, and the lead siren fell back, hissing in retreat. That was all it took. Like a school of fish sensing a predator, the others faltered, uncertainty rippling through their ranks. Seb stood tall, chest heaving, his dagger dripping red. Behind him, Alaric stirred faintly, a whisper of breath returning. The sirens saw it, the light refusing to go out, and they broke. They were fractured like glass, and one by one, they turned and slipped beneath the waves. Seb remained standing, every muscle taut, eyes locked on the sea until the last ripple vanished. Only then did he stagger back to Alaric, falling to his knees beside him. Rain poured down around them, but the storm within had quieted, for now. And as Seb gathered Alaric into his arms, trembling with exhaustion and relief, he whispered, "We made it, love. We're still here." Seb dropped to his knees beside Alaric, the adrenaline that had fueled him through the battle now draining from his body all at once. His lungs burned with every breath, his limbs trembling from exhaustion and strain, but none of it mattered as he reached for Alaric. The siren lay crumpled on the jagged rocks, barely moving, his skin pale and slick with seawater. Gently, Seb gathered him into his arms, cradling him like something precious and breakable. "We made it, Alaric," he whispered, his voice raw with emotion. "We made it." Alaric stirred faintly, his eyes fluttering open for the briefest of moments. The glow that had once lit them was dim now, flickering like a dying ember. His body trembled with the aftershock of his magic, every muscle quivering from the effort he had poured into that final, desperate stand. Seb pressed his forehead to Alaric's, trying to anchor him, to keep him there. "Stay with me," he murmured, as though his words alone could will Alaric back to strength. The wind howled around them, tugging at their clothes and hair, but Seb ignored it. The storm had passed, its fury spent, leaving behind only the broken silence of aftermath. Around them, the sea slowly calmed, the waves retreating from the blood-stained shore as though mourning the violence they had borne witness to. Seb's heart clenched painfully as he looked down at the siren in his arms. Alaric had given everything to protect him, to protect both of them, and now he hovered on the edge of collapse. Tears stung Seb's eyes, hot and unrelenting. He couldn't lose him. Not now. Not after everything they had endured. He pressed his lips to Alaric's temple, breathing him in, salt sea, and something uniquely his. "You're not done yet," he said fiercely, more to the universe than to Alaric. "You hear me? We've come too far. We've bled too much." But Alaric didn't answer, and the silence was deafening. Seb could feel the unsteady beat of his heart, slow and strained. Panic began to rise in his throat, but he forced it down. He had to be strong, for both of them. Clutching Alaric closer, he tried to remember everything the siren had ever told him about his kind. Maybe there was a way to help him recover, some ancient rite, some healing spring. Maybe the ocean would answer him now, as it had answered Alaric. He tilted his head up, scanning the horizon with wild eyes. The moon was just beginning to break through the clouds, casting silvery light over the sea. It looked peaceful now, but Seb knew the danger wasn't truly gone. The council would come again. They always did. But for now, the battle was over, and they had survived. That had to mean something. That had to count for something. Gently, he adjusted his hold on Alaric, brushing damp hair away from his face. "Whatever comes next," he whispered, his voice hoarse but unwavering, "we face it together. I won't leave you. I won't let them take you from me." It wasn't a promise. It was a vow carved into the core of his soul. And in that quiet, Alaric moved. It was barely perceptible, a twitch of fingers, a shallow breath, but it was enough. Seb's breath caught, hope flaring like fire in his chest. He pressed a hand over Alaric's heart, feeling the faint rhythm still fighting beneath his palm. "That's it," he whispered. "That's it, love. Come back to me." In the distance, the first light of dawn began to crest the horizon, painting the sea in soft gold and rose. Seb held Alaric against him, unmoving, unwilling to let go. The night had nearly broken them, but they had endured. And whatever trials waited beyond the morning, Seb would face them, because Alaric was still here, still breathing, and that was all he needed.